Hello there, and welcome to another episode of Insomniac's Lore, where passion, longing, and untold secrets weave together to create unforgettable love stories. Drop a comment and let me know which corner of the world you're tuning in from. Now, let's begin. Eleanor Callahan's fingers traced the outline of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, following the map of wrinkles that had settled into her face over 84 years. She didn't mind them, these etchings of time. Each line had its own story. Laughter lines from summer picnics with the children, worry lines from David's motorcycle accident in 83, the deep furrow between her brows from the day James forgot her name for the first time. "Ellie?" James's voice called from the bedroom, unusually clear this morning. "Have you seen my watch? The gold one?" Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, savouring the sound of her nickname on his lips. These moments of lucidity had become rare treasures, appearing without warning and now appearing just as quickly, like fireflies in the growing dusk of his mind. "Coming, love?" she called back, quickly dabbing Chanel No. 5 behind her ears, a ritual she maintained, despite knowing he rarely noticed anymore. She found James sitting on the edge of their bed, dresser drawers pulled open, his pyjamas still on but inside out. His white hair stood up in tufts, and confusion clouded his eyes despite the momentary clarity in his voice. "The gold watch," he repeated, his hands patting the bedspread. "My father's watch. I need it for—" Eleanor knelt carefully before him, her knees protesting the movement. "For our anniversary dinner tonight," she finished, reaching for his hand. 60 years, James. Can you believe it?" His eyes, still that remarkable shade of hazel that had made her stumble over her words at a dance hall in his 63, flickered with something, recognition perhaps, or just the reflection of her own hope. 60, he murmured, squeezing her fingers. Then, "Who are you?" The question no longer stung as it once had. Eleanor simply smiled and pressed her palm against his cheek. "I'm Eleanor, your wife, and tonight our family is coming for dinner to celebrate us." James nodded, accepting this information with the placid trust of a child. Eleanor helped him dress, guiding his arms through the sleeves of his favourite cardigan, the navy one with leather elbow patches that their grandson Michael had given him 5 Christmases ago. Before James's diagnosis, he'd been meticulous about his appearance. Pressed shirts, polished shoes, his silver hair always neatly combed. She maintained these standards for him now, a small act of preservation. The doorbell rang as she was adjusting his collar. "That'll be Margaret," Eleanor said, kissing his forehead. "Our daughter. She's bringing those lemon squares you like." James blinked at her, and for a terrifying moment, Eleanor thought she saw not confusion, but utter blankness in his gaze, as if looking through her into an endless void. Then he smiled, the crooked, charming smile that had once made her knees weak on dance floors and in darkened movie theatres. "I like lemon squares," he said simply. Margaret's voice carried up the stairs, followed by the deeper tones of her husband Robert, and the excited chatter of their daughters, Lily and Emma. Eleanor guided James toward the door. "Dad!" Margaret's face lit up when she saw him, and she embraced him carefully. At 57, Margaret had inherited Eleanor's petite frame and James's expressive eyes. "Happy anniversary." "Thank you," James replied automatically, social graces still deeply ingrained even as other parts of him slipped away. "Grandpa." Emma, 16 and luminous with youth, bounded forward. "I brought you something." She pressed a small package into his hands. James stared at it, uncertain. "Open it, dear," Eleanor encouraged. His fingers moved slowly, methodically unwrapping the gift. Inside was a small digital picture frame, its screen coming to life with a slideshow of family photos. "See, Grandpa," Emma explained, standing close. "It has all our pictures in it. Look, there's you and Grandma at the beach house, and there's when you taught me to fish." James watched the images flicker past, his expression unreadable. Then, with startling suddenness, he said, "Cape Cod, 1988. David fell off the dock." The room went still. Eleanor exchanged a glance with Margaret, whose eyes had widened in surprise. The photo on screen indeed showed their vacation home in Cape Cod, though from a more recent trip. "That's right, Dad," Margaret said carefully. "You remember David falling in? Mum had to fish him out because you were laughing too hard to help." James nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. He splashed like a seal, all arms. Eleanor felt a familiar tightness in her chest, hope and heartache intertwined. She had learned not to expect these moments of recollection, nor to expect them to last. David arrived 30 minutes later with his wife Tara and their son Michael, now 28, and sporting a beard that made him look startlingly like James in old photographs. The house filled with the comfortable chaos of family, coats being hung, food being arranged, furniture being shifted to accommodate everyone in the living room where Eleanor had set up for dinner. "Mom, this looks beautiful," David said, helping her arrange the table. At 59, her firstborn still had the gentle demeanour that had made him the peacemaker of the family. "How are you holding up, really?" Eleanor considered the question as she straightened the linen napkins she'd ironed that morning, a small indulgence for a special occasion. "I'm still here," she said finally. "We both are in our own ways." David's eyes, so like his father's, softened with understanding. "Remember what Dad always said about marriage?" Eleanor smiled. "It's not about the years, it's about the moments." "Yes." "Well," David said, glancing over to where James sat in his armchair, watching Michael adjust the sound system, 60 years is a lot of moments." Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes," she whispered, "a lifetime of them." What no one mentioned, what had become an unspoken understanding, was that these days, those moments existed only for her. For James, they appeared and disappeared like raindrops on hot pavement, evaporating almost as soon as they fell. Margaret appeared at her elbow. "Mum, we found the record." Eleanor turned, her heart quickening. "You did? I thought it was lost in the move." Margaret held up a vinyl record in its worn sleeve. Frank Sinatra's "Come Fly With Me," their wedding song, the one James had insisted they dance to at every anniversary celebration. "It was in Dad's study behind his medical journals," Margaret explained. "Michael's setting up Grandpa's old record player now." Eleanor took the record, running her fingers over its surface. Another piece of their past, preserved despite everything. "Thank you, darling. This means everything." As the family gathered around the table, Eleanor watched James carefully. He seemed content, if slightly bewildered by the activity around him. He ate methodically when food was placed before him, smiled politely at conversation directed his way, but remained largely disconnected, a benevolent observer at his own celebration, until Margaret raised her glass for a toast. "To Mum and Dad," she said, her voice wavering slightly. 60 years of showing us what love looks like, in good times and in hard ones. You've taught us that love isn't just the grand gestures, it's in the everyday moments of kindness, patience, and choosing each other again and again." James suddenly straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening. He reached for his water glass with unusual precision. "To my beautiful wife," he said clearly, looking directly at Eleanor, "the love of my life." The room fell silent. Eleanor's hand trembled as she raised her own glass, her vision blurring with unshed tears. For this crystalline moment, James was fully present, fully himself. "To us," she whispered. As the evening progressed, Eleanor found herself alternating between host and caretaker, making sure everyone had enough to eat while monitoring James for signs of fatigue or confusion. Yet something about tonight was different. Whether it was the familiar faces, the music playing softly in the background, or some mysterious alignment in the misfiring synapses of his brain, James remained unusually engaged. When Michael suggested they move to the living room for dessert and the sharing of memories, Eleanor braced herself. These moments could be particularly difficult for James, highlighting as they did all that he had lost. But as they settled into their seats, James reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising certainty. "Dance with me, Ellie," he said. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a soft hiss, and the rich tones of Sinatra filled the living room. Eleanor stood frozen, James's request echoing in her ears. "Dance with me, Ellie." Words he had spoken hundreds of times throughout their marriage, but hadn't uttered in nearly 3 years. James rose from his chair without assistance, extending his hand with a grace that seemed to shave decades off his stooped frame. The family watched in silent amazement as Eleanor placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the centre of the room where they had pushed back the furniture. "Come fly with me, let's fly away," Sinatra crooned, as James placed his right hand gently at the small of Eleanor's back, taking her other hand in his left, the proper form he had insisted on learning before their wedding, because, as he told her, "I want to lead you right, Ellie, always." They began to move, not with the vigour of their youth, but with a measured dignity that held its own kind of beauty. James guided her through the steps with surprising sureness, his eyes never leaving hers. "The last time we danced," he said softly, for her ears alone, "was at David's wedding anniversary 5 years ago." Eleanor's breath caught. "Yes," she whispered, afraid to break whatever spell had momentarily cleared the fog from his mind. "You wore green, with little rhinestones, and those ridiculous shoes that hurt your feet." A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside her. "They were torture devices. I took them off under the table and you smuggled them out in your jacket pocket." James smiled, a real smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You walked to the car in your stockings. I carried you over that puddle in the parking lot." "You did," Eleanor confirmed, tears threatening again. "You've always carried me over the rough spots, James." They continued moving to the music, unaware that Michael had begun quietly filming them on his phone, that Emma was wiping tears from her cheeks, that David and Margaret were clutching each other's hands so tightly their knuckles had gone white. When the song ended, James held Eleanor for a moment longer, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A proper kiss, not the confused peck he sometimes offered when prompted. Eleanor closed her eyes, memorizing the feeling. "I've loved you for 1,000 years, he murmured against her mouth, "and I'll love you for 1,000 more." Eleanor pulled back slightly, a small laugh escaping her despite the emotion tightening her throat. "That's from that song Emma likes. The one from the vampire movie." James's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled, with mischief. "Did I get it wrong? I was trying to be romantic." Eleanor cupped his face in her hands. "You've never gotten romance wrong a day in your life, James Callahan." They returned to their seats to enthusiastic applause from the family, James giving a small courtly bow that made the grandchildren giggle. As they settled back into their chairs, Eleanor felt a strange mix of elation and terror. These moments of clarity were precious beyond measure, but they also sharpened the pain of what would inevitably follow, the confusion returning, the light in his eyes dimming once more. "Should we share some memories now?" Margaret suggested. "That's what we planned, right, Mum?" Eleanor nodded, pushing aside her apprehension. "Yes, let's do that." One by one, the family began to speak, sharing stories of James as father, grandfather, husband. David recalled fishing trips where James had shown infinite patience untangling lines and baiting hooks. Margaret spoke of how he had driven 8 hours to her college dormitory when she'd called home homesick and ready to quit, how he had walked the campus with her all weekend until she remembered why she'd wanted to be there in the first place. Michael talked about his grandfather teaching him to change the oil in his first car, and how James had slipped him an extra $20 afterward, whispering, "Don't tell your grandmother I'm undermining your allowance system." Lily remembered being terrified of thunderstorms as a child until Grandpa explained that thunder was just the clouds bowling, and every time we heard it, it meant someone had gotten a strike. Emma, the youngest at 16, spoke last. "When I was little and stayed over, Grandpa would make pancakes in funny shapes, not just Mickey Mouse ears. He'd try to make pancakes that looked like us, or animals we liked. They were always terrible," she said with a laugh. "Like nightmare-inducing terrible. But he was so proud of them, and he would make up stories about each pancake as we ate them." She turned to James, her expression softening. "You always made me feel like the most important person in the room, Grandpa. You still do." Throughout these recollections, James listened with unusual attentiveness. Sometimes he nodded or smiled in apparent recognition. Other times he looked puzzled, as if hearing about a stranger's life. But he remained engaged, his hand resting on Eleanor's knee, occasionally squeezing gently when a particular memory seemed to resonate. After Emma finished speaking, a comfortable silence fell over the room. Then James cleared his throat. "I'd like to say something," he announced. The family exchanged surprised glances. James rarely initiated conversation these days, especially in group settings that tended to overwhelm him. "Of course, Dad," David encouraged gently. "We'd love to hear from you." James straightened in his seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much he suddenly resembled the man who had stood before classes of medical students for 40 years as a respected professor of cardiology. His shoulders squared, his chin lifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority that had once commanded hospital rounds. "I know I'm not always here," he began, gesturing vaguely toward his head. "I know I forget things, important things, people." His eyes found Eleanor's. "I forget you sometimes, my love, though never for long. Your face might slip away, but the feeling, the knowing that you are my heart, that stays." Eleanor pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to speak. "The doctors explained what would happen," James continued. "Back when I could understand it, like water draining from a bathtub, they said. But that's not how it feels. It's more like standing in a dense fog. Sometimes the fog thins, and I can see everything clearly, your faces, my life, all of it. Then it thickens again, and I'm lost." He paused, looking around at the family with remarkable clarity. "Tonight the fog has lifted more than usual. I don't know why. I don't know how long it will last. But I want to use this moment to tell you all that even when I can't express it, even when I seem far away, I carry your love with me. It's the thread I follow through the fog." Margaret was openly weeping now, her shoulders shaking as Robert held her. David stared at his father with naked love and grief etched on his face. The grandchildren watched in solemn wonder, witnessing a grandfather they had begun to lose suddenly, miraculously return to them. "And Eleanor," James turned fully toward his wife, taking both her hands in his, "my Ellie, 60 years isn't nearly enough. I'd marry you again tomorrow. I'd marry you every day for another 60 years if I could." In that moment, Eleanor felt the weight of every day they had shared. The births of their children, the deaths of their parents, vacations and illnesses, arguments and reconciliations, the quiet Tuesday evenings and the momentous celebrations. All of it, every second, had led to this room, this moment, these words. "You would?" she asked softly. "In a heartbeat," he replied. Then, with a flash of his old humour, he added, "Though according to my most recent ECG, my heartbeats are rather irregular these days, so you might need to be patient with me." The family laughed through their tears, and Eleanor felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. This moment of perfect clarity, of James fully present and aware, recognising and loving his family, this was the anniversary gift she had never dared to wish for. After James's speech, the evening took on a dreamlike quality. They ate Margaret's lemon squares and drank coffee. They looked through old photo albums, James occasionally offering startlingly precise details about pictures taken decades ago. They played another record, Nat King Cole this time, and James hummed along, his foot tapping in perfect rhythm. But as the clock crept past 9, Eleanor noticed the sign she had learned to recognise. The slight furrow returning to James's brow, his responses becoming more halting, his gaze beginning to wander. The fog was rolling back in. "Perhaps we should wrap up for the evening," she suggested gently. "It's been a wonderful celebration, but I think we're both getting tired." The family understood immediately. Goodbyes were exchanged, hugs given, promises to visit again soon offered. As they gathered their coats and leftovers, each family member took a moment with James, holding his hand or kissing his cheek, trying not to betray their awareness that the grandfather and father who had been so vibrantly present all evening was already beginning to recede. "We'll help clean up before we go," David offered, but Eleanor shook her head. "Leave it, darling. I'll take care of it tomorrow." "Are you sure, Mum?" Margaret asked, concern evident in her voice. Eleanor nodded. "I want some quiet time with your father now, while he's still—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As the front door closed behind the last of their family, Eleanor turned to find James standing in the middle of the living room looking lost. "Who were all those people?" he asked. Eleanor felt the familiar pang sharper tonight after hours of having her real husband back. She crossed to him, taking his hand. "That was our family, love. Our children and grandchildren. They came to celebrate our anniversary." James nodded slowly, processing this information without fully comprehending it. "Anniversary," he repeated, the words seeming to float disconnected from any meaning. 60 years of marriage," Eleanor explained patiently. "Diamond anniversary. Though I told you long ago I didn't need more diamonds." She led him toward the stairs, moving slowly to accommodate his hesitant steps. "You gave me something much better tonight, James. You gave me yourself." He followed her, docile now. The commanding presence that had held the room captivated just an hour ago vanished like morning mist under a strengthening sun. Yet even in this state there was something gentle and dignified about him. The essence of James, his fundamental kindness, his quiet grace, remained intact even as his memories fractured and dispersed. In their bedroom she helped him undress and put on his pyjamas. This intimate ritual had evolved over the past few years from something occasionally embarrassing for them both to a comfortable routine. Eleanor had been a nurse before retiring, and she brought that professional efficiency to the task, though she never stopped seeing her husband's body with love. The broad shoulders now stooped, the stomach that had softened with age, the surgical scar on his left knee from a skiing accident in his 50s. "Arms up," she instructed gently, helping him into his pyjama top, then guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed while she removed his slippers and helped him into the pants. "You're very kind," James said, the formal politeness he often adopted when confusion set in. "I'm your wife," Eleanor replied simply. "I promise to love you in sickness and in health." She helped him into bed, tucking the covers around him the way he liked, making sure the pillow was positioned properly under his head. Then she moved to her vanity to remove her makeup and change into her own nightgown. In the mirror she could see James watching her, his expression peaceful though distant. She wondered what he was thinking, if he recognised her at all now, or if she had become simply a kind caretaker, familiar but unnamed. "You look beautiful," he said suddenly. Eleanor turned, surprised. "Thank you, James." "Are you coming to bed soon?" he asked, patting the space beside him. "Yes, love. Just washing up." When she slipped under the covers a few minutes later, James reached for her hand in the darkness. Eleanor's heart quickened. These small gestures of connection sometimes bridged the gaps in his memory, anchoring him to her even when words failed. "I don't remember everything," he said softly, but I remember you smell like flowers." Eleanor turned toward him, close enough to feel his breath against her face. "Chanel No. 5, she whispered. "You gave me my first bottle the day David was born. Said every new mother deserved something that made her feel beautiful." "David," James repeated. "Ahoy." "Yes. He fell in the water at the beach house." Eleanor smiled in the darkness. "That's right. Cape Cod, 1988. James was quiet for a long moment, and Eleanor thought he might have drifted to sleep. Then he spoke again, his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry, Ellie." "For what, my love?" "For forgetting. For leaving you alone while I'm still here." Eleanor propped herself up on one elbow, finding his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were open, looking directly at her with a lucidity that took her breath away. "You haven't left me," she said fiercely. "You're right here. And I'm right here with you, James Callahan. I always will be." He reached up to touch her face, his fingers finding the wetness on her cheeks that she hadn't realized was there. "You're crying," he observed. "Happy tears," she assured him, covering his hand with her own. "Tonight was perfect. Dance with me again tomorrow?" he asked, his voice already growing drowsy. "Every day," Eleanor promised, knowing that by morning he would likely have no recollection of this conversation, of the dance they'd shared, of the remarkable speech he'd given to their family. But she would remember for both of them. Every single day. James's breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Eleanor remained awake a while longer, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest, cataloguing every moment of this extraordinary evening in her memory. The doctors had warned her that these periods of clarity, what they clinically term terminal lucidity, often preceded a steep decline. She pushed the thought away. Tonight was not for worrying about tomorrow. Finally she settled beside him, her hand resting lightly over his heart, its steady rhythm lulling her towards sleep. "Good night, my love," she whispered. "Thank you for remembering us tonight." Eleanor woke before dawn, the grey light of early morning seeping around the edges of the curtains. For a moment she lay still, listening to James's breathing beside her, trying to recapture the magic of the previous evening. Then she slipped quietly from bed, wrapping her robe around her against the morning chill. Downstairs, evidence of their celebration remained. Wine glasses on the coffee table, dessert plates stacked beside the sink, the record player still open with Nat King Cole, waiting to be returned to his sleeve. Usually meticulous about cleaning up before bed, Eleanor had left it all, unwilling to waste a moment of James's rare lucidity on domestic chores. She put on coffee and began to tidy, moving quietly around the kitchen and living room. The house felt different this morning, charged somehow with the residual energy of last night's gathering, as if the walls themselves had absorbed some of the love that had filled the rooms. As she closed the record player, her fingers lingered on its wooden cabinet. James had bought it for their 25th anniversary, insisting that digital music couldn't compare to the warmth of vinyl. Some things are worth preserving the old way, he'd told her then. Some experiences shouldn't be compressed and streamlined. The same could be said for memory, she thought now. Modern medicine had tried to compress James's decline into neat categories and stages, to streamline their expectations with clinical terminology and brain scans. But last night had defied all predictions and prognoses. Last night had been worth preserving, old-fashioned and miraculous. She was rinsing dishes when she heard his uncertain footsteps on the stairs. Drying her hands quickly, she moved to meet him, finding him halfway down, clutching the railing with both hands, his expression wary. "Good morning," she said brightly. "You're up early." James stared at her, his gaze shifting from recognition to confusion and back again, like a radio searching for a clear signal. "Coffee?" he asked finally. "Yes, it's ready. Come down and I'll pour you a cup." She helped him navigate the rest of the stairs, then guided him to his seat at the kitchen table, the one with the view of the bird feeder he had built decades ago, and which Margaret's husband now kept filled with seed. As Eleanor poured his coffee, black with one sugar, the way he'd taken it for 60 years, she studied him surreptitiously, looking for any hint of the man who had danced with her just hours ago, who had spoken so eloquently about love and memory. But his movements were hesitant again, his gaze unfocused. The fog had returned, perhaps thicker than before. "There's a cardinal at the feeder," she said, setting his cup before him. "Your favourite." James turned to look out the window, a small smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "Redbird," he said, the simple observation containing a hint of delight. "That's right." Eleanor sat opposite him with her own coffee. "Do you remember what we did yesterday, James?" He frowned slightly, concentrating. "We had visitors." "Yes, the family came for dinner for our anniversary." "Anniversary," he echoed, the same disconnected repetition as last night. Then unexpectedly, 60 years. Eleanor's heart leapt. "That's right, 60 years of marriage." James took a sip of his coffee, his expression clearing briefly. "Did we dance?" "Yes," Eleanor whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Yes, we danced to Frank Sinatra." "Come fly with me," James said, nodding as if confirming a fact to himself. "You wore blue." Eleanor looked down at her robe, a faded floral pattern, in pinks and greens. "Last night I wore blue," she agreed. "The same colour as my dress on our first date. Do you remember that night, James? At the Starlight Ballroom?" But James's attention had shifted back to the window, to the cardinal now joined by its more subdued mate. "Two birds," he observed. Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes, the pair always comes together. They mate for life, you know." James turned back to her, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, she saw complete clarity in his eyes. "Like us," he said. "Yes," Eleanor agreed, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Exactly like us." The days following their anniversary settled back into familiar patterns. James's remarkable lucidity had indeed been fleeting, though Eleanor treasured the small fragments that seemed to have remained. He sometimes hummed "Come Fly With Me" when she helped him dress, and once he called her Ellie unprompted, the diminutive sending a shock of joy through her. A week after the celebration, Margaret came by while James was napping, to help Eleanor organise the photographs and mementos from the evening. "Michael put together this album," Margaret had said, placing a leather-bound book on the kitchen table. "He included printouts of the pictures and the video he took of you and Dad dancing." Eleanor opened it carefully, her breath catching at the first photograph. James leading her in their dance, both of their faces illuminated with joy. "Oh, Margaret! It's beautiful." "There's a USB drive in the back with all the digital files," Margaret explained. "And Michael uploaded everything to the family cloud account too. He said to tell you nothing will ever be lost." Eleanor nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Their children and grandchildren had become the keepers of their memories, a role reversal both poignant and necessary. "Has Dad had any more moments?" Margaret asked carefully, setting a cup of tea before her mother. "Like at the party?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not like that night, no, but he's been, I don't know how to describe it, more present somehow, as if part of him remembers remembering, if that makes any sense." Margaret covered her mother's hand with her own. "It does. And Mum," she hesitated, choosing her words carefully, "what you do for him every day is the most profound act of love I've ever witnessed." Eleanor looked up from the photo album, meeting her daughter's gaze. "It's not a burden, if that's what you're thinking." "I know it's not," Margaret assured her, "but it's still remarkable, the patience, the dignity you give him." She paused. "We've been talking, David and I, about getting you some more help, just a few hours each day. someone to peer while you run errands or have lunch with friends or just take a nap. Eleanor's first instinct was to refuse, as she had previous offers of assistance. She had managed James's care largely alone since his diagnosis, with the family helping for specific outings or appointments. Maybe, she said instead, surprising herself with a seventh concession. Not every day, but maybe a few afternoons a week might be nice. Margaret's relief was palpable. Really? You'll consider it? Eleanor smiled, running her finger over the photograph of her and James dancing. He told me once, years ago, that taking care of yourself is how you take care of the people you love. I think I'm finally ready to listen to his advice. They spent the afternoon looking through the album and talking, their conversation wandering from serious discussions of James's care to light-hearted reminiscences. When James woke from his nap and made his careful way downstairs, he joined them at the table, accepting a cookie from Margaret with a polite thank you, though he showed no particular recognition of his daughter. "Look, Dad," Margaret said, turning the album toward him. "Pictures from your anniversary party." James studied them with mild interest, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. Then he pointed to a photograph of Eleanor. "Beautiful," he said decisively. "My wife is beautiful." Margaret and Eleanor exchanged a glance, both touched by this moment of connection. "Yes, she is," Margaret agreed. "The most beautiful woman in the room, always." James nodded, satisfied with this assessment, then returned his attention to his cookie. After Margaret left, Eleanor and James settled into their evening routine, a simple dinner, some television. Nature documentaries seemed to engage him most these days, and then the careful process of preparing for bed. As she helped him brush his teeth, Eleanor thought about Margaret's offer of additional help. Perhaps it was time to accept that she couldn't do everything alone, that allowing others to share the care was not a failure but a practical kindness to them both. "You're quiet tonight," James observed as she helped him into bed, one of those startling moments of perceptiveness that still occasionally emerged from the fog. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, smoothing the covers around him. "About what?" She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. "About love. About how it changes shape over time but never really diminishes." James considered this, his forehead creasing in concentration. "Like water," he said finally, "in different containers." Eleanor smiled at the unexpected metaphor. "Exactly like that, just James. That's perfect for me." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising accuracy. "Stay with me until I fall asleep?" "Of course." The next morning, Eleanor woke with a sense of purpose. After helping James with breakfast and settling him in his favourite chair with a bird identification book he still enjoyed looking through, she made several phone calls. First to a home healthcare agency Margaret had recommended, then to her friend Vivian for a lunch date, and finally to David to ask if he might take James for a drive that afternoon. "Just around town," she explained. "You always enjoyed your drives together, and I have some errands to run." "Of course, Mum," David agreed readily. "I can come by around 2 if that works." "Perfect," Eleanor said. "And David, thank you." "For what? Taking my dad for a drive? It's nothing." "For understanding," Eleanor said simply. "For helping me see that accepting help doesn't mean I'm giving up." There was a short silence on the line. Then David said, "You've never given up on anything in your life, Mum, least of all Dad." After she hung up, Eleanor joined James by the window. He was studying a page of warblers, his finger tracing the colourful illustrations. "Little birds," he said when she sat beside him. "Yellow ones." "Yellow warblers," Eleanor confirmed. "We saw them at the Audubon Sanctuary last spring, remember? You were so excited you almost fell into the pond leaning over the rail." James looked up from the book, a flash of indignation crossing his features. "I did not almost fall in," he protested. "I was perfectly balanced." The unexpected clarity of his response, coupled with the familiar, stubborn tone that had characterized so many of their good-natured arguments over the decades, made Eleanor laugh out loud. James Callaghan, you had one foot off the ground and were windmilling your arms like a cartoon character. If David hadn't grabbed your belt, you'd have been swimming with the tadpoles. James harumphed, returning to his book with exaggerated focus, but Eleanor caught the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These moments, these brief, precious windows when her real husband emerged from the fog, had become her sustenance. David arrived promptly at 2, greeting his father with the easy warmth he'd always shown. "Ready for a drive, Dad? Thought we might cruise by the old hospital, maybe stop for ice cream at Wilson's." James looked at Eleanor, a habit formed over recent years as his own decision-making had become more difficult. "Go on," she encouraged. "I've got some things to take care of here. You two have fun." After they left, Eleanor stood in the quiet house, momentarily at a loss. It had been months since she'd been alone for more than the briefest intervals. The silence felt both strange and luxurious. She moved through the room slowly, seeing their home with fresh eyes. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows illuminated 60 years of accumulated life. Photographs crowding the refrigerator door. The collection of painted ceramic birds James had started bringing her from medical conferences around the world. The small crack in the counter from when David had dropped a frozen turkey in 1992. In James's study, largely untouched since his retirement 5 years ago, his medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside mystery novels and biographies. His desk remained organised with the precision that had defined his professional life. Pens aligned, notepad centred, the leather blotter Margaret had given him for his 70th birthday still pristine. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of his books, then paused at a small wooden box tucked between volumes on cardiology. She recognised it immediately, the box James had carved during a woodworking phase in his 60s, inspired by a similar piece they'd seen in an antique shop in Vermont. Inside, she found what she knew would be there, a collection of small mementos he had saved throughout their marriage. Movie ticket stubs from their first date, the hospital bracelet from when David was born, a pressed flower from their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii, a small smooth stone from the beach at Cape Cod. Each item represented a moment he had deemed worth preserving. Eleanor held the stone in her palm, remembering the day he had found it, a perfect oval, streaked with white quartz that caught the light. "Like your hair in the sun," he had said, tucking it into his pocket. She replaced the items carefully and returned the box to its spot. These tangible pieces of their history had always been important to James, as if he had somehow known that one day his internal archive of memories would begin to fail, and he would need these physical touchstones. The irony wasn't lost on Eleanor that she, who had spent 6 decades being teased for her terrible memory, "You'd forget your own birthday if I didn't remind you," James often joked, was now the sole keeper of their shared past. All those times she had relied on him to remember the name of a restaurant they had visited, or the year they had taken that road trip through New England, and now their roles were reversed. She glanced at her watch, realising she had spent nearly an hour lost in reminiscence. Vivian would be waiting at the cafe. Eleanor changed quickly into a blouse she knew James particularly liked, a soft lavender that brought out the green in her eyes, applied a touch of lipstick and grabbed her purse. The freedom of driving alone felt almost illicit after months of careful planning around James's needs. She rolled down the windows, letting the warm spring air tousle her silver hair, and impulsively turned up the radio when one of James's favourite jazz standards came on. Vivian was already seated at an outdoor table when Eleanor arrived, her dramatically red hair, dyed since her 40s, though she vehemently denied it, visible from the parking lot. The two women had been friends since their children were in elementary school together, their bond strengthened by shared experiences of motherhood, career transitions, and now widowhood for Vivian and caregiving for Eleanor. "Look at you," Vivian exclaimed as Eleanor approached. "You're positively glowing. Must have been some anniversary celebration." Eleanor slid into the chair across from her friend, accepting the glass of iced tea Vivian had already ordered for her. It was extraordinary, she admitted. James was himself again, Viv. Really himself for hours. She described the evening, the dancing, James's speech, the moments of perfect clarity that had seemed like a miracle. Vivian listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood exactly what such a gift would mean. "Oh, Ellie," Vivian said when Eleanor finished, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy you had that. What a precious thing." "It was," Eleanor agreed, "and it made me realise something. I've been so focused on what we're losing, on all the ways his mind is failing, that I sometimes forget to appreciate what remains." Vivian nodded. The essence of him, the James underneath the confusion. Exactly. And I need to take better care of myself if I'm going to be there for him properly. Eleanor sipped her tea. "I'm hiring some help, just a few hours a week to start." Vivian's eyebrows shot up in exaggerated shock. "Eleanor Callahan accepting help? Alert the media? Has hell frozen over?" Eleanor laughed, the sound surprising her with its freedom. When had she last really laughed? I know, but I'm trying to be sensible." "About time," Vivian pronounced, lifting her glass in a toast. "To sensible decisions and extraordinary men, even when they drive us crazy." "Even then," Eleanor agreed, clinking her glass against her friend's. They spent a leisurely 2 hours at the cafe, their conversation meandering from serious topics to gossip about mutual friends, punctuated by Vivian's irreverent humour. By the time Eleanor headed home, she felt lighter somehow, as if she had set down a burden she hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. She arrived back at the house just as David's car pulled into the driveway. Her son helped James from the passenger seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much they resembled each other, now that David had entered his 60s. The same tall frame, the same deliberate way of moving. "How was your afternoon?" she asked, meeting them at the front walk. "Great," David replied. "We drove by the hospital, saw the new wing they're building. Dad told me about delivering twins there in '83 during that big snowstorm, remember?" Eleanor glanced at James, surprised. "You remember De Peterson's twins? The ones born during the power outage?" James nodded, his expression animated in a way it rarely was these days. "Had to use flashlights," he said. "No power." "That's right," Eleanor confirmed, exchanging a look of wonder with David. "You used flashlights and delivered them both perfectly healthy." David stayed for dinner, the three of them eating on the back patio as the evening settled around them. James was unusually talkative, though his sentences remained simple and sometimes disconnected. More than once, he reached for Eleanor's hand across the table, a gesture so natural and familiar that she found herself blinking back tears. After David left, they sat outside a while longer, listening to the evening chorus of birds and watching the fireflies begin their nightly display. James seemed content, his face relaxed in the gathering darkness. "Good day," he said simply. Eleanor leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Yes, love, a very good day." Over the next few months, a new rhythm established itself in their lives. 3 times a week, a home health aide named Carmen arrived at 9 in the morning, bringing with her a cheerful efficiency and genuine affection for James that made Eleanor's initial hesitation about outside help seem foolish in retrospect. "Mr. C and I have big plans today," Carmen would announce, helping James with his coffee while Eleanor gathered her things for whatever outing she'd planned. Lunch with Vivian, a book club meeting at the library, or sometimes just a solitary walk through the park. "What trouble are you two getting into while I'm gone?" Eleanor would ask, teasing. Carmen would wink conspiratorially at James. "Oh, you know, wild parties, dancing on tables, the usual," and James would smile, sometimes playing along with a surprisingly coherent "don't forget the motorcycles" or "and the poker game," revealing glimpses of the dry humour that had always been a cornerstone of his personality. These respites gave Eleanor space to breathe, to remember parts of herself beyond the role of caregiver. She joined a water aerobics class at the community centre, reconnected with former nursing colleagues for monthly luncheons, and even began volunteering 2 hours a week at the hospital where she and James had both worked for decades. Between Carmen's visits and the increased involvement of their children and grandchildren, the weight of James's care no longer rested solely on Eleanor's shoulders. The family had formed a loving constellation around him, each member playing their part in maintaining his connection to the world. David took him to weekly appointments with his neurologist, transforming what could have been stressful medical visits into father-son outings that often included stops at their favourite diner. Margaret came by every Wednesday evening for what she called kitchen table therapy. Simple activities like sorting buttons or folding napkins that engaged James's hands and mind in manageable ways while she caught him up on family news. Michael, now pursuing a PhD in neuroscience, inspired, he admitted, by his grandfather's condition, called regularly on video chat, sometimes just to read aloud to James from the mystery novels he had always enjoyed. The younger grandchildren, Lily and Emma, visited on weekends, filling the house with the energy of youth and treating their grandfather with a natural acceptance that adults sometimes struggle to achieve. Through it all, Eleanor marvelled at how James continued to defy the usual progression charts his doctors had shown them. Yes, there were difficult days, mornings when he didn't recognise her at all, evenings when agitation overtook him and he paced the house looking for something he couldn't name. But there were also unexpected moments of connection, of recognition so profound they took her breath away. Like the afternoon in July when a summer storm knocked out the power, and she found James in the kitchen, methodically gathering candles and matches from the emergency drawer, a task he had always handled during outages throughout their marriage. Or the morning he suddenly pointed to a blue jay at the feeder and recited, word for perfect word, the poem he had written for her on their 25th anniversary, which had begun, blue as your eyes on our first morning, bright as your smile across decades. These moments came without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like shooting stars across the darkening sky of his consciousness. Eleanor learned to appreciate them without expectation, to receive them as gifts rather than harbingers of recovery. On their 61st anniversary, a milestone they hadn't been certain they would reach together, the family gathered again, this time for a smaller celebration in the backyard. David grilled steaks, Margaret brought her famous potato salad, and the grandchildren set up lawn games that James watched with bemused interest from his comfortable chair in the shade. "Remember our 50th?" Eleanor asked him as they sat side by side, watching Michael attempt to teach Emma the proper technique for croquet. "The big party at the country club. You gave that ridiculous speech about how marriage was like golf, all about the follow-through." James turned to her, his expression suddenly sharp with recognition. "You hated that speech," he said, chuckling. "Said I made us sound like we were on a perpetual golf course." Eleanor's heart skipped. "You remember that?" "Made it up to you later," James continued, his voice dropping suggestively. "New diamond earrings, and that weekend in Montreal." Eleanor blushed, amazed that this particular memory had surfaced so clearly when he sometimes couldn't recall what he had had for breakfast. "James Callahan, you are still full of surprises." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with the certainty of long practice. "Love you, Ellie. Always will." The evening continued with a simple dinner outdoors, candles glowing as dusk settled around them. James ate with good appetite, occasionally joining the conversation with brief but relevant comments that delighted everyone. When David brought out a cake emblazoned with 61 years and counting, James insisted on feeding Eleanor the first bite, just as they had done at their wedding. As the family began to pack up, James tugged at Eleanor's sleeve. "Dance?" he asked, gesturing toward the portable speaker Michael had set up earlier. A hush fell over the gathering. No one had expected a repeat of the previous year's miraculous dance, least of all Eleanor. "I'd love to," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling in her chest. Michael quickly scrolled through his phone, finding "Come Fly With Me" and setting it to play. James rose from his chair with David's subtle assistance, then stood before Eleanor, extending his hand with the formal courtesy that had charmed her since their youth. They moved together more slowly than the year before, James leaning slightly on her for support, their steps smaller and more cautious, but the essential grace was still there, the way his hand settled at the small of her back, the perfect pressure of his palm against hers, the rhythm they had shared through 6 decades of marriage. The family watched in silent awe as the elderly couple moved across the patio, in the soft glow of string lights and candles. Margaret wiped tears from her cheeks, and David stood with his arm around Tara, both of them witnessing something they understood went beyond words. When the song ended, James didn't immediately release Eleanor. Instead, he held her gaze with unusual intensity. "Next year," he said clearly, "let's dance to that song from the vampire movie." Eleanor laughed, startled and delighted by the joke, a callback to their conversation after last year's dance. "The one about loving you for 1,000 years? James nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Always wanted to be immortal. Later, after the family had gone and they were preparing for bed, Eleanor found herself humming that very song 1,000 Years by Christina Perri, as Emma had informed her, with the slightly condescending patience teenagers reserve for explaining pop culture to their elders. "What are you singing?" James asked as she helped him into bed. "Just a silly love song," Eleanor replied, "about loving someone forever." James settled against his pillow, his expression thoughtful. "Forever's not long enough," he said softly. Eleanor paused in the act of straightening his blankets, struck by the lucidity of the observation. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." She finished her own bedtime routine and slipped under the covers beside him, finding his hand in the darkness as she had done for more than 22,000 nights. His fingers curled around hers, warm and familiar. "Ellie," he murmured, already half asleep. "Yes, love?" "When I forget, you remember for both of us. Promise?" Eleanor pressed closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder. "I promise, James. Always." In the quiet darkness of their bedroom, surrounded by the artifacts of their shared life and the intangible presence of 6 decades of love, Eleanor made her silent vow. She would remember it all, every dance, every argument, every ordinary Tuesday, every extraordinary celebration. She would hold their history safe within her heart, preserving it against the inevitable losses that time and illness would bring. And in the moments when the fog lifted, when James returned to himself even briefly, she would be ready with their memories, waiting to dance with him again through the cherished landscape of their life together. Because love, she had learned, was not just in the remembering. It was in the constancy, the dailiness, the quiet acts of care that continued long after the grandest gestures had faded. It was in the space between heartbeats, in the gentle pressure of hands that had held each other through joy and grief, health and sickness, clarity and confusion. It was in the dance that continued, even when the music had changed, even when the steps grew slower and less certain, even when one partner sometimes forgot the rhythm, while the other remembered for them both. As James's breathing deepened into sleep beside her, Eleanor whispered into the darkness, 1,000 years, James Callahan, and then 1,000 more. Brianna Fitzgerald tapped her pen against her notepad as she studied the sleek, minimalist lobby of Synapse Love Labs. Everything about the place screamed cutting-edge technology, from the neural network patterns etched into the frosted glass partitions to the subtle blue lighting that mimicked the glow of synapses firing in the brain. It was all so perfectly orchestrated that it made her journalist's instincts itch with suspicion. Ms. Fitzgerald? A woman with a pristine bob and a tablet approached. I'm Dr. Eleanor Chen, lead researcher. We're thrilled you've chosen to participate in our pioneer program. Brianna smiled her most convincing smile. I'm excited to be part of scientific history. The lie rolled off her tongue with practiced ease. What she couldn't say was that she was here to expose what she believed was an elaborate scam, a dating service that claimed to use neural compatibility algorithms to match perfect partners with 98.7% accuracy. Her editor had practically salivated at the pitch. 30 days of deception inside the Love Lab scam. Please follow me for your final briefing. Brianna was led into a conference room where 5 other researchers in white lab coats were gathered around a holographic display. On the screen rotated 2 profile images, hers and a man she assumed was her scientifically perfect match. This is Dr. Kevin Jones, Eleanor said, gesturing to the image of a man with thoughtful eyes and a reserved smile. Psychologist specializing in attachment theory. Your compatibility score is... Eleanor paused for dramatic effect. Unprecedented. Brianna fought the urge to roll her eyes. Of course it was. As you know, the parameters of the experiment are strict, continued Eleanor. 30 days in complete isolation with your match. No outside contact, no internet, no entertainment beyond the books we provide. If both of you remain for the full duration, you each receive $100,000. If either leaves, the experiment terminates for both parties with no compensation. Brianna nodded. The money wasn't her motivation, but it would make for a nice bonus on top of the career-defining article she planned to write. Your match is waiting in the transport vehicle. You'll be taken to the location together. Any questions before we proceed? Just one, Brianna said. How manufactured is this compatibility? Are you monitoring us for entertainment value? Eleanor's smile didn't waver. We're scientists, Ms. Fitzgerald, not reality TV producers. The isolation home has no surveillance inside, only security perimeters and emergency systems. What happens between you and Dr. Jones is entirely authentic and private. Right, Brianna thought. And I'm supposed to believe that a company valued at $1.8 billion is just interested in the purity of love. 20 minutes later, Brianna found herself sitting across from Kevin Jones in the back of a luxury SUV with tinted windows. He was taller than his hologram suggested, with a quiet intensity that made the confined space of the vehicle feel even smaller. So, he said after a stretch of silence, what made you sign up for this? His voice was deeper than she expected, with a thoughtfulness that matched his eyes. Brianna recited her cover story. Curiosity, skepticism, a desire to test the limits of compatibility science. That much wasn't entirely a lie. And you? Aren't psychologists supposed to know better than to trust algorithms with their love lives? A subtle smile creased the corners of his mouth. Maybe that's precisely why I'm here. We study attachment and connection our whole careers, but rarely do we get to experience it as a controlled variable. You really believe in this, don't you? She asked, unable to keep the incredulity from her voice. I believe in the possibility, he corrected her, which makes me wonder why someone so obviously skeptical would commit to 30 days of isolation with a stranger. Their eyes locked, and Brianna felt an unexpected flutter of something that felt disturbingly like interest. She quickly attributed it to her journalistic instincts kicking in. This man was going to be the primary subject of her exposé, after all. I guess we're both experimental in our own ways, she replied. The vehicle began climbing upward, the city falling away beneath them as they ascended into the mountains. After another hour of sparse conversation interspersed with increasingly uncomfortable silence, they arrived at what would be their home for the next month. A stunningly modern cabin perched on the edge of a cliff, all glass and sustainable timber, with panoramic views of wilderness in every direction. Home sweet home, Kevin murmured as they stepped inside. The interior was spacious yet intimate. An open concept design with a chef's kitchen, a living area centred around a fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves stocked with everything from classics to contemporary fiction. A hallway led to 2 bedrooms flanking a shared bathroom, and a deck wrapped around the entire structure, offering a meditation space that seemed to float above the forest canopy. "Only 2 bedrooms? How disappointing," Brianna quipped. "I thought we were supposed to be perfect for each other." Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Compatibility doesn't mean we skip straight to sharing a bed, Ms. Fitzgerald." "Brianna," she corrected, feeling oddly flustered. "If we're going to be trapped here together, we might as well use first names." "Brianna," he repeated, and something about the way her name sounded in his voice made her immediately regret the suggestion. That night, as Brianna lay in her unfamiliar bed, listening to the sound of nothing but wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin, settling, she pulled out her contraband, a small notebook hidden in the lining of her suitcase. She began documenting her first impressions. Day 1, arrived at the isolation house with subject K. Initial observations suggest he genuinely believes in the experiment's premise. Either that, or he's a better actor than I am. The house itself is designed to eliminate distractions and foster connection. There's literally nowhere to escape conversation except our bedroom. No TV, no internet, not even a radio, just books, cooking, and each other. First impression of Kay, infuriatingly calm, observant in a way that makes me feel exposed, attractive in an understated way that I refuse to acknowledge further. Tomorrow I begin probing for inconsistencies in the experiment design. I give him 5 days before he starts to annoy me beyond endurance. I give myself 10 before I'm climbing the walls from lack of external stimulation. This is going to be the longest month of my life. She closed her notebook and stared at the ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of another person moving around in the bathroom. 30 days suddenly seemed like an eternity. What Brianna didn't write down, what she barely admitted to herself, was the unsettling feeling that had taken root from the moment she'd met Kevin's gaze. It wasn't the irritation she'd been expecting, or even the professional curiosity she'd prepared for. It was the disturbing sense that for the first time in years, someone was actually seeing her. By day 5, Brianna had established a routine designed to minimize interaction. Early morning runs on the trails surrounding the cabin, followed by coffee and reading on the deck while Kevin meditated indoors. Afternoons were spent writing in her room or exploring the property's boundaries, carefully timing her kitchen appearances to avoid meal overlap. It was, she told herself, a strategic approach to maintain objectivity for her article. It had nothing to do with the discomfort she felt whenever Kevin's perceptive gaze lingered on her a moment too long. "You're very committed to avoiding me," Kevin observed on the morning of day 6, catching her as she returned from her run. He stood in the kitchen, methodically slicing fruit for his breakfast. "Which is impressive considering we're the only 2 people for at least 20 miles. Brianna grabbed a water bottle from the refrigerator. "I'm not avoiding you. I'm respecting your space." "Is that what you call pretending to be asleep when I make dinner? Then sneaking out to eat after I've gone to bed?" His tone wasn't accusatory, merely curious, which somehow made it worse. "I'm a night owl," she deflected. "You're a journalist," he replied simply, placing a slice of mango in his mouth. Brianna froze. "Excuse me?" "You're a journalist," he repeated, "not a marketing executive like your profile claims." The careful distance she'd maintained collapsed in an instant. "How did you—" "I recognized your name," he said. "You wrote that series on tech companies exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in their users. It was excellent work, very thorough." Brianna's mind raced. Her cover was blown, and with it, potentially her entire investigation. "Are you going to report me?" Kevin considered the question while arranging his fruit in a precise pattern on his plate. "That depends. Are you here to do a hatchet job, or are you genuinely investigating whether our compatibility is manufactured? The distinction surprised her. Does it matter? Either way, I'm not the perfect match your algorithms promised. Actually, he said, pushing a plate of fruit toward her, the fact that you're skeptical enough to investigate makes you exactly who my profile indicated I'd be compatible with. Someone who questions systems rather than blindly accepting them. He smiled slightly. Though perhaps the scientist didn't anticipate quite this level of skepticism. Brianna reluctantly took a piece of mango. So you're not here looking for true love? I'm a researcher, Brianna. I'm interested in whether emotional connection can be predicted and facilitated through controlled environmental factors. The experiment's premise, two strangers becoming intimately connected through isolation and structured interaction, is essentially a condensed version of how most relationships historically developed, before technology gave us the illusion of unlimited choice. She studied him, searching for signs of deception. You're not angry that I lied? Would being angry change the fact that we're still stuck here together for the next 24 days? He pushed a folder across the counter toward her. Besides, I think you'll find this more interesting than my emotional state. Inside the folder was a series of daily questions and exercises labelled Intimacy Development Protocol. What's this? She asked. Today's arrived in the communication box this morning. Apparently we're supposed to complete these together each day. Structured conversations designed to accelerate emotional bonding. Brianna flipped through the pages with growing suspicion. Like the 36 questions that supposedly make people fall in love, this is manipulation, not science. It's an accelerated version of the getting to know you phase, Kevin corrected, and it's entirely optional. We can ignore it and continue our mutual avoidance strategy for the remaining 2 days. But you don't want to ignore it. I came here to participate in an experiment, he said simply, not to stare at my bedroom ceiling for a month. Later that afternoon, they sat facing each other on the deck, the intimacy questions between them like a ticking bomb. This is ridiculous, Brianna said, reading the first question. What would constitute a perfect day for you? It's like a bad first date. Kevin leaned back in his chair. You're overthinking it. Just answer the question. Fine, she said, crossing her arms. A perfect day would be breaking a major story that exposes corporate malfeasance and actually leads to systemic change, instead of a 2-day news cycle followed by collective amnesia. Specific and cynical, he noted, but I suspect that's your professional perfect day. What about personally? The question caught her off guard. I don't separate the two. Everyone separates the two, he countered. Even workaholics have personal desires. Brianna felt a flash of irritation at his presumption. Fine, a cabin by a lake, thunderstorm, good book, no cell reception, no people expecting things from me. She raised her chin slightly. Your turn. Kevin considered the question with what seemed like genuine thought. Morning hike to watch the sunrise, afternoon spent helping someone work through a breakthrough in therapy, evening conversation with someone who challenges my thinking, rain on a tin roof while falling asleep. He looked directly at her. Not so different from yours, actually. Except your perfect day includes other people. Just specific ones, he clarified. Quality over quantity. They moved through the questions from innocuous preferences to more probing inquiries about family relationships and formative experiences. To Brianna's surprise, the conversation flowed with unexpected ease. Kevin answered each question thoughtfully, but without the performative vulnerability she'd anticipated. When they reached the question about their greatest fears, however, Brianna hesitated. Skip it if you want, Kevin offered, noticing her discomfort. No, she said, surprising herself. That would defeat the purpose of the exercise, wouldn't it? She took a breath. My greatest fear is discovering that everything I've built my identity around is meaningless. That all the sacrifices I've made for my career, The relationships I've sidelined, the personal life I've postponed, were for nothing. The admission hung in the air between them, more honest than she'd intended. "Your turn," she said quickly, before he could respond. Kevin was quiet for a moment. "That I'll spend my professional life helping others form meaningful connections while being fundamentally incapable of maintaining one myself." The vulnerability in his answer created a sudden shift in the atmosphere between them. "Is that why you're here?" she asked softly. "To prove you can connect?" "Perhaps," he admitted, "or to confirm my suspicion that I can't." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We all have our investigations, Brianna." As the sun began to set, painting the surrounding forest in shades of gold and amber, they completed the final question. "If you could know one thing about your future, what would it be?" "Whether anything I do actually matters," Brianna answered, without hesitation. Kevin studied her face in the fading light. "Everything matters, Brianna, just rarely in the ways we anticipate." "That's not an answer to the question," she pointed out. "I'd want to know if I find peace with my contradictions," he said after a moment. The desire for connection, battling with the need for solitude. The urge to understand others, fighting with the fear of being truly understood. As darkness fell and they moved inside, something fundamental had shifted between them. They prepared dinner together in a comfortable silence that felt entirely different from the awkward avoidance of previous days. Later, as Brianna updated her notebook, she found herself struggling to maintain her detached tone. Day 6. The structured interaction questions are clearly designed to accelerate artificial intimacy. The problem is they work. Kay revealed vulnerabilities that seemed genuine. Though I can't rule out strategic disclosure, the more concerning development is my own unexpected candor. Need to re-establish professional boundaries tomorrow. Additional observation. Kay knows I'm investigating the experiment but hasn't reported me. Either he's confident the experience will change my mind or he has his own agenda I haven't identified yet. Either possibility is unsettling. She closed her notebook and listened to the sounds of Kevin moving around in the kitchen, cleaning up after their dinner. For the first time since arriving, the thought of 24 more days no longer felt like a sentence to be endured. It felt like an investigation whose outcome she could no longer confidently predict. By the end of the second week, the rhythms of their coexistence had evolved into something unexpectedly comfortable. Mornings still began with Brianna's runs, but now Kevin joined her occasionally, matching her pace without conversation, a shared silence that somehow felt more intimate than words. Meals became collaborative efforts, their kitchen dance growing more synchronized as they learned each other's movements. Evenings were spent completing the intimacy exercises, followed by discussions that often stretched late into the night. "Today's challenge is different," Kevin announced on the morning of day 15, examining the contents of the communication box. Instead of the usual question cards, there was a single envelope containing 2 blindfolds and instructions. "Absolutely not," Brianna said when he explained the exercise. 20 minutes of silent, sightless mirroring, following each other's movements, using only touch as guidance. "Afraid?" Kevin asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Suspicious," she corrected. "This isn't about compatibility. It's manufacturing artificial intimacy through controlled vulnerability." "Isn't that essentially what dating is?" he countered. "A series of increasingly vulnerable exchanges to determine compatibility?" "Dating gives you the choice to walk away between exchanges," she pointed out. "This experiment removes that choice." Kevin considered this. "We can modify it. 5 minutes instead of 20, and either of us can stop at any point." "Why are you so committed to these exercises?" Brianna asked. He was quiet for a moment. "'Cause I study connection theoretically but rarely experience it personally. Professional curiosity, if nothing else." Something in his honest admission disarmed her. "Fine, 5 minutes, but I'm documenting this as manipulation in my article." "Duly noted." he said with the hint of a smile. They stood facing each other in the living room, furniture pushed aside to create space. The blindfolds lay on the coffee table between them, a boundary neither had yet crossed. "Ready?" Kevin asked. Brianna nodded, trying to ignore the flutter of anticipation in her stomach as she lifted her blindfold. The world went dark, heightening her other senses. The sound of Kevin's breathing, the scent of his soap, the subtle shift in air pressure as he moved closer. "Hands up, palms forward," he instructed softly. She complied, feeling vulnerable and slightly ridiculous until her palms met his, warm, steady, and slightly larger than her own. The simple contact sent an unexpected current through her. "I'll lead first," he said, his voice closer now. "Just follow the pressure." He began with simple movements, hands up, down, outward, which Brianna followed easily. As the minutes passed, the movements became more complex. Circles, waves, one hand leading, while the other followed a different pattern. Without sight, their entire focus narrowed to the points where their palms connected. "Your turn to lead," Kevin murmured after what felt like both seconds and hours. Brianna initiated a pattern, marvelling at how quickly he adapted to her rhythm. There was something oddly exhilarating about the wordless communication, the way their bodies learned each other without visual cues. When Kevin suggested they try mirroring without hand contact, just sensing each other's movements through the air between them, Brianna knew they had far exceeded the 5-minute limit but couldn't bring herself to stop. The exercise had transcended its artificial constraints, becoming something else entirely. A conversation without words, a negotiation of space and energy that felt strangely profound. The timer's unexpected beep startled them both. For a moment, neither moved to remove their blindfolds. "That was," Brianna began, but words felt inadequate. "I know," Kevin replied simply. When they finally removed the blindfolds, blinking in the sudden light, Brianna was struck by the intensity in Kevin's eyes, a mixture of vulnerability and something deeper that made her look away first. "Well," she said, striving for a lightness she didn't feel, "I can see why they included that one in the manipulation protocol." "Is that what you experience?" he asked. "Manipulation?" The question hung between them, demanding a level of honesty she wasn't prepared to give. "I experienced an exercise designed to create artificial intimacy," she said carefully. "And did it?" Brianna met his gaze. "Would admitting that it did validate your theory or undermine my skepticism?" A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Both, perhaps." That night, a sudden mountain storm brought winds that howled through the trees and rain that pounded against the cabin's metal roof. The lights flickered once, twice, and then plunged them into darkness. "Perfect," Brianna muttered, fumbling for her phone to use as a flashlight. "Emergency kit should be in the kitchen," Kevin called from somewhere across the room. They converged at the kitchen island, the beams of their phone flashlights dancing across the countertops as they searched for candles or lanterns. "Found it," Kevin announced, pulling a box from beneath the sink. Inside were emergency candles, matches, a hand-crank radio, and several foil emergency blankets. As they placed candles around the living room, the space transformed, shadows danced on the walls, and the howling wind outside made the cabin feel smaller, more intimate. They settled on opposite ends of the couch, an emergency blanket wrapped around each of them. "At least it's not cold," Brianna observed, watching the candle flames flicker with each draft. "Wine?" Kevin suggested, holding up a bottle they'd left unopened since arrival. "Seems like the appropriate response to a power outage." 2 glasses in, Brianna found herself relaxing into the strange intimacy of the moment. The storm outside, the dancing candlelight, the absence of technological distractions, it created a pocket universe where normal rules felt suspended. "Truth or dare," Kevin suggested, a playful glint in his eye that the candlelight accentuated. Brianna laughed. What are we, teenagers? Sometimes regression is psychologically beneficial, he replied, with mock seriousness. Truth or dare, Fitzgerald? Truth, she said, surprising herself. The wine had softened her edges just enough to make the game seem harmless. Why journalism, he asked. What drew you to exposing truths rather than creating them? It wasn't the light question she'd expected. My father was a marketing executive, she said after a moment. Brilliant at crafting narratives that made people want things they didn't need. I grew up watching him spin mediocre products into must-have items, and I hated how easily people believed the stories he told. She took another sip of wine. I guess I wanted to be the opposite, to strip away the stories people sell and find what's actually beneath them. Kevin nodded, his expression thoughtful. And what about you, truth or dare? Truth, he said. Earlier you said you rarely experience connection personally. Why is that for someone whose entire career is built around understanding human relationships? The question lingered in the candle-lit space between them. For a moment, she thought he might deflect. The same reason surgeons rarely operate on family members, he finally said. Emotional proximity clouds clinical judgment. I can map the attachment patterns of strangers with clinical precision, but in my own relationships, he paused, swirling the wine in his glass. Let's just say it's easier to analyze connection than to sustain it. That sounds lonely, Brianna said softly. Says the woman who listed no people as part of her perfect day, he countered with a gentle smile. Touché. She raised her glass in acknowledgement. Maybe we're both hiding from the same thing, just from opposite directions. And what would that be? He asked. The terror of being truly seen, she said, the words emerging from someplace deeper than conscious thought. You from the inside, me from the outside. The candlelight caught the surprise in his eyes, surprise that quickly shifted to something more complex, more dangerous. Truth or dare, Brianna? He asked, his voice lower now. Dare, she said, suddenly unwilling to risk another truth. Kevin placed his wine glass on the coffee table and leaned forward slightly. I dare you to stop documenting this experience as an investigation for 5 minutes. To be fully present, without filtering what happens through the lens of your article. How would you even know if I did that? She challenged. I wouldn't, he admitted, but you would. The simplicity of his answer disarmed her. Without her reporter's perspective, the mental notepad where she recorded observations, formulated analyses, maintained critical distance, what would be left? Just her, just him, just whatever was happening between them in this candle-lit bubble, while the storm raged outside. 5 minutes, she agreed, placing her own glass beside his. She didn't know who moved first. Perhaps they both did, the space between them dissolving as naturally as breath. His lips found hers with a gentleness that quickly gave way to something more urgent, years of carefully constructed distance collapsing in the span of heartbeats. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and stunned, Brianna knew something fundamental had shifted. The careful scaffolding of her investigation, her skepticism, her emotional detachment, all of it had been exposed as the flimsy protection it was. I think, Kevin said quietly, his forehead resting against hers, that was significantly longer than 5 minutes. Later, in the darkness of her room, Brianna stared at the ceiling, listening to the storm gradually subside. She didn't reach for her notebook. For the first time since the experiment began, she allowed herself to experience the moment without analysing it, without extracting its journalistic value, without armouring herself against its implications. And in that unguarded moment, she recognised the fear that had been growing alongside the connection. Fear that perhaps the experiment wasn't a fraud after all, that perhaps the compatibility they'd measured was real, and if that was true, what else might be? The kiss changed everything and nothing. They didn't speak of it the next morning, yet it hung between them like an unspoken question, altering the gravity of every interaction. Their daily routines continued, the shared meals, the evening exercises, but now charged with an awareness that made even passing in the hallway feel significant. On day 21, Brianna woke to find Kevin already gone on a morning hike. In the kitchen, she discovered a note indicating he'd be back by noon, along with freshly brewed coffee and sliced fruit arranged in a pattern that mirrored how she always prepared her breakfast. The thoughtfulness of the gesture sent an uncomfortable warmth through her chest. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to feel this tug of attachment to a man who was, ultimately, a research subject in her investigation. Needing to reorient herself, Brianna retrieved her notebook, neglected in the days since the power outage, and forced herself to document recent developments with professional detachment. Day 21. Notable shift in subject dynamics following isolation-intensified physical proximity event. Reduced power outage leading to decreased inhibition. Important to note that environmental manipulation continues to be a significant factor in manufacturing false intimacy. Subject K demonstrates increasing investment in experiment outcomes. Personal boundaries must be reinforced to maintain investigative integrity. She stared at the words, recognizing their defensive tone. Who was she trying to convince? Her readers or herself? When Kevin returned from his hike, Brianna had retreated to the deck with a book she wasn't actually reading. She sensed rather than saw him approach, her body attuned to his presence in a way that both thrilled and unnerved her. "I brought something back for you," he said, placing a perfect pine cone beside her. "Thought it might make a nice souvenir of your time in captivity." The gesture was simple, thoughtful, and it cracked something in her chest. "We need to talk about what happened," she said, closing her book. Kevin settled into the chair beside her. "Which part? The kiss, or what it might mean?" "Both," she admitted. "This situation, it's not real, Kevin. It's a pressure cooker designed to force an artificial connection. 2 more weeks and we return to our real lives." "And you think what we're experiencing isn't transferable to those real lives?" he asked, no defensiveness in his tone, just genuine curiosity. "I think it's manufactured, she said, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. The isolation, the forced proximity, the carefully designed exercises, it's all creating a simulated intimacy that wouldn't exist under normal circumstances. Most relationships begin in artificial environments, he pointed out. Curated dating profiles, choreographed first dates, alcohol-lowered inhibitions. The difference is merely the degree of control and the transparency about the purpose. "Don't psychoanalyze me," Brianna said, a flash of irritation cutting through her confusion. "This whole setup, it's manipulation disguised as science." Kevin was quiet for a moment. "You're scared," he finally said, not unkindly. "Not of the experiment manipulating you, but of the possibility that what you're feeling might be genuine despite the experimental conditions." The accuracy of his assessment felt like a physical blow. "You don't know what I'm feeling." "No," he agreed, "but I recognize the pattern. The closer we get to something real, the harder you work to discredit it. It's a protective mechanism I understand intimately, because I've spent years doing the same thing from the opposite direction, intellectualizing emotional connections until they become safe, clinical, and ultimately meaningless." His honesty disarmed her anger. "What do you want from me, Kevin?" "Just acknowledgement that whatever is happening between us deserves to be explored rather than dismissed," he said, "even if it began in an artificial environment, even if it might not survive outside of it." Before she could respond, the communication box chimed, signaling the arrival of the day's exercise. Kevin retrieved the envelope and opened it, his expression changing as he read the instructions. "What is it?" Brianna asked. "Today's exercise is called Truth and Consequences," he said. passing her the card. We each write down a truth we haven't shared yet, then discuss the potential consequences of that truth for our compatibility. Convenient timing, Brianna muttered. They retreated to separate areas to write their truths, agreeing to meet in the living room in 20 minutes. Brianna stared at her blank card, wrestling with what to reveal. The obvious truth, that she was developing feelings that contradicted her professional skepticism, felt too vulnerable. Instead, she wrote something equally true but less exposing. I'm afraid of discovering that everything I believe about human connection is wrong. When they reconvened, Kevin suggested they exchange cards rather than reading their own truths aloud. Brianna's heart stuttered as she read his card. I've known from the beginning that you were investigating Synapse's methods because I consulted on the development of their compatibility algorithms before agreeing to participate as a subject. The words hit her like a physical blow. She looked up to find Kevin watching her reaction carefully. You helped design this experiment? She asked, her voice barely controlled. I contributed to the psychological assessment profiles they use for matching, he clarified. I wasn't involved in designing the isolation protocol or the daily exercises. But you knew. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. You knew exactly what was happening all along, while I thought... She stopped, unwilling to articulate what she'd begun to believe. While you thought what? He pressed gently. It doesn't matter, she said, standing abruptly. This proves my point exactly. This entire connection has been manufactured. You had insider knowledge of the psychological levers being pulled, the vulnerabilities being targeted. You were never just another subject. Brianna, he said, his voice steady, my involvement with the algorithm development doesn't change what's happened between us. If anything, it makes it more significant. The algorithms identified our potential compatibility, but everything that has developed has been genuine. Knowing the science behind attraction doesn't make attraction less real when you experience it. No, she said, backing away. This changes everything. You let me believe we were equals in this experiment, but you had information I didn't. You watched me open up, become vulnerable, while knowing exactly how the process was designed to work. The hurt in her voice surprised even her. Was any of it real, or was I just another data point for your research? All of it was real, he insisted, standing now too. Yes, I understood the theoretical framework, but I had no more control over my responses than you did over yours. The compatibility they measure between us, it's unprecedented in their research. That's why I agreed to participate. I wanted to know if algorithms could actually predict emotional connection, and the only way to know was to experience it myself. How convenient that your research subject was someone actively trying to expose the company you consulted for, Brianna said bitterly. Did they know I was a journalist when they matched us? Was that part of your perfect compatibility profile, the skeptic and the believer? I didn't know who my match would be until the day we met, Kevin said, a hint of frustration finally breaking through his composure. And yes, the fact that you question everything while I look for patterns that validate connection, that's precisely why we were matched. Complementary cognitive approaches, similar core values, different external manifestations. Brianna felt the floor shifting beneath her. Everything she'd begun to feel recategorized as manipulation, data collection, experimental validation. I need some air, she said, heading for the door. Brianna, please, and Kevin called after her. Running away doesn't change what's happened between us. She paused at the door, not turning around. What's happened is exactly what your algorithm predicted would happen. Congratulations on your successful experiment, Dr. Jones. Outside, Brianna followed the trail into the forest, walking until the cabin was no longer visible. She found a boulder overlooking the valley and sat, trying to untangle the knot of emotions choking her. The betrayal wasn't that Kevin had helped develop the algorithms. It was that he'd allowed her to believe their connection was developing organically when he'd had a map all along. Every moment of vulnerability, every scene, every tentative step toward trust, all of it now felt like data being collected. rather than intimacy being built. Yet beneath the anger was a more terrifying realization. Despite knowing the truth, despite recognizing the manipulation, she still felt drawn to him, still missed his presence even as she fled from it, still wondered what might have been if they'd met in the real world, without experimental parameters and hidden agendas. That evening, Brianna returned to the cabin to find it empty, a note on the kitchen counter informing her that Kevin had gone for his own walk to clear his head. For the first time in weeks, she ate dinner alone, the silence of the cabin oppressive rather than peaceful. She was already in bed when she heard him return, his footsteps pausing briefly outside her door before continuing to his room. The urge to go to him, to continue their conversation, was almost overwhelming, but pride and hurt kept her behind her closed door, staring at the ceiling until exhaustion finally pulled her into restless sleep. The next morning they moved around each other like ghosts, the easy rhythm of previous days shattered. Kevin made breakfast for both of them as usual, but they ate in silence, the weight of unspoken words filling the space between them. It was Kevin who finally broke the silence on the evening of day 23. "We have a week left," he said quietly, as they sat on opposite ends of the couch, pretending to read. "Do we really want to spend it punishing each other?" "I'm not punishing you," Brianna replied, not looking up from her book. "I'm processing the fact that our entire interaction has been built on uneven ground." "Has it?" he challenged gently. "I knew about the compatibility algorithms, yes, but I had no more insight into who you truly are than you had into me. I didn't know you'd make me laugh with your dry observations about classic literature. I didn't know you'd challenge my theoretical frameworks with practical counterexamples. I didn't know that watching you lost in thought while staring at the mountains would become my favourite part of each day." He paused, his voice softening. "The science might have predicted our compatibility, Brianna, but it couldn't predict how it would feel to experience it." Something in his quiet vulnerability cracked her defences. "I need to know something," she said, finally looking at him. "Was any of this real for you, or was it all just professional curiosity?" "It started as curiosity," he admitted, "but it became something else entirely, something I wasn't prepared for despite all my theoretical knowledge." He met her gaze directly. "I've spent my career studying connection from a safe distance. With you, for the first time, I don't want the distance. That terrifies me as much as it terrifies you." The honesty in his eyes dismantled the last of her anger, leaving only the confusion and longing beneath it. "I don't know how to separate what's real from what's been manufactured anymore," she confessed. "How much of what I'm feeling is just a response to the conditions we've been placed in?" "Does it matter?" he asked. "Most relationships begin in artificial environments. Bars where alcohol lowers inhibitions, dating apps that curate our presentations of self, workplaces that force proximity. The circumstances that bring people together are always somewhat constructed. What matters is what happens within those circumstances." "That's easy for you to say," she countered. "You weren't the one left in the dark." "Wasn't I?" A flash of genuine hurt crossed his face. "I might have known about the compatibility framework, but I had no idea how it would feel to actually experience it. All my theoretical knowledge couldn't prepare me for..." He hesitated. "You." The sincerity in his voice made something twist in her chest. She wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that what had developed between them transcended the experimental conditions that had brought them together. "I need time," she finally said. "We have 7 days," he reminded her gently, "and then we go back to our separate lives, unless we choose otherwise." The choice hung between them, weighted with possibilities neither was ready to articulate. The final week passed in a strange limbo of cautious reconnection. Without discussing it explicitly, they abandoned the formal exercises, instead creating their own rituals, morning hikes that wound through the forest surrounding the cabin, collaborative cooking experiments that often ended in laughter, evening conversations that stretched late into the night, gradually rebuilding the bridge between them. On day 28, with just 48 hours remaining in their isolation, they sat on the deck watching the sunset paint the mountains in hues of gold and crimson. "What will you write?" Kevin asked, breaking a comfortable silence. "In your article about the experiment." Brianna had been asking herself the same question for days. The exposé she'd planned had evolved alongside her feelings, becoming more complex, more nuanced. "The truth," she said finally, "that Synapse has created something that works, but perhaps not in the way they intended. They're selling certainty, algorithmic destiny, but what they've actually created is an opportunity for something authentic to develop in a world that rarely allows for it." "And what about us?" he asked, the question she'd been both anticipating and dreading. "Does what happened here stay here?" Brianna turned to face him fully. "What do you want, Kevin? When we leave this place and return to our real lives, I want to know if what we found survives outside these walls," he said simply. "I want the chance to discover you in the context of everyday life, morning commutes and work stress and all the mundane realities we've been sheltered from here. I want to know if the connection holds when it's not the only option available." His honesty both thrilled and terrified her. "And if it doesn't? Then we'll have learned something valuable about the nature of connection," he said. "But I think that's a hypothesis worth testing, don't you?" Brianna felt the familiar tug of resistance, the instinct to protect herself from potential disappointment, to maintain critical distance. But beneath it was something stronger, the desire to know if what they'd found could be real beyond the experimental conditions that had brought them together. "One condition," she said. "Complete honesty, from this point forward. No more withheld information, no more professional detachment. If we're going to try this in the real world, we do it as equals." "Agreed," he said, reaching out to take her hand, his touch sending the now familiar current through her. "Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at returning text messages, and I work too much." She laughed. "I leave dirty dishes in the sink, and I get obsessed with stories to the exclusion of everything else." "It's compatible to me," he said with a grin that made her heart skip. On their final night in the cabin, they sat before the fireplace, a bottle of wine between them, talking about what awaited them beyond tomorrow, her apartment in the city, his house in the suburbs, their respective careers that had been on hold for a month. "Are you nervous?" he asked, watching her profile in the firelight. "Terrified," she admitted. "What if it all falls apart the minute we step back into reality?" "What if it doesn't?" he countered. "What if the connection strengthens? What if we discover that what began as an experiment becomes the most authentic thing either of us has ever experienced?" The hope in his voice made her chest ache with possibility. She leaned against him, his arm coming around her shoulders as naturally as breathing. "There's something I've been meaning to give you," he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small envelope. "I was going to wait until tomorrow, but now seems right." Inside the envelope was a single note card, identical to those used in their daily exercises. On it, he'd written a final question. "If you could know one thing with absolute certainty about us, what would it be?" Brianna felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. "Whether this is real," she answered without hesitation, "whether what I'm feeling is genuine connection or just a perfect scientific construct." Kevin took her face in his hands, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "Science can create the conditions for connection, Brianna, but it can't manufacture the feeling itself. That part, the part that matters most, that's all us." When he kissed her, it felt different from their first kiss during the storm. Not desperate or urgent, but certain, a calm acknowledgement of something true they'd discovered together. The next morning, as they packed their belongings and prepared for the return journey, Brianna found herself lingering in each room of the cabin, memorizing details, The view from the kitchen window, the way sunlight filtered through the pine trees onto the deck, the sound of the wind in the eaves. "Having second thoughts?" Kevin asked, finding her, staring out at the mountains one last time. "Just making memories," she said, "in case we need them." "We won't," he said with a certainty that made her smile. "This isn't an ending, Brianna. It's a hypothesis waiting to be tested in a new environment." When the Synapse representatives arrived to collect them, Chen handed each of them an envelope containing their compensation checks and final paperwork. "Congratulations on completing the program," she said, her professional smile revealing nothing about whether their experience had met the company's expectations. "Our follow-up team will contact you in 30 days for your post-experiment assessment." As they drove away from the cabin, Brianna watched it disappear around a bend in the road, a strange mix of emotions swirling within her. Nostalgia for the bubble they were leaving, anxiety about the uncertainties ahead. But beneath it all, a quiet hope that what they'd discovered might be even stronger in the light of everyday reality. "So," Kevin said as they neared the city, the skyline appearing in the distance like a mirage. "Your place or mine?" Brianna laughed, the tension breaking. "Let's start with coffee," she suggested, "in a very public place, with Wi-Fi and strangers and all the distractions of the real world. A controlled experiment in maintained connection despite environmental interference," he said, nodding seriously. "Excellent scientific approach." "And afterward?" she asked, surprising herself with the question. Kevin reached across the seat to take her hand, his touch as electric as the first time. "Afterward, we make it up as we go along. No protocol, no structured exercises. Just us figuring it out together." "That sounds..." Brianna searched for the word. "Terrifying," he suggested with a smile. "Perfect," she corrected, squeezing his hand. "Absolutely perfect." 6 months later, Brianna sat at her desk staring at the final draft of her article on the screen before her. What had begun as an exposé had evolved into something more complex. An examination of connection in the digital age, the tension between scientific certainty and emotional authenticity, and the surprising discovery that sometimes even the most skeptical hearts could be opened under the right conditions. Her editor had loved it, calling it her most nuanced work yet. The personal equation inside the science of engineered connection would run as next month's cover story. Her phone buzzed with a text from Kevin. "Just got out of a session. Dinner at that new place tonight? I have news." She smiled, typing back a quick confirmation before returning to her article. The past 6 months had been a continuous experiment in their own right, discovering each other in the context of real life, navigating the complications of careers and friends and everyday stresses. There had been arguments and adjustments, moments of doubt and surprising discoveries. But beneath it all, the connection had not only endured, it had deepened, becoming more textured, more authentic than anything she'd experienced before. That evening, as they sat across from each other at dinner, Kevin slid a small box across the table. "What's this?" Brianna asked, eyeing it suspiciously. "Open it," he urged, an unusual nervousness in his expression. Side was not what she expected, not a ring, but a key. "The lease on my house is up next month," he explained, "and that 2-bedroom in Chelsea we looked at is available. I thought maybe we could run a new experiment in cohabitation, voluntary this time." Brianna felt a smile spreading across her face. "Any structured exercises I should know about?" "Just one," he said, reaching across the table to take her hand. "Choose each other every day, not because an algorithm says we're compatible, but because we want to be." "I can work with that," she said, closing her fingers around the key. "Though I should warn you, my dirty dish situation hasn't improved." "Neither has my work schedule," he countered with a grin, "but I'm willing to test the hypothesis that we're better together than apart." Later that night, as they walked home hand in hand through the city streets, Brianna reflected on the strange path that had brought them together. a skeptical journalist and a theoretical psychologist, thrown together in an experimental setting designed to manufacture connection. What neither Synapse nor its algorithms could have predicted was that sometimes genuine connection flourished not because of scientific precision, but in spite of it, in the messy, unpredictable spaces where vulnerability met acceptance, where skepticism encountered faith, and where two people who had spent their lives keeping others at a distance found in each other a reason to draw closer. The experiment had ended, but their story was just beginning, undefined by protocols or theories, but written day by day in the language of chosen connection, of love that transcended its origins to become something entirely wonderfully real. The night sky shimmered over Manhattan's skyline, a tapestry of moonlight reflected against the Hudson River. In an unassuming cellar beneath a row of abandoned storefronts, a clandestine jazz club thrived. Its name, the Blue Canary, had no sign out front, just a door guarded by a man who measured each newcomer with a discerning stare. Only the lucky or well-connected gained entry. Inside those walls, a hidden world pulsed with colour, music, and a longing for escape that danced between every note of the brass. At the centre of the stage, in a midnight blue gown, stood Lena Rose. Her voice slid across the smoky air like silk. No one would guess that by day, she was actually Lillian Carter, heiress to one of New York's mightiest industrial fortunes. She had known from a young age that she was destined for an arranged, glittering, and possibly loveless marriage, but she never imagined she would find her true self in the city's underbelly. Here, in this secret sanctuary, she felt free. That evening, the trumpet's mellow tune began to fade. Lillian ended her serenade on a note that lingered, sweet and longing. Applause erupted, wild, unrestrained. The patrons, a mix of flappers with bobbed hair and men in pinstriped suits, whistled and cheered. Among them was a man whose applause was softer but somehow more arresting than all the rest. His name was James Blackwood, and to the casual observer, he was just another suave patron with a taste for bootleg whiskey. He wore a sleek charcoal overcoat that offset his broad shoulders, and his dark hair, pomaded neatly, caught the lamplight. But there was an intensity in his eyes, a depth that spoke of more than mere admiration for a sultry jazz singer. On paper, James was a businessman said to be scouting investments in new entertainment ventures. In truth, he was an undercover agent for the Bureau of Prohibition, assigned to track the flow of illegal liquor. He didn't yet know that the Blue Canary was a crucial puzzle piece for more than just the bootlegging trade. Rumours whispered that the club provided a neutral meeting ground for rival gangsters, renegade aristocrats and dreamers like Lillian, all seeking something money alone couldn't buy. When the music concluded, Lillian took a small bow and backed away from the spotlight. Her heart thrummed with exhilaration. She had braved it again, stepping on stage, feeling the hush of the room and the rapt attention of souls yearning for her voice to transport them away from daily cares. Singing was the only time she felt both vulnerable and invincible in equal measure. She stepped behind a curtained alcove where a makeshift dressing table waited. As she dabbed sweat from her brow, a presence behind her made her pause. Before she could spin around, she caught the faint reflection of James in her mirror. He hovered politely, respectfully outside the alcove's boundary, as if uncertain whether to approach. "Miss Lena Rose," he greeted softly, voice low as velvet. "I just wanted to say that was exquisite. Like nothing I've heard before." Her pulse quivered. She had performed for a year now under this alias, seeing many admirers come and go, but something about this man's voice made her stomach clench in a delightful, disconcerting way. She glanced over her shoulder, meeting dark eyes that seemed far too perceptive. "Thank you," she managed, still short of breath from the performance. In the club's warm lamplight, She noticed the hint of stubble on his jaw, a purposeful sort of dishevelment. His posture was poised, quietly confident. No brash swagger like the gangsters, nor the timid nervousness of first-time visitors. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." He hesitated, then offered a small private smile. "I don't mean to intrude. I realise performers often need space after a show." For a moment she forgot the swirl of the club around them. The hush of the curtain gave them a sense of being alone, despite the thrumming pulse of the crowd just feet away. His expression was earnest. She sensed he rarely gave compliments offhand. "You're not intruding," Lillian said more softly. "I've gotten used to hearing you sing well from people who don't really care about what they're saying, but your words feel different." A spark flashed in James's gaze. "I mean every word," he said. Then, as if remembering some internal rule he had set for himself, he inclined his head and took a step backward. "Have a pleasant evening, Miss Lena Rose." She watched him retreat into the crowd, her heart dancing. It was a moment of pure curiosity, nothing more, she told herself. People came to the Blue Canary for reasons as varied as their backgrounds. Perhaps he was simply a man who appreciated good music, but something told her there was more to him. Back at her family's grand estate, the real world of Lillian Carter yawned before her. She slipped past the staff entrance near midnight, shoes in hand to stay quiet. Each ornate corridor reflected generations of wealth, from the gilded frames on the walls to the marble busts of Carter ancestors, all glaring down with disapproval. It was a prison masquerading as a palace. She tiptoed to her bedroom, her mind filled with images from the evening. She found herself humming the tune she'd performed earlier. Then she caught her reflection in the vanity mirror, an image so drastically different from Lena Rose. The transformation was thorough. The stage persona wore lush lipstick, eyelashes darkened with kohl, and gowns that showcased confidence. Lillian Carter, in her formal day attire, was more subdued, groomed to be the picture of polite society. The next morning she endured breakfast under the watchful eyes of her parents. Gordon Carter, her father, was a titan in the steel industry. He looked up from his newspaper, an imposing figure with iron-grey hair and a clipped tone. "Lillian, your mother and I have been discussing the Harlow Gala next week. We expect you to attend with Clarence Fitzroy. The family is hoping to finalise your engagement soon." Lillian's mother, a genteel woman with meticulously coiffed hair, nodded in agreement. "We don't want to rush you, dear," she said, though her voice betrayed eagerness. "But these alliances are best made quickly. Clarence is suitable." Small rebellion flared inside Lillian. She'd met Clarence. They'd conversed politely once. He had seemed more interested in his own reflection in a spoon than in her. "Yes, mother," she murmured, schooling her features into a look of compliance. She knew that the slightest deviation would arouse suspicion. She couldn't risk them discovering her nightly escapes to the Blue Canary. Meanwhile, James Blackwood stood in his modest rented apartment, the hush of morning light filtering through worn blinds. Files and notes on the table reminded him of his mission. He read through coded memos from the bureau. He needed to trace the money funneling into the Blue Canary. Someone powerful was backing the place, and rumours suggested a deeper criminal network. If his superiors found out he was having second thoughts about shutting it down, he'd be yanked from the case, and that was something he didn't want, especially now that he'd witnessed the club's strange alchemy, the sense of shared belonging it inspired, and especially after seeing Lena Rose on stage. His senior officer had made it clear. "Find the connections to the gangsters. We suspect the owners are smuggling booze from Canada. If you get evidence, we'll shut the place down." James's directive was simple, but the reality grew more complex. Because the Blue Canary, for all its secrecy, felt less like a dangerous hub and more like a refuge, at least from what he had observed so far. Setting his jaw, James forced himself to focus on the facts. He'd go back tonight, talk to the bartenders, see if any recognised him from prior nights. He had to be methodical, inconspicuous. but one face kept drifting to his mind's eye. Lena Rose. Her voice seemed to linger in his ears, the lilt of her last ballad refusing to fade. The memory unsettled him in ways no past undercover assignment ever had. Later that evening, the Blue Canary was alive again, the nightly buzz of laughter, music, and whispered conversation building steadily. Lillian, now transformed into Lena Rose, took the stage once more. Only this time her eyes seemed to roam over the crowd until she found James. He stood near the back, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, an air of both detachment and intent about him. As she began to sing, she poured her soul into every note, allowing the melody to wrap itself around the curiosities, burdens, and silent hopes that had been pent up all day. She couldn't explain it, but in James's quiet presence, she felt seen, and though she tried to fight it, she couldn't ignore a growing sense of connection. When the music stopped, her eyes lingered on him until the house lights dimmed. It was only the second time they'd exchanged words, yet something flickered in that shared glance, an unspoken, precarious bond. Neither of them realized how drastically this invisible tether would shape their fate, or how many secrets buried in the darkness would soon demand the light of day. For Lillian, juggling her double life quickly became an art of juggling two truths. By daylight, she was the obedient daughter, enduring fittings for wedding gowns she loathed, sipping tea with women who believed the greatest tragedy in life was Chip China. By night, she was Lena Rose, star of the Blue Canary. It was a precarious act. A single slip would endanger her secret, and all illusions of freedom would vanish. Weeks passed, and her father's pressure grew relentless. "The engagement must be announced soon," Gordon Carter intoned one evening. "This alliance will strengthen both our families. Fitzroy has valuable business connections." His voice carried the iron finality of a man who built empires without blinking. To an outsider, Lillian's days appeared unremarkable. In truth, she navigated a minefield. The wealthy social circle in which she mingled each afternoon was a viper's nest of gossip. One misstep, one incautious comment, and rumours would bloom like weeds. She often found herself plastering on a serene smile, while her thoughts drifted to dimly lit jazz halls and the hush of a crowd awaiting her voice. Meanwhile, James Blackwood was mapping the labyrinth of connections around the Blue Canary. Most nights he quietly observed from the bar. The bartender, Vic, was a genial sort who often complained about heavy-handed managers looking for bigger profits. "We keep the ambiance refined," Vic insisted. "We're not like those rowdy clubs that cater to mobsters bragging about their hits." Yet James's bureau contact insisted the Blue Canary was entangled in unsavoury deals. He found no shortage of suspicious figures, from sharp-dressed men handing off envelopes in corners to society dames sipping contraband whiskey from porcelain teacups. Still, was that enough to condemn the place? One evening after Lillian's performance, James lingered in the hallway leading to her dressing alcove. The hush of backstage enveloped him in a sense of caution and anticipation. He was about to turn away, worried that confronting her again might blur the lines of his mission, when the curtain parted. They nearly collided, both pausing an inch away from each other. In the muted light, James could see the flush still high on Lillian's cheeks from her intense performance. She inhaled sharply, eyes flashing with surprise. Mr. Blackwood," she said, voice barely above a whisper. She rarely used his name, uncertain whether it might ring a bell in the hush of high society chatter. She'd only overheard it from a passing staff member. He offered a half smile, deeply aware of how close they stood. "I wanted to say hello," he began, "and perhaps apologise if I've seemed aloof." Lillian's initial wariness melted. She recognised something earnest in him. He was as guarded as she was. "It's all right," she said softly. "This place can be overwhelming, especially for newcomers." He studied her, the unspoken question flickering in his eyes. What draws an elegant, talented woman like you to a place so risky? Instead, he said, your singing has a way of revealing truths, almost like a confession wrapped in melody. She felt oddly exposed. Music is the only time I feel free, she admitted. It was an unexpected revelation to share with a near stranger, but something about him made her open up. Their moment crackled with unspoken possibilities, but just as James began to speak again, a commotion from the bar drew their attention. Someone knocked over glasses, curses erupted, and laughter followed. They flinched apart, self-preservation instincts flaring. Lillian shot him a quick, wistful smile before hurrying away into the dressing alcove. That night, James returned to his rented apartment more conflicted than ever. Lillian's vulnerability had rattled him. Could he gather evidence to destroy the Blue Canary when this woman found her only solace here? It wasn't his job to question the law, but the line between right and wrong was growing hazy. When Lillian wasn't performing, she was expected to attend lavish galas, dinners, and parties that paraded her as the Carter heir. One such event was the high society gala hosted by the Harlower family, known for their extravagant taste. The mansion's ballrooms glittered with chandeliers, each crystal droplet refracting light into 1,000 rainbow facets. Lillian arrived on the arm of Clarence Fitzroy, her supposed suitor. His pale eyes flicked around, seeking admiration, while she felt suffocated by his polished arrogance. Strains of classical music filled the air, courtesy of an 8-piece orchestra hired to give the event an air of cultured refinement. Soft chatter formed the background hum as society's elite displayed their finery. Lillian resigned herself to an evening of polite small talk and forced smiles. She drifted through the crowd, greeting faces that blurred into a monotonous swirl of wealthy acquaintances, hardly hearing Clarence's commentary about business prospects. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted him, James Blackwood, wearing a finely cut tuxedo. He was deep in conversation with a group of men discussing investments in new manufacturing technologies. She felt a jolt. What is he doing here? The hush of realization struck her. Perhaps James really was the wealthy investor he claimed to be, or maybe there was another layer to his story. She had no idea just how layered it truly was. Their eyes locked from across the room. In that second, the laughter and tinkling of champagne glasses faded into a dull roar. He excused himself from the group with effortless politeness. She was surprised to feel the sudden gallop of her heart as he approached, ignoring the watchful gaze of Clarence, who stood a step behind her. "Miss Carter," he said, bowing slightly. If he was surprised to discover her real identity, he didn't show it. His composure remained perfect, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of recognition. "Mr. Blackwood," she responded, her practiced social smile masking her inner turmoil. Clarence cleared his throat. "Oh, you've met?" He offered a thin-lipped grin that didn't reach his eyes. He despised competition, even if it wasn't truly competition, yet. James extended his hand. "We were briefly introduced by mutual acquaintances," he lied smoothly. Then he shifted his gaze to Lillian. "Would you care for a dance?" Clarence looked affronted. Lillian, however, seized the opportunity. "I'd love to." She placed her gloved hand in James's. A spark shot through her at the contact, a bold undercurrent that felt both dangerous and exhilarating. They moved to the dance floor, the orchestra's waltz weaving a graceful tapestry around them. James kept a polite distance, but his fingers pressed gently against her waist, guiding her with uncanny familiarity. She felt an inexplicable sense of safety in his arms, despite knowing almost nothing about him. "You're not who you seem," he said softly, voice nearly drowned out by the music. "I saw it in your eyes the moment you sang. There's more to you than this." He gestured with a subtle glance at the bejeweled guests, the gold-laced curtains, the pretentious grandeur. She held his gaze, searching for a response that wouldn't give her away. "I could say the same about you," she finally breathed. "You carry yourself like a man with secrets." Their eyes locked, tension rippling between them. They were both living double lives, but neither voiced the confession pounding beneath their measured words, that each recognized a kindred spirit in the other. The dance ended too soon, and Lillian felt an ache at the thought of returning to Clarence's side. As James led her off the floor, the hush of polite applause followed them. They paused near a marble column. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by none other than Tabitha Harlow, the gala's hostess, a stately woman who believed her gatherings were the pinnacle of New York society. She gushed about Lillian's engagement to Clarence, forcing her to stand there, smiling politely, as an entire future was discussed like a business transaction. James stepped away, eyes unreadable. Later that night, after Lillian endured countless toasts to her bright future, the event finally wound down. She retreated to an empty corridor to catch her breath. As she leaned against the wall, she spotted James in a distant hallway, speaking in hushed tones to a man who handed him a stack of papers. They parted quickly. What was that about, she wondered, her curiosity piqued. But James disappeared into the swirl of departing guests. Within days, that question would become more urgent, because one fateful night at the Blue Canary, an unexpected raid changed everything. It began innocently enough. Lillian was on stage, mid-song, her voice mesmerizing the hushed crowd. Then came the crash of the front door, men in dark suits brandishing badges and firearms. Patrons scrambled in all directions, panic turning the smoky air electric. Bottles shattered, tables overturned, the music died in discordant shrieks. Lillian froze on stage, heart pounding. She saw the agents force themselves behind the bar, searching for evidence of illegal liquor. Club employees scattered, trying to hide contraband. She felt a rush of terror. Was this James's doing? Had he betrayed them? She scanned the chaos, and there he was, James, standing near the entrance with a stricken expression, as though he hadn't known the raid would happen. His eyes met hers, and she sensed a silent plea. "Run!" In that split second, Lillian darted off stage, pushing through the pressing crowd. She clutched her skirt and navigated the dark corridor that led to the alley exit, heart hammering. Shouts and banging footsteps echoed behind her. She nearly collided with crates of bootleg whiskey stacked precariously. A breathless second later, she stumbled onto the moonlit street, the roar of sirens close. She had no choice but to flee into the night, her heart twisted in confusion and dread. Everything was unravelling. How much did James know? If he was truly an agent, then everything, his gentle smile, the stolen moments, was built on deception. But she couldn't think about that now. With her secret identity teetering on the brink of exposure, she had to run. If the authorities discovered Lillian Carter was Lena Rose, her entire life and the Blue Canary would collapse in scandal. The morning sun found Lillian huddled in her bedroom, curtains drawn. She'd barely slept, her mind reeling with questions she had no answers for. She changed into a daytime persona, forced herself to endure a silent breakfast with her parents, and somehow managed to conceal the turmoil beneath a carefully composed face. But in the aftermath of the raid, the city's rumour mill churned at full speed. Whispers that the Blue Canary was now on the Bureau's radar. Speculations about possible arrests and the identities of individuals who had fled. For the first time since she began singing there, Lillian seriously considered the danger she was courting. She finally decided she needed answers. From James. If he really was a federal agent, why had he looked so distraught when the club was raided? Could it be he was merely doing his duty and regretted it? Or had he lost control of his operation? She found him later that week at an unassuming coffee shop near Battery Park, one that the Blue Canary's staff sometimes frequented. He was seated at a corner table, a newspaper spread out before him. She approached quietly, heart thrumming like a hummingbird's wings. He tensed, then glanced up. She sank into the chair across from him. For a moment, neither spoke. The overhead fan spun lazily, swirling the aroma of roasted beans. "You came," he said, voice rough with fatigue. The circles beneath his eyes suggested he hadn't slept much either. She leaned in, keeping her voice low. "I have no idea if I'm in danger, if the club's being shut down, or if I'll be arrested. I need to understand what happened, and I need to know who you really are." James swallowed hard, set aside the paper. There was no easy way to say it. "I'm an agent with the Bureau of Prohibition," he admitted, eyes flicking to see if anyone was listening. "I was assigned to investigate the Blue Canary's liquor supply lines, but I never authorized that raid. Someone higher up decided to move without warning me." His tone was laced with anger, and a touch of something else, perhaps shame. Lillian exhaled, as if a clenched fist in her chest finally released. "So it's true," she whispered. The air seemed to thicken. She felt as though she were teetering on the edge of a precipice. "All this time, you were gathering evidence against the club?" His expression reflected regret. "I started to, yes, but then I realized the Blue Canary isn't a den of hardened criminals. It's more complicated. But the Bureau sees any place serving illegal liquor as fair game. I tried to stall. That night I found out too late that others were planning a raid." She tried to reconcile the sincerity in his gaze with her fear that everything between them had been a ruse. "So every conversation we had was you trying to extract information from me?" She hated how vulnerable her voice sounded. "No," he said, leaning forward. "I didn't even know you were Lillian Carter. I only knew you as Lena Rose, someone whose voice spoke to me in a way no one ever had. I never intended to..." He trailed off, searching for the right words. "I never intended to feel this way." Tension thrummed in the silence that followed. At last Lillian spoke. "I believe you," she whispered, surprising even herself. She felt the weight of her own double life pressing on her. "And I'm not exactly who you thought I was either." James nodded, eyes sober. "Your real identity, if it's discovered." She gave a small bitter smile. "I'm supposed to be engaged soon to a man I don't love, to secure a business alliance from my father. I sang at the Blue Canary to feel alive. Now it seems everything I built there is falling apart." They stared at each other, unspoken sympathy bridging the gaps. Both had worn masks. Both had carved out a secret identity in an unforgiving city. The question remained, could trust or love grow in such precarious soil? That evening, fate dealt another blow. A rival gangster, famously called Scrap Iron Sweeney for the roughness of his fighting style, showed up at Lillian's doorstep. Not literally the Carter mansion, but he cornered her as she slipped into a side street after an afternoon shopping trip. She recognized him vaguely from the Blue Canary's back tables, a man with a scar slashing across his cheek, rumoured to have connections to arms dealing as well as bootlegging. "You're the fancy songbird from the Canary," he sneered, voice hoarse. "Word on the street says the Bureau's got eyes on that club. Maybe you know more than you let on." Fear spiked in Lillian's veins, but she forced herself to remain calm. "You have the wrong person," she said, tilting her chin up. Sweeney's smirk revealed yellowed teeth. "Don't play coy. I heard rumours you're some kind of heiress. Might be worth a pretty penny to the right buyer." He inched closer, the stench of stale tobacco on his breath. Before she could respond, a figure stepped from the shadows. James, posture coiled, eyes flashing with protective fury. "Back off," he warned. His presence seemed to startle Sweeney for a moment. The gangster looked at him appraisingly, as if weighing the risk. "This ain't your concern," Sweeney growled. James advanced a step. "You threaten her again. It becomes my concern. Now leave." Sweeney surveyed James's broad shoulders. clenched fists, then spat on the ground. "You're messing with a big fish you don't want to tangle with," he hissed, but he backed away. Fixing Lillian with a final glare, he vanished into the alley's gloom. As soon as he was gone, Lillian released a breath she hadn't realised she was holding. "Thank you," she murmured, heart still pounding. James's brows knitted. "He recognised you. You're not safe." She gave a tight nod, remembering Sweeney's warning. Her double life was unravelling. If criminals discovered her real identity, she could be kidnapped for ransom or worse. Her father's wealth and power painted a target on her back. That night, after the confrontation, James and Lillian retreated to a small, discreet tea room. They sat in a corner, the faint clatter of cups forming a gentle lull. She stirred sugar into her tea, hand trembling slightly. "We need a plan," James said gently. "You can't keep up this double life. The Bureau's not done investigating, and the criminals circling the club are getting bolder." Lillian set her teacup down, fighting a swirl of panic. "I can't just vanish. My father would tear the city apart looking for me, and the wedding plans, he'll notice if I back away." James grimaced. "If I push the Bureau to hold off the investigation, my superiors will suspect I've gone rogue. They already doubt my commitment after the raid fiasco." They lapsed into heavy silence. Both were trapped in a web woven by duty, expectation and secrets. And through it all, a fragile thread of feelings bound them together, shimmering with a possibility as beautiful as it was dangerous. Finally, Lillian spoke, voice hushed. "We need to figure out if the Blue Canary is truly a front for organised crime or if there's something else happening behind the scenes. If the club is innocent, maybe you can steer the Bureau away. If it's guilty, at least I'll know." James nodded, steeling himself. "Agreed. I'll do one final deep dive, quietly. Meanwhile, keep your head low. It might mean stepping away from the stage for a time." The thought wrenched Lillian's heart. Singing at the Blue Canary had become her lifeline, the only space where she felt truly herself. But the memory of Sweeney's threat hardened her resolve. She couldn't let her yearning for freedom overshadow her need for survival. They made arrangements to meet the following week. As James stood to leave, he hesitated, eyes solemn. "I wish it didn't have to be like this," he said softly. The pain behind the words resonated with her own. She nodded, feeling an inexplicable urge to reach for his hand, but she didn't. Instead, she watched him leave, swallowed by the hush of the tea room's dim lighting, the scent of bergamot heavy in the air. Days passed, each more tense than the last. Lillian continued her outward facade, accompanying Clarence Fitzroy to luncheons and soirees. His shallow prattle irritated her more than ever. She wanted to scream with frustration, but had to feign politeness. Meanwhile, gossip about the Blue Canary raid simmered. Newspapers hinted at high-profile clientele fleeing the scene, though no names were printed. One afternoon, while strolling with Clarence in Central Park, Lillian's heart nearly stopped when she glimpsed Detective Rosewood, a crooked officer known for accepting bribes from gangsters and politicians alike. He was talking to a man who at first glance looked official, maybe a federal agent or a local officer. Their conversation seemed heated. Did they suspect her? Did they plan to use her father's name as leverage? Clarence noticed her distraction. "Lillian, you seem a bit off," he said, concern overshadowed by annoyance. "You haven't heard a word I said about the summer house." She forced a vague smile. "Apologies. It's nothing." But in her mind, alarm bells rang. Corrupt law enforcement often blurred the lines between criminals and officials. She needed to let James know about Detective Rosewood's involvement. If he was indeed linking the Carter family to the Blue Canary, things could escalate fast. That night, she received a cryptic note under her door. "Midnight. Pier 22. Come alone. J." She recognised James's careful handwriting, though the abruptness startled her. Ignoring her caution for once, She draped a cloak over her shoulders and, under the cover of darkness, slipped out of the mansion. The waterfront was shrouded in fog. At Pier 22, she found James pacing, tension etched into every line of his body. He wasted no time. "They know about you," he said, cutting to the chase. "Not just Sweeney. Some higher-ups in the Bureau suspect that Lillian Carter is connected to the Blue Canary." Her blood ran cold. "How?" "I'm not sure. Possibly from a staff member who recognized you. Or from Rosewood, who's been trading information for personal gain," James replied. He paused, running a hand through his hair. "They want to use you as a pawn to lure out the club's real financiers. The rumour is your father might be indirectly involved, investing in questionable operations. The Bureau thinks if they pressure you, they can bring bigger names down." Lillian felt the pier tilt under her feet, as if the world spun too fast. "My father invests in half of New York's emerging industries. It's possible he put money into something he didn't fully understand," she said shakily. "What do we do?" James inhaled sharply. "I have orders to corner you, to get incriminating details, but I can't follow those orders." He stepped closer, gaze unwavering. "I won't betray you." Tears pricked her eyes, though she fought them back. They were standing on the edge of the harbour, the black water below mirroring their precarious situation. "I'm risking everything just by speaking with you," she whispered. "And yet, She didn't finish the sentence, because his arms encircled her, pulling her against his chest. His lips found hers, urgent with all the longing and fear neither could articulate. For a moment, time froze, replaced by the undeniable truth that beneath the lies and secrets, they cared for one another more than they dared admit. When they broke apart, the fog coiled around them like a reluctant curtain, concealing this fragile moment from a world determined to tear them apart. They held each other in silence, their hearts pounding an unspoken vow. They would fight for each other, come what may. The night after the clandestine rendezvous at the pier, James and Lillian laid the groundwork for a risky plan. They agreed that fleeing the city, at least temporarily, might be their only option to avoid the immediate danger from both the Bureau and the criminal underworld, but leaving in haste required subterfuge. If either Gordon Carter or the Bureau suspected what they were doing, the pursuit would be relentless. They met at dawn on the outskirts of the city, near a discreet road that led north. Lillian carried a small suitcase hastily packed with clothing and a few sentimental keepsakes, a locket belonging to her late grandmother, an old photograph of her parents before wealth and ambition hardened them. James brought only the basics, fresh clothes, his wallet, and the sense of duty he couldn't entirely shake. They drove through winding roads, the city's skyline fading behind them like a receding memory. Each mile felt like a fragile reprieve. Lillian tried to ignore the knot in her chest, the guilt of leaving behind her mother, who, for all her social climbing ways, had once read her bedtime stories with genuine affection. And James wrestled with the knowledge that deserting his post could be considered treasonous. Yet the quiet warmth between them in that car was undeniable, a comfort that softened the edges of their fear. The journey ended at a remote countryside inn, nestled in the valley, where the landscape rolled out in gentle hills dotted with wildflowers. The inn's proprietors, an elderly couple, offered no judgment, merely polite smiles. Lillian and James rented 2 modest rooms under assumed names. It was the safest arrangement they could manage. For the first time in weeks, Lillian breathed the crisp country air and felt hope flicker. That evening, they took a walk along a meadow, the sun's amber glow spilling over tall grass. A hush enveloped them, broken only by the distant chirping of crickets. It was a far cry from the glitz of Manhattan or the frenetic energy of the Blue Canary. "Do you think this could be our life?" Lillian asked quietly, stopping near a small stream. In her simple linen dress, with the wind teasing her hair, She looked more like a village girl than a steel magnate's daughter. James stood beside her, studying her face. It might be someday, but not until we settle the danger in the city. We can't run forever. She nodded, gazing at the lazy flow of water. Sometimes I wish we could hide here and forget everything else. Her tone was wistful, but reality pulled at her mind like a stubborn anchor. They sat on a fallen log. For the first time, they spoke candidly about the future. James explained that the Bureau, if they caught him, would charge him with dereliction of duty, or worse, if they believed he had aided a suspect. Lillian admitted that her father would almost certainly disown her if he discovered she had run away, tarnishing the Carter name. Yet within these confessions, they found a surprising comfort in each other's presence. The illusions were gone. All that remained was truth, and the fragile, fierce love growing between them. Back in New York, chaos brewed. Detective Rosewood and his corrupt associates capitalized on James's sudden disappearance. They told the Bureau that James had turned traitor, running off with a valuable witness. Meanwhile, gangster circles buzzed with news of a Carter heiress who sang incognito at the Blue Canary. Rival factions salivated at the thought of leveraging her for ransom or blackmail. When word reached Gordon Carter that his daughter vanished, he unleashed a private investigation. Clarence Fitzroy spread the rumour that she had been abducted or lured away by an unsavoury character, hoping to paint himself as a concerned fiancé. In truth, Clarence was more outraged at the humiliation of being jilted than worried about Lillian's well-being. All of this simmered in the city's underbelly, growing more volatile each day. At the Countryside Inn, nights were calm, but James and Lillian knew they were living on borrowed time. One afternoon, as they shared a quiet meal in the inn's small dining room, they overheard a traveller mention an upcoming charity gala in Manhattan, an event the press would surely cover. The mention of the gala triggered an idea in Lillian's mind. She leaned across the table, her voice low. If we return during the gala, I might use the attention to expose the real criminals, those who are truly profiting from the illegal liquor trade. It could force the Bureau to redirect their focus, proving the Blue Canary isn't the main culprit. James considered this carefully. But that's dangerous. The people behind this trade have power and resources. You'd be walking into the lion's den. She reached for his hand, expression resolute. I can't live in hiding forever, James. Maybe we can't dismantle the entire corrupt system, but if we can reveal the truth, enough of it to shift blame away from the Blue Canary and end the threats toward me, then maybe we'll have a chance at a real life. He recognized the fire in her eyes. Lillian Carter was done running. He nodded slowly. All right, but we'll need a plan. We can't just waltz in without proof or a strategy to keep you safe. A fierce determination settled between them. For the next 2 days, they made discreet calls to contacts James still trusted in the Bureau. They found meagre help. Most agents were suspicious of James, but a few believed in him enough to provide small leads. Lillian wrote letters to a couple of sympathetic journalists who occasionally took on exposés of corruption. Carefully, they laid the pieces. When they finally returned to the city, it was under cloak of night. They slipped into a cheap boarding house to avoid detection and read the headlines. Heiress missing, fiancé vows justice, and federal agent goes rogue. Possible collusion with bootleggers. James tightened his jaw at the allegations, while Lillian steeled herself for the whirlwind she was about to enter. The next evening, Lillian disguised herself in a modest gown and ventured alone to the Blue Canary, his door battered by the raid but still operational, albeit under heavier caution. She found the place subdued, the usual vibrant energy stifled by fear of another crackdown. The owner, a jittery woman named Dolores, rushed over. "What are you doing here?" Dolores hissed, wringing her hands. "It's too dangerous. Agents still lurk around." Lillian took Dolores aside, voice soft but determined. "I came to sing one last time, but first I need to gather information. Ledgers, supply lists, any receipts that might show who's really profiting. If we can prove the Blue Canary is just paying off gangster middlemen, not controlling the liquor, we can shift suspicion where it belongs. Dolores hesitated, tears brimming in her eyes. We've tried to keep this place afloat, but the bribes, the taxes, we're barely hanging on. The real crooks are men in fancy offices and detective badges, not us. Do you really think we can expose them? Lillian gently grasped her shoulders. We have to try. I won't let them pin everything on innocent people. Her own guilt flared. She had performed so many nights, unknowingly benefiting from these shady deals. Now she saw a path to redemption. They spent hours rummaging through dusty ledgers in Dolores's back office, uncovering consistent payments to a shell corporation linked to a known gangster, Ring. Another set of suspicious payments led directly to accounts rumoured to belong to Detective Rosewood. Lillian's hands shook as she realised how deep the conspiracy ran. Cops, local officials and unscrupulous investors pocketing money while letting speakeasies like the Blue Canary take the fall. She carefully copied the relevant entries. Dolores pressed a small locked chest into her hands. Here, this is the original ledger. If anything happens, the truth's in here. Please be careful. James waited for her in an abandoned warehouse across the street. Heart pounding, Lillian slipped in, clutching the ledger under her coat. He exhaled with relief at her safe return. She showed him the evidence. This ties crooked law enforcement, bootleggers, and possibly even powerful investors to the entire operation. We can't blow this open alone, but it's a start. His admiration shone through. You're braver than any agent I've worked with. Their plan hinged on one last perilous step. A final performance at the Blue Canary on the same night as the city's biggest charity gala. Under cover of chaos, they would leak the evidence to the press and to the honest agents James had managed to contact. The night arrived and tension hummed in the air. Lillian stepped onto the Blue Canary's stage one more time, the spotlight illuminating her slender form in a silver gown. The hush was absolute as the small crowd realised the star singer had returned, defying danger. She began to sing, a haunting ballad that spoke of trapped souls yearning for truth. The audience was rapt, tears shining in some eyes. Unbeknownst to them outside the club, reporters lurked with cameras, waiting for their signal. A handful of federal agents loyal to James were also stationed, ready to confront any corrupt officers who tried to interfere. Mid-song, the door burst open. Detective Rosewood and several men stormed in, brandishing warrants. "Everyone stay put!" Rosewood roared. "This place is under investigation for illegal activity. Any resisting arrest." His threat cut off as James and two other agents stepped forward, brandishing their own badges. "By whose authority?" James demanded, holding up the ledger. "We have evidence linking you to extortion and conspiracy." Caught off guard, Rosewood's face twisted in rage. He lunged, but was tackled by the loyal agents. Photographers snapped pictures, capturing the chaos. On stage, Lillian kept singing, tears welling in her eyes as she witnessed the damning confrontation. This was the moment of truth, literally laid bare under the bright lights. The patrons watched, stunned. Some cried out in confusion. Others caught on to what was happening and realised they might finally see justice, the real puppeteers dragged into the light. As the final note of Lillian's ballad echoed in the hush, Rosewood and his accomplices were disarmed, their corruption exposed to the swirling cameras. In that pregnant silence, James climbed the stage, breath unsteady with relief. He offered Lillian his hand, helping her step down. She looked at him, heart pounding from adrenaline. They had done it, together. Outside, the press was already gathering statements. The Bureau's honest officials had found enough evidence to implicate major players in the bootlegging ring, clearing the Blue Canary of being a ringleader. Lillian caught sight of her father's driver gawking from behind the crowd, a stunned expression on his face. Clearly he had recognised her. News of her singing identity would reach Gordon Carter soon enough. Let it, she thought. She was done living in secrets. James squeezed her hand. "We still have a long road ahead," he murmured, "but at least now we have a chance." Lillian nodded, feeling the enormity of what they had just accomplished. Then her gaze flicked up to the neon sign of the Blue Canary flickering valiantly in the night. This place had given her a voice, literally. Now she'd used it to bring light into darkness. They exchanged a smile, wordless in its promise. The next steps would be fraught with uncertainty, but they would face it together. The revelations from that night toppled corrupt figures like dominoes. Newspapers ran front-page stories detailing Detective Rosewood's bribes, gangster-led extortion rings, and the suspicious business dealings that tied them all together. While the Blue Canary had indeed skirted the law by serving illegal liquor, it became clear the real profiteers were far higher up the chain. A wave of public sympathy emerged for the modest jazz clubs that had become havens for marginalised artists and dreamers. James Blackwood, once tarnished as a rogue agent, saw his record cleared. The Bureau recognised his role in uncovering the larger conspiracy. Though some higher-ups grumbled about his unorthodox methods, they grudgingly admitted the results spoke for themselves. He was offered a chance to continue in the agency, but after everything he felt the weight of a new calling, one not defined by the rigid constraints of federal service. Meanwhile, Lillian Carter faced her own reckoning. Her father, outraged by the scandal, tried to muzzle the press and hush everything up, but the story had already taken on a life of its own. Society pages gawked at the revelation that the Carter heiress had been singing incognito in a speakeasy, and her broken engagement to Clarence Fitzroy sealed the end of that ill-fated alliance. Furious and humiliated, Gordon Carter demanded that Lillian abandon her foolishness and assume her rightful place in the family business. Lillian refused. She saw in her father's arguments the same cold pragmatism she had grown to despise. Deals sealed with duty and manipulation, no regard for personal happiness. She recognised the difference in them now was irreconcilable. It took months to settle, but eventually Lillian walked away from the Carter fortune, determined to pave her own future. Her mother, though torn, offered a quiet farewell, slipping a small keepsake into Lillian's palm, a cameo brooch that once belonged to Lillian's grandmother. That aunt gesture of love was all the parting blessing Lillian would receive. In the aftermath, James and Lillian decided to escape the city's suffocating glare once more, this time not to hide, but to build a new beginning. With their inheritance effectively severed, they pooled their savings. The Bureau provided James with a modest severance, along with a reluctant letter of commendation. It was enough to buy a small property in upstate New York, a ramshackle space with wooden floors that creaked and a stage that might have seen better days a century ago. They named it the Silent Serenade, partly in tribute to the hush that had bound them in those secret nights, and partly because Lillian wanted to create a venue where both music and conversation took centre stage. No hidden agendas, no subterfuge. The day of their grand opening was bright, the sign newly painted and the windows polished to a welcoming shine. Folks from neighbouring towns trickled in, drawn by word of mouth. Some recognised Lillian Carter's name from the headlines, others simply sought a good time and good music, and they found both. Inside the club, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Soft fairy lights draped the walls, and the smell of fresh bread and hot coffee replaced the once illicit aroma of bootleg liquor. A small bar served drinks, now perfectly legal, as the grip of prohibition had begun to loosen in its final years. Tables were arranged so no one felt like a stranger, the dance floor wide enough for couples to sway beneath the gentle glow of overhead lamps. James and Lillian worked side by side. He managed the operational details, ordering supplies, greeting customers with a polite nod. She took care of the performances, not always from the stage, but often drifting among the patrons, humming or singing at their tables. She poured her heart into every note, her voice richer now, laced with both joy and the bittersweet lessons of her past. One evening, near closing time, an older woman approached Lillian at the piano. "You remind me of a singer I once heard in a secret club back when times were complicated," she said, eyes crinkling with nostalgia. Lillian smiled. "You might have heard me," she replied softly. "Or maybe we just shared the same dream for freedom." The woman's eyes teared up. "Well, you found it," she said, placing a gentle hand over Lillian's. "Your voice is free now." When she left, Lillian sat at the piano bench, gazing at the empty stage. A wave of gratitude washed over her. She had paid a steep price for that freedom, but it was a price she'd pay again if it meant she could live and love on her own terms. As the final guest departed, James closed the doors, flipped the sign to closed, and turned off the exterior lights. Lillian helped him wipe down tables, the soft hum of a distant radio playing a slow jazz tune in the background. He caught her hand mid-swipe, their eyes meeting in a tender glance. "I think we did it," he said, voice tinged with disbelief and awe. "We found a place we can call ours." She leaned into his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. "Yes, we did," she echoed. No longer heirs to illusions or slaves to duty, they lived in an authenticity that only a few months earlier had seemed impossible. Outside, the moon drifted across the sky, illuminating the sign that read "The Silent Serenade." Inside, the hush felt alive, brimming with the ghosts of old heartbreak and new beginnings. Lillian walked to the small stage, unpinned her hair, and tilted her face upward, eyes closed. She began singing, a gentle lullaby with no audience except the walls that had heard it all before. In the stillness, her voice wove the final notes of a journey that had started in smoke-filled speakeasies and ended in a place of honest, unadorned hope. James, mesmerized, listened from across the room. When the last note faded, they locked eyes, an unspoken promise forming. This was their encore, the life they chose together. No more subterfuge, no more gilded cages, only a love that had endured secrets, raids, betrayals, and the worst of Prohibition-era New York. They had emerged, both bruised and transformed, but unbreakably bound by trust and devotion. The story might have ended there, but for Lillian and James, it was only the beginning. Word spread of the Silent Serenade, attracting eclectic crowds, travelling musicians, weary drifters, even curious high society folk who whispered about the rumour that the former Carter heiress was singing incognito. The pair welcomed all with the same open spirit, understanding the longing that drove people to seek solace in music, because once, not so long ago, they too had searched for an open door in a city full of locked ones. From time to time, Lillian still thought about her father. She wondered if he would ever accept who she had become. She thought about her mother, hoping she found some measure of peace. As for Clarence Fitzroy, he slipped out of public view, overshadowed by the sandal and overshadowed by the unstoppable current of history moving forward. And so in a sense, the last serenade was never truly last. Lillian Carter, now simply Lillian, sang every night for the man she loved, for the memory of a city that once tried to silence her, and for anyone who yearned for a taste of what it meant to break free. Her voice, unmarred by fear, soared into the night, a quiet testament to the resilience of hearts determined to find their own paths. So ends the tale of the Silent Serenade, a testament that even in an era of hush-hush deals, smoky illusions, and ironclad expectations, truth and love can carve out an uncharted melody all their own. The jazz may have faded from the hidden corners of 1927 New York, but in one small club upstate the music continued, clear, soulful, and gloriously unbound. May it remind us always that no chain can hold a voice determined to sing its true song. The poppies weren't red like blood, as the poets always claimed. Juliette Moreau knew better. They were the colour of sunset through closed eyelids, of wine held to candlelight, of the blush that had once coloured William's cheeks when she'd first kissed him beneath the ancient oak. As she knelt in the field that June morning in 1825, the flowers bowed around her, like silent mourners, their black centres staring back like 100 unblinking eyes. "I found you," she whispered to the weathered wooden cross, her voice breaking the reverent silence. The historian's letter had arrived 3 weeks ago, the envelope thin but heavy with finality. Inside, a single photograph and the sketch, her face as it had been a decade ago, immortalised by the hand that now lay beneath the earth she touched. A warm breeze stirred the field, carrying the narcotic sweetness of the flowers. For a moment, Juliette closed her eyes, allowing her mind to drift backward through the years, past the artillery shells and gas attacks, beyond the desperate letters and sleepless nights, to that summer when the world still remembered how to dream. The summer of 1914 had been unusually warm in Belleville-sur-Meuse, the kind of heat that ripened the wheat early and dried the laundry before noon. Juliette had been hanging sheets when she first saw him, a lanky figure at the edge of her father's property, an easel before him, and the afternoon sun burnishing his brown hair to copper. She'd watched him for nearly an hour, the laundry forgotten on the line, fascinated by the methodical strokes of his brush and the peculiar way he'd step back from the canvas, head tilted like a curious bird. "It's impolite to stare," he'd called suddenly, his accent unmistakably English, though his French was surprisingly competent. "Unless you're offering to model." Juliette had nearly fled then, mortified at being caught, but something in his smile, crooked, with a chip in his front tooth, had anchored her in place. "I'm not a model," she'd replied, lifting her chin, "and you're trespassing." "Ah, but beauty knows no boundaries," he'd said, gesturing toward his canvas, "and neither does art." She'd approached cautiously, expecting to see herself in the painting. Instead, she found the old oak tree that marked the boundary between her family's farm and the neighbouring property. He'd captured it perfectly, the gnarled branches, the way the light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground below. "It's our tree," she'd said, surprised by the sudden possessiveness in her voice. "Your tree?" He'd raised an eyebrow. "Does it have your name on it then?" "Not yet," she'd answered, the words escaping before she could reconsider them. The next day she'd found him carving her name into the lowest branch, Juliette, in careful block letters. When she'd protested, he'd merely shrugged and added his own beneath it, William Ellis, the letters smaller but equally precise. "Now it's our tree," he'd said, and something in the way he'd claimed joint ownership of this living landmark had thrilled her in a way she hadn't anticipated. Their courtship unfolded in whispers and stolen moments. Will, as he insisted she call him, was staying in the village, renting a room above the baker's shop while he completed his series of French countryside paintings. He was 26, the second son of a London barrister, using an inheritance from his maternal grandmother to finance what his father called a ridiculous artistic indulgence. "He wanted me to follow him into law," Will explained one afternoon as they sat beneath the oak, his sketchbook open on his lap. "I lasted exactly 3 months at his firm before I sold my pocket watch and bought a train ticket to Paris." "And your father allowed this?" Juliette asked, unable to imagine defying her own father so completely. Will's pencil paused mid-stroke. "He said I'd come crawling back when hunger taught me sense." A smile tugged at his lips. "I sent him a portrait of Notre Dame with my first earnings. He keeps it in his study, though he'd never admit it." As July ripened into August, they mapped each other's histories through stories. Juliette told him about losing her 2 brothers to influenza, leaving her the reluctant heir to the family farm. Will spoke of his mother's death, the emptiness it had left, and how art had become his way of filling the void. They avoided speaking of the future directly, though it lurked between them like a third presence, the knowledge that summer would end, that Will would return to England, that Juliet was tethered to Belleville by obligation and circumstance. Then came the news that Archduke Franz Ferdinand had been assassinated in Sarajevo. Will had scoffed at first, dismissing the political tensions as sabre-rattling that would come to nothing. But as July progressed, the headlines grew darker, the conversations in the village cafe more urgent. "Come to London with me," Will said suddenly one evening, as they walked the perimeter of her father's wheat field. "Before this madness begins in earnest." Juliet had stopped walking, the weight of his words anchoring her feet to the earth. "I can't leave my parents," she said, the familiar excuse tasting bitter on her tongue. "You can't, or you won't." His voice had an edge she hadn't heard before. "Both," she admitted. "What would I do in London? I can't paint, I can't speak English. I'd be dependent on you entirely." "You'd learn," Will insisted, taking her hands, "and I'd teach you to paint. You have an eye for detail that most trained artists would envy." She'd pulled away, the familiar panic rising. "My father is 67. My mother's health is fragile. The farm is all they have." "And what do you have, Juliet?" Will had asked, his voice softening. "What is yours alone?" She had no answer then, only the hollow sensation that had accompanied her for years, the knowledge that her life was not entirely her own, that duty had claimed her youth before she'd had the chance to spend it freely. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. The following day, Britain joined the conflict. Will appeared at her door before dawn, his face pale in the early light. "I'm going back," he said simply. "They'll need every able body." Juliet felt the world tilting beneath her, the ground she'd thought solid suddenly unstable. "You don't have to go," she whispered fiercely. "You could stay here, help with the harvest. No one would know." But she could see in his eyes that he'd already made his decision. The artist who had spoken so dismissively of national pride and politics just weeks earlier now stood before her, transformed by some internal alchemy she couldn't comprehend. "I've arranged for my paintings to be stored with Monsieur Fournier," he said, referring to the village baker. "There's one for you, the oak tree. I'll come back for the rest when it's over." "When will that be?" Juliet demanded, tears threatening despite her determination to remain composed. Will smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "The papers say we'll be home by Christmas." He kissed her then beneath her parents' watchful gaze, a brief, chaste press of lips that conveyed nothing of the passion they'd shared in private. Then he was gone, his figure receding down the dusty road, the morning sun casting his shadow long behind him. Juliet waited until he was out of sight before allowing the first tear to fall, unaware that she was standing at the threshold of a waiting that would stretch across years, across battlefields, across the vast and terrible expanse of a war that would devour a generation of men, including the one who had carved her name into the living heart of an oak. The first letter arrived 6 weeks after Will's departure, the envelope smudged with dirt and bearing the marks of military censors. Juliet carried it to the oak tree before breaking the seal, her fingers trembling slightly as she unfolded the single sheet of paper. "My dearest Juliet, they say letters from the front should maintain an uplifting tone, so I'll begin with this. I've seen parts of France I never knew existed, though I'm observing them through the sights of a rifle rather than the frame of my easel. The irony doesn't escape me. We're somewhere near Ypres. I can't be more specific, or our zealous censors will redact it. The countryside would be beautiful if not for what we've done to it. Trenches cut through fields like surgical scars. At night, artillery fire illuminates the horizon like a perverse sunset. I've been assigned as a sniper due to my exceptional eye for detail, as my commanding officer put it. I find it grotesque that the same faculty that allowed me to capture the play of light on your hair now serves to end lives, but I do what is required. The men in my unit have taken to carrying lucky charms. Some have photographs of sweethearts, others religious medals or stolen from home. I carry the small piece of bark I carved from our tree, with our initials pressed together. When I touch it, I can almost smell the summer wheat and hear your laugh echoing across your father's fields. Write to me, Juliet. Tell me about the harvest, about the changing seasons, about anything that exists beyond this mud and blood and constant noisedom. Remind me that the world I knew still exists somewhere. Yours always, Will P.S. The oak will have lost its leaves by now. Promise me you'll visit it anyway. It shouldn't have to endure winter alone. Juliet read the letter 3 times before pressing it to her chest, as if she could absorb his words directly into her heart. Then she leaned against the oak's rough trunk and began to compose her reply in her mind, determined to send him something that would serve as a tether to home. Over the following months, a rhythm developed. Will's letters arrived irregularly, sometimes 3 in a week, then nothing for a month. Juliet wrote faithfully every Sunday after church, detailing the small events of village life. How her father had traded their best milk cow for a mechanical plough, how the mayor's daughter had married a soldier on leave, how the school teacher had been conscripted and replaced by an elderly nun who smelled of mothballs and strong cheese. She never mentioned the changes that the war had brought to Belleville, the rationing, the young widows in black, the children who went quiet whenever they heard an automobile approaching, fearing it brought news of another father lost. She filled her letters instead with memories of their summer together, with descriptions of the oak tree and its seasonal transformations, with plans for the future that grew more elaborate with each passing month. By the spring of 1915, Juliet had joined the village women in converting the schoolhouse into a convalescent home for wounded soldiers. The work was exhausting but provided a welcome distraction from the waiting. Each evening she would walk to the oak tree and read Will's latest letter, or reread an old one if no new correspondence had arrived. His letters had changed over time, growing terser, the artistic flourishes giving way to a stark economy of words. He rarely mentioned battles directly, but Juliet learned to read between the lines, to understand that we've been busy meant heavy fighting, that lost some friends signified casualties, that moved to a new position often indicated a retreat. In June 2015, nearly a year after his departure, Will wrote of poppies. The strangest thing has happened, sobbed Juliet. Poppies are blooming in no man's land. Thousands of them, their red heads nodding between shell craters like drunken revellers. Our botanically inclined captain says it's because the soil has been churned up, exposing dormant seeds to light. The men have different theories. Some say the flowers are feeding on blood. Others believe they're the souls of the fallen, pushing up through the earth to see the sky once more. I prefer to think they're messages from another world, bright reminders that beauty persists even in desolation. I've pressed one between the pages of my sketchbook for you. Its colour has faded, but then so have many things. Do you remember the day we picnicked by the stream and you wove a crown of wildflowers for my head? You said I looked like a pagan god. I felt like one too, with you looking at me as if I'd hung the sun in the sky. I think of that day often. If something should happen to me, Juliet, and I'm not being morbid, merely practical, look for me where the poppies grow thickest. I will have found my way there, and I will be waiting for you. Yours in this life and whatever follows, Will. The pressed poppy fell from between the pages as Juliet unfolded the letter, its crimson petals now a fragile, translucent brown. She caught it carefully, this messenger from a battlefield she could scarcely imagine, and secured it between the pages of her mother's Bible. That night she dreamed of Will, lying in a field of blood-red flowers, his eyes closed as if in sleep, his skin as pale as milk. She woke gasping, her nightgown damp with sweat, and did not sleep again until dawn. The war ground on, a millstone crushing a generation beneath its weight. Juliet's father suffered a stroke in the winter of 1916, leaving his right side partially paralysed. Her mother, already frail, retreated into a quiet melancholy, spending hours staring out windows at the fields her husband could no longer tend. The burden of the farm fell entirely to Juliet, who hired local boys too young for conscription to help with the heavier tasks. Will's letters became more sporadic as 1916 wore on. In August, he wrote of a big push coming soon, something that might finally break the stalemate. Juliet later learned he had been referring to the Battle of the Somme, which claimed 20,000 British lives on its first day alone. His next letter didn't arrive until October, and when it did, Juliet knew immediately that something fundamental had changed. The handwriting was different, still recognisably Will's, but shakier, as if each letter required tremendous effort. Juliet, I'm writing from a field hospital near Ambience. Don't be alarmed. I've been lucky compared to most here. Caught some shrapnel in my right shoulder and arm during the advance. The doctors assure me I'll keep the limb, though they're less certain about the extent of function I'll recover. The most damnable thing is that it's my drawing arm. I've been practicing with my left, but the results are childish at best. The thought that I may never paint properly again is more frightening than any artillery barrage. They'll send me to England to convalesce once I'm stable enough for transport. I've given them your address, so direct your next letter to the return address on this envelope. It may be some time before I can reply. They're quite liberal with the morphine here, and it makes my thoughts drift like smoke. I had a dream about our oak last night. In it, our names had grown so deep into the bark that they'd reached the heartwood. When the tree was finally cut down centuries from now, they would find us there, preserved together. Isn't that a pleasant thought? That something of us might remain long after we're gone? All my love, Will Juliet wrote immediately to the field hospital, but her letter was returned 2 weeks later with transferred, stamped across the envelope in harsh red letters. No forwarding address was provided. For 3 months, she heard nothing. She wrote to the British War Office, to the Red Cross, to every organisation she could think of, seeking information about Captain William Ellis, formerly of the Royal Fusiliers. The responses, when they came at all, were maddeningly vague. He had been wounded, yes. He had been transferred to England, yes. His current status was under medical care. Then in February 1917, a miracle. A letter in Will's unmistakable hand, the writing stronger than in his last correspondence, the postmark from a rehabilitation hospital in Sussex. My Juliet, forgive my silence. The journey from France nearly finished what the German shrapnel began. Infection set in during transport, and I spent several weeks delirious with fever. The doctors later told me they had prepared my parents for the worst. But I am stubborn, as you well know, and I had compelling reasons to fight my way back. Chief among them, a promise to return to a certain oak tree and the extraordinary woman who shares its guardianship. My recovery progresses slowly. The shoulder has healed poorly. I will always carry a map of Flanders in my scar tissue, but my hand improves daily. I've enclosed a sketch of the view from my hospital window. It's rudimentary, but you can see the improvement from my earlier left-handed attempts. The doctors speak of sending me back to the front once I'm fit. I listen and nod and say all the right patriotic things. But between you and me, Juliet, I don't think I could bear to return to that hell. Something in me was damaged there that no surgeon can repair. There are whispers of a final push coming in the spring. They're calling men back from convalescence earlier than they should, desperate to replace the mounting losses. I've seen men leave here who can barely hold a rifle, much less aim it. If they send me back, I will go, not for king and country as the recruitment posters proclaim, but because refusing would mean a court-martial, and I cannot bear the thought of my father witnessing such disgrace. But know this, I am no longer the idealistic boy who left you that August morning. Whatever happens, the man who returns to you, and I will return, will be changed in ways I cannot yet articulate. Keep faith, my love. Visit our oak. Tell it I remember. All was yours, Will. The sketch he'd enclosed showed a simple English garden, the perspective slightly askew, the lines hesitant but improving. Juliet placed it carefully in the wooden box where she kept all his letters, alongside the pressed poppy and a blue ribbon he had once untied from her hair. His promise to return sustained her through the spring of 1917, through her father's second stroke and death, through the increasing hardships as the war's tentacles reached even into remote Belleville, strangling the normal rhythms of rural life. She visited the oak faithfully, sometimes reading his letters aloud to it, sometimes simply sitting in silence with her back against its trunk, drawing strength from its quiet endurance. In May, another letter arrived, this one written on different paper, the handwriting somehow both stronger and more hurried. Juliet, they're sending me back tomorrow, not to my old unit, too many of them are gone now, but to a newly formed company heading for Passchendaele. You won't find it on civilian maps, but remember the name. If this war has a heart, that place may prove to be its darkest chamber. I'm afraid, Juliet, not of dying exactly, but of dying without seeing you again, without making good on all the promises whispered beneath our oak. I've enclosed something I want you to keep safe for me, a sketch I made from memory during the worst days of my fever. It's you as I first saw you, hanging laundry in the summer sun. The doctors say I called your name constantly during my delirium. One nurse told me she'd never heard a name spoken with such longing. If I don't write for a while, don't despair. The mail service near the front is unreliable at best. I'll write when I can, as often as I can. Remember, if we are separated, look for me where the poppies grow. I'll be waiting, Juliet. In this life or the next, I will always be waiting for you. With all my heart, Will. The sketch was exquisite. Juliet in profile, her hair escaping its pins as she reached up to secure a sheet on the clothesline. The attention to detail was remarkable. The small scar at her temple from a childhood fall, the slight furrow between her brows as she concentrated on her task, the way her lower lip caught between her teeth. It was Juliet, as Will saw her, imbued with a grace and beauty she had never recognised in herself. It was the last letter she would receive from the front. Autumn 1917 arrived in Belleville with an unseasonable chill, as if winter was impatient to descend. The harvest was poor that year, not enough rain in August, too much in September, and Juliet found herself calculating and recalculating how to stretch their stores until spring. Her mother had retreated further into herself following her husband's death, spending most days in a chair by the window, acknowledging Juliet's presence with nothing more than a slight nod. The oak tree had begun to shed its leaves early, creating a golden carpet beneath its spreading branches. Juliet visited daily, bringing Will's latest letter to read aloud, except there was no latest letter. The last had come in June, with its ominous mention of Passchendaele and its precious sketch that she now kept framed beside her bed. "He's busy," she told the oak, as October darkened into November. "The mail is slow, you know how it is near the front." But as the weeks stretched into months with no word, the hollow feeling in her chest expanded until it seemed to consume her from within. She wrote letter after letter, sending them into a void that never echoed back. In December, just before Christmas, she finally received a response, not from Will, but from a Lieutenant James Harrington, who identified himself as Will's new commanding officer. "Mademoiselle Moreau, I regret to inform you that Captain William Ellis was reported missing in action following the third phase of the Battle of Passchendaele on November 6, 1917. His patrol was caught in heavy artillery fire while attempting to secure a forward observation post. Of the 12 men who set out that morning, only 3 returned, all seriously wounded. Extensive searches of the area were conducted once it was safe to do so, but no trace of Captain Ellis or the remaining men was found. Given the conditions on the battlefield, constant rain had turned the ground to a quagmire several feet deep in places. It is possible that some men were lost to the mud itself. Captain Ellis spoke of you often, mademoiselle. He carried a sketch of you that the men considered his talisman. He was well respected by his company for his courage and his unwavering compassion, even in the most dire circumstances. In accordance with military protocol, Captain Ellis's personal effects recovered from his quarters have been sent to his family in London. However, knowing of his attachment to you, I have taken the liberty of enclosing the last page from his field sketchbook, which he asked me to send to you should anything happen to him. The War Office will contact you if any further information comes to light regarding Captain Ellis's fate. Until such time, he remains classified as missing in action rather than confirmed killed. With deepest sympathy, Lieutenant J. Harrington, Royal Fusiliers. The enclosed page contained not a sketch but a poem written in Will's increasingly confident left-handed script, where poppies dance on unmarked graves and sunlight dapples blood-soaked ground. That's where you'll find me, patient, still, my love for you both lost and found. Not in the mud, not in the shell that once held life and breath and voice, but in the space between your thoughts where memory makes its quiet choice. So if you seek me, seek not there among the crosses, row on row, but listen for me in the wind that stirs where crimson poppies grow. Juliet read the letter and poem once, then carefully folded them and placed them in her coat pocket. She walked to the oak tree through falling snow, her boots leaving a solitary trail across the white fields. When she reached the tree, she sat at its base, unmindful of the cold seeping through her clothes, and stared unseeingly at the winter-bare branches above. She did not cry. The pain was too vast for tears, too fundamental. It was as if someone had removed her heart and replaced it with a block of ice that would never melt. Missing is not dead, she told the oak, her voice flat. Missing means they simply haven't found him yet. She sat until darkness fell and the temperature dropped further, until her mother's worried calls finally penetrated her grief-induced trance. As she rose to leave, her numb fingers brushed against the carved names on the trunk, nearly hidden by the tree's continued growth. Juliet William Ellis. He promised, she whispered to the oak, resting her forehead against the rough bark. He promised he would return. The winter of 1917-1918 was the harshest in living memory, as if nature itself had aligned with the brutality of the human conflict. Juliet moved through the days mechanically, tending to the farm's reduced needs, caring for her increasingly frail mother, visiting the oak to read Will's letters aloud, as if the repetition of his words might somehow summon him back. She refused to wear black, refused to acknowledge the sympathetic looks from villagers, refused the clumsy condolences of the parish priest. He's missing, she would say with quiet certainty, not dead. There's a difference. In March 1918, she made a decision. The farm had become an increasingly onerous burden, with no men to help and wartime restrictions limiting what she could grow and sell. Her mother needed more care than Juliet could provide while also managing the land. It was time to make a change. She sold the farm to her nearest neighbour, retaining only the small cottage where she had been born and a plot of land that included the oak tree. With the proceeds, she hired a local widow to look after her mother and purchased a motorcycle, an unheard-of extravagance for a woman, especially in rural France, but Juliet was beyond caring about propriety. Her plan was simple. She would find Will or find what had happened to him. Lieutenant Harrington's letter had mentioned Passchendaele. That's where she would begin. The journey to Belgium was arduous, complicated by the military checkpoints and the general chaos of a continent at war. Juliet had sewn her papers and precious francs into the lining of her coat, along with Will's last letter and the sketch he had made of her. She wore men's clothing, easier for riding the motorcycle, and less likely to attract unwanted attention, and cut her hair short beneath a flat cap. It took her nearly 2 weeks to reach Ypres, the gateway to the Passchendaele battlefield. The ancient cloth town had been reduced to rubble by years of shelling, its famous medieval cloth hall now a skeletal reminder of former glory. Refugee camps sprawled on the outskirts, housing displaced civilians from across the Western Front. Juliet found lodging with an elderly Belgian couple who had remained in their partially damaged home despite the danger, charging exorbitant but not unreasonable rates to the steady stream of journalists, officials, and grieving families who passed through the area. "You look for someone?" the old woman asked on Juliet's first evening, noting the photograph of Will that Juliet had placed on the small table beside her bed. "My fiancé," Juliet replied, using the term for the first time. "He's missing since November. Passchendaele." The woman crossed herself reflexively. "Passchendaele," she repeated, the word carrying the weight of a curse. "Many missing there. The mud, you understand, it swallowed men whole." Over the following days, Juliet systematically visited field hospitals, military administrative offices, and casualty clearing stations. She showed Will's photograph to anyone who would look, asked endless questions, filled out countless forms. Most officials were politely unhelpful. A few were genuinely sympathetic but equally powerless to provide information. "The records are chaotic, mademoiselle," one British medical officer explained gently. "Men were brought in without identification, transferred between facilities without paperwork, buried in mass graves when identification wasn't possible. And Passchendaele," he shook his head. "The conditions there were apocalyptic. I'm sorry." After a week of futile searching, Juliet's funds were dwindling and her hopes with them. She had one last lead, an address for a convalescent home where, according to a nurse at the main field hospital, some survivors from Will's company had been sent to recover. The facility was housed in a former monastery about 20 kilometres from Ypres, its stone walls remarkably intact despite the war that had raged around it. A Red Cross flag hung limply in the still spring air as Juliet approached, her motorcycle sputtering on the last of its fuel. The matron was reluctant to allow Juliet access to the patients, citing regulations and the men's need for undisturbed rest. But something in Juliet's face, the hollow-eyed determination perhaps, or the barely contained desperation, eventually softened the woman's professional reserve. 20 minutes, she conceded. "No more. And if any man seems distressed by your questions, you will leave immediately. Understood?" Juliet nodded, clutching Will's photograph more tightly. The ward was a long, high-ceilinged room that might once have been the monastery's refectory. 2 rows of beds lined the walls, most occupied by men in various states of injury and recovery. The smell of antiseptic barely masked the underlying odours of infection, unwashed bodies, and despair. Juliet moved from bed to bed, showing Will's photograph, asking the same questions in her accented English. Most men shook their heads. Some were too lost in their own suffering to acknowledge her at all. She was nearing the end of the row, her 20 minutes almost expired, when a thin voice called out from a bed she had passed. "Ellis? Captain William Ellis." Juliet turned to see a young man, barely more than a boy really, propped up against his pillows. Half his face was obscured by bandages, and his right arm ended in a heavily wrapped stump just below the elbow. "You knew him?" Juliet asked, returning to his bedside. The young soldier nodded slowly. "Jenkins, miss. Private Thomas Jenkins. I was in his company at Passchendaele." His unbandaged eye studied her face. "You're her, aren't you?" The French girl from his sketches. Something between a laugh and a sob escaped Juliet's throat. "Yes," she managed. "I'm Juliet. Juliet Moreau." Jenkins's face softened. "He spoke of you often, miss. Showed us your picture when things got bad. Said it reminded him that there was still beauty in the world." "Do you know what happened to him?" Juliet asked, perching carefully on the edge of the bed. "Please, I need to know." Jenkins was silent for a long moment, his single visible eye focused on some middle distance. "It was hell," he finally said, his voice low. worse than hell. Mud up to your waist in places, shell craters filled with water deep enough to drown in, gas hanging in every depression. We had been ordered to take a German pillbox about half a mile into no man's land. He paused, swallowing hard. The captain, he knew it was suicide, argued with the colonel about it. I heard them, but orders were orders, so he gathered us, 12 lads, most of us had been with him since he came back from his injury, and he says, "Boys, we're going to do this smart, not brave. Brave gets you killed for nothing." Juliet nodded, recognising the pragmatic streak that had always balanced Will's artistic temperament. We set out before dawn using shell holes for cover, made it almost to the objective when the Germans spotted us. The shelling started. Horrible accuracy, like they knew exactly where we'd be. 4 men gone in the first minute. Jenkins's breathing had quickened, his one visible eye wide and unfocused. The captain ordered us to fall back, but then Simmons took a hit to the leg, couldn't walk. The captain wouldn't leave him, told the rest of us to get to the nearest shell hole while he went for Simmons. "And?" Juliet prompted gently when Jenkins fell silent. "That's the last I saw of him. The shell that took my arm hit right after. Woke up 2 days later in a casualty clearing station." Jenkins looked directly at her, his eyes suddenly clear. "But here's the thing, miss. They never found Simmons either, and he was wounded. Couldn't have gone far. It's like that section of the field just swallowed them." "The mud?" Juliet murmured, remembering the old Belgian woman's words. Jenkins nodded grimly. The mud, the shell holes, the constant bombardment, changing the landscape every hour. "Men disappeared out there, miss. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Just gone." The matron appeared at the end of the ward, tapping her watch meaningfully. Juliet nodded in acknowledgement before turning back to Jenkins. "Is there anything else you can tell me? Anything at all?" Jenkins hesitated, then reached beneath his pillow with his remaining hand. "I kept this," he said, withdrawing a small mud-stained leather case. "It's against regulations. Personal effects are supposed to be sent home, but the captain saved my life. I reckoned I owed him something." He opened the case and carefully extracted a folded piece of paper, worn thin at the creases from repeated handling. "It's the last sketch he made, the night before the patrol. He showed it to me, said if anything happened to him, I should try to get it to you." Juliet accepted the paper with trembling fingers, unfolding it carefully to reveal a drawing of the oak tree, rendered with remarkable precision despite having been created from memory. In the foreground stood 2 figures, Will and Juliet, their backs to the viewer as they gazed up at the tree. Beneath the drawing, in Will's distinctive handwriting, were the words, "Where we began, where we will end. All between is just the journey." "Thank you," she whispered, carefully refolding the sketch and tucking it into her coat. "You've given me more than you know." Jenkins nodded, his eye already drooping with exhaustion. "He was a good man, miss. The best officer I served under. Whatever happened out there, I want you to know he never lost himself, never became hardened like some did. He remained human." The matron was approaching now, her expression brooking no further delay. Juliet squeezed Jenkins's hand gently before rising. "If you ever find yourself near Belleville-sur-Meuse," she said, "there is an oak tree there where you would be welcome." She left the convalescent home with the weight in her chest both heavier and somehow more bearable. There were no answers, no certainty, but there was confirmation that Will had remained Will until the end, that he had carried her image with him into the darkness, that his last act had been one of loyalty and compassion. Juliet returned to Belleville the following week, her quest for answers unresolved, but her heart strangely settled. She resumed her life, caring for her mother, tending to her small garden, visiting the oak tree daily. The war ground on for another 7 months before finally sputtering to its exhausted conclusion in November 1918. The armistice brought no news of Will. His status remained missing in action, neither confirmed dead nor miraculously found alive. Juliet continued to write to the War Office periodically, but the replies became increasingly formulaic as the years passed. In 21, Will's parents visited Belleville, making the journey from London with the solemn purpose of seeing the place their son had loved so well. They were formal, reserved people who carried their grief with British stoicism, but Juliet recognised in their faded blue eyes, so like Will's, the same hollowed-out quality that she saw in her own mirror each morning. "He wrote to us about you," Will's mother said as they stood beneath the oak tree. "Not everything, I suspect, but enough that we knew you were important to him." "He spoke of you as well," Juliet replied. "He treasured your letters, especially during his convalescence." Will's father ran his fingertips over the carved names, now partly obscured by the tree's natural healing. "He was our second son," he said quietly, "the one who always questioned, always challenged. I never told him how much I admired his courage to live as he chose." They left the following day, extending an open invitation for Juliet to visit them in London. She never did, sensing that such a visit would close a door that she wasn't yet ready to shut. Life in post-war France settled into new patterns. Belleville, spared the worst of the fighting, recovered more quickly than villages closer to the front. Juliet's mother passed away peacefully in the winter of 1923, leaving Juliet truly alone for the first time in her life. At 31, she was considered firmly on the shelf, a war widow without having been a wife, too independent to attract the few eligible men who had survived the conflict. She supported herself by teaching English to local children, her fluency hard-won through years of reading and rereading Will's letters. In January in 25, a letter arrived bearing the letterhead of the Imperial War Graves Commission. Juliet opened it with a dull expectation of another non-committal response to her periodic inquiries. Instead, she found a brief note from a Dr. Émile Fournier, a French historian working with the Commission to document and identify the war dead. "Mademoiselle Moreau, your name has been in the files of the Commission for some years as the designated contact for information regarding Captain William Ellis. Missing, presumed killed, November 1917, Passchendaele. As part of our ongoing work to identify and properly commemorate the fallen, we have been examining artefacts recovered from battlefield clearance operations. Among items found near what we believe was formerly a German pillbox sector BV-7 was a British officer's identity disc bearing Captain Ellis's name and service number. Subsequent excavation of the area revealed partial remains that, based on associated artefacts, we believe to be those of Captain Ellis and Private James Simmons. Both men had been listed as missing in action following a patrol on November 6, 1917. The remains have been interred in the New Tynecott Cemetery near Passchendaele. A standard commission headstone has been erected, bearing Captain Ellis's name, rank, unit and date of death, along with the inscription chosen by his family. His art captured beauty, his sacrifice preserved it. During the recovery operation, a weather-resistant folio was found among the remains containing what appears to be personal papers. Though damaged by time and the elements, some contents remain legible. As the Commission completes its documentation, these items will be sent to Captain Ellis's family in London. However, among the recovered items was an envelope addressed to you, apparently intended to be posted but never sent. Given the circumstances, I have taken the liberty of enclosing a copy with this letter, rather than sending the original through the regular mail system. I hope this information, though coming so many years after Captain Ellis's disappearance, may provide some measure of closure. With sincere condolences, Dr. Émile Fournier, Historical Documentation Division, Imperial War Graves Commission. The document was a single sheet of paper, its edges ragged, the penciled writing faded but still legible in most places. It bore no date, but appeared to have been written shortly before Will's final patrol. My Juliet, dawn approaches, and with it our orders to move out. The men are preparing now, checking equipment, writing last letters home, engaging in the small rituals soldiers develop to ward off fear. I have my own ritual, I close my eyes and walk the path from the village to our oak tree, counting the steps, feeling the summer sun on my face, hearing your laughter carried on the breeze. I confess I am afraid, not of dying itself, but of all I would leave unfinished. The paintings never completed, the places never seen, the children we might have had, growing up in the shade of our oak. Last night I dreamed of poppies, thousands of them, swaying in a gentle wind. You were walking among them, your hands brushing their scarlet heads, searching for something, searching for me, I think. It was peaceful, that dream, comforting somehow. If I don't return from this patrol and something tells me I won't, look for me there, among the poppies. Some essence of us survives, Juliet. I believe that with certainty. And whatever remains of me will find its way back to you one way or another. Remember me as I was that summer, not as the war has made me. Remember the man who sat beneath the oak with you, dreaming impossible dreams that seemed, for a few golden weeks, entirely within our grasp. I love you without beginning or end. Always, Will P.S. I've enclosed a final sketch, our tree as I remember it, with us beneath it. Keep it with you, so we're never truly parted. Dr. Fournier had included a second image, the sketch Jenkins had already given her, its twin apparently created by Will for his own keeping. Seeing it again, now knowing it was indeed his final drawing, Juliet felt something shift inside her, like a door finally closing on a room she'd kept open far too long. In the envelope with Dr. Fournier's letter was a smaller one containing a photograph of Will's grave, a simple white headstone among thousands of identical markers, the only distinction being the names and dates carved into them. The photograph showed a field of white stones stretching toward the horizon, and in the foreground, bright splashes of red, poppies blooming among the graves. 3 weeks later, Juliet stood in that same cemetery, her hand resting lightly on the cool marble of Will's headstone. The day was clear and surprisingly warm for June, the sky a blue that reminded her painfully of Will's eyes. The poppies were in full bloom, nodding their heavy heads in the gentle breeze. Juliet knelt among them, feeling the damp earth through her skirt, and placed a small bundle at the base of the stone, a sprig from their oak tree, wrapped in the blue ribbon he had once untied from her hair, and her final letter to him. "I found you," she whispered, echoing the words she had spoken to the weathered wooden cross in her imagination for years. "Just as you asked, where the poppies grow." As she spoke, the breeze strengthened momentarily, setting the flowers dancing around her in a ripple of crimson. For a fleeting second, Juliet felt a presence beside her, not physical but undeniable, like the echo of a familiar voice just beyond hearing's range. She remained there until sunset, speaking softly to the stone, to the earth beneath it, to the poppies that had guided her home to him. As darkness fell, she rose stiffly, brushing the soil from her clothing. "Goodbye, my love," she said, touching the cold marble one last time. For now, she walked away slowly, her shadow stretching long behind her in the fading light. But something had changed in her bearing, a straightening of the shoulders, a lightness in her step that had been absent for 8 years. Juliet Moreau was 33 years old. She had spent nearly a third of her life waiting, searching, grieving. Now, with the finding, came the possibility of beginning again. As she reached the cemetery gate, she paused and looked back at the field of stones and flowers, at the one marker that held the remains of the man she had loved. The setting sun bathed everything in amber light, turning the poppies to liquid fire. "Until then," she whispered, "I will live well, for both of us." Turning away, she walked toward the waiting world, carrying within her the memory of a summer beneath an oak tree, of love letters crossed with mud and blood, of promises kept across the boundaries of time and death. And as she walked, it seemed to her that the poppies nodded in agreement, their paper-thin petals catching the last golden light of day, whispering back, "Until then." New York City, at dusk, is a curious, shape-shifting place. Lights flicker on in high-rise windows, cabs honk impatiently in the streets, and the hum of a million stories pulses in every direction. Hidden in one of the quieter neighborhoods sits a small, unassuming cafe. A chalkboard sign reads, "Kira Steen's Espresso and Notes," though the subdued exterior rarely draws crowds. The reason people step inside, if they do, is whispered among the local night owls. Come for the coffee, stay for the piano. Tonight, Alex Peterson is at that very piano. He's a man defined by quiet intensity. Dressed in a black button-down shirt and simple trousers, he blends into the backdrop until he rests his fingertips on the keys. Then the atmosphere around him transforms. His music is an undercurrent that calms the chatter, gliding through the air like an intimate secret. A few patrons pause to listen, though most remain lost in their conversations. Alex's eyes shift toward a crumpled newspaper lying beside a half-empty latte on a nearby table. The headline leaps out at him. Hazel Warner, disgraced violinist, returns to her roots. A familiar longing blooms in his chest. Once, years ago, Hazel was at the pinnacle of the classical world. A former child prodigy with a glow about her that dazzled both critics and fans. Now the tabloids buzz with her downfall. A plagiarism scandal pinned on her by her charismatic ex-fiancé, Nathaniel Nate Caldwell. Alex exhales softly as he finishes his piece, letting the final chord linger. Then he gently closes the full board of the piano. He's about to slip away from the spotlight, though to call it a spotlight is generous when barely anyone notices him, when a voice calls out. "Hey you, over here," says a man with a face that glows from the screen of his phone. "How about something more upbeat?" Alex musters a tight smile. He does not do requests, especially not from random men lost in their phone screens. Yet he nods politely, sits back down, and begins a tune that's lighter. A warm, melodic jazz standard he's well practiced in. It's easier this way, not stirring up too much of himself, not letting his heart bleed through the music. A few minutes later, the cafe's owner breezes by, wiping a table with brisk, confident strokes. Kira Stein, Alex's best friend since their days in music conservatory, is a petite woman with short, coppery hair that curls just at her chin. She has an uncanny ability to sense the mood of a room, especially where Alex is concerned. "You okay?" Kira asks once the last note fades. Alex shrugs, eyes darting again to the newspaper. Kira follows his glance. A sigh escapes her lips. "You know," she says. "You don't have to torture yourself reading about her. It's been how many years?" A question that hangs in the air without an easy answer. One might say 5 or 10, or maybe just enough years for the memory of Hazel Warner to become a continuous hum in Alex's life. He stands, carefully folds the newspaper, and follows Kira to the back of the cafe. The corridor there is narrow, walls lined with old concert posters, many from Kira's short stint as a travelling violinist. She gave that up to open this place, channeling her passion for music into the comfort of others. Alex has never fully understood how she can be so fearless in forging a new path, but maybe that's precisely why they've stayed so close. Once they reach the small kitchen, Kira hands him a mug of chamomile tea. She's well acquainted with his reluctance to drink coffee late at night. "Alex," she says, her voice low enough that the barista behind them won't overhear. "I'm serious. This obsession, it has to stop. You let yourself feel everything so deeply, and that's beautiful, but you have to remember what Hazel did. She never even noticed you, not really. Don't let her waltz back into your head now that she's all over the press again." He looks at Kira, wanting to believe her words, but also unable to quiet the memories. She has no idea how many times he's replayed those old duets, the ones in the musty practice rooms at the conservatory. He still recalls the exact weight of Hazel's gaze when they performed an original piece he'd composed specifically for her. Yet she never realised it was for her. She'd simply praised his musicianship and rushed on to the next rehearsal, her mind fixed on climbing higher and higher in her own career. And now she's back, battered by scandal, possibly more fragile than before. She might not ever glance in his direction again, but that doesn't stop the longing. "Let me worry about it," Alex finally mutters, taking a sip of tea. Kira shakes her head but decides not to push further. She knows well enough that coaxing truth from Alex is a slow dance. "All right," she concedes, "but promise me you won't bury yourself in heartbreak again. If you need to talk, I'm here." Alex sets down the mug and returns to the piano, but the mood in the cafe has shifted. Most patrons have gone. The few who remain seem content with hushed conversation. He runs his fingers over the keys but chooses not to play. No sense in pouring himself into a near-empty room. Instead, he helps Kira close up for the night, stacking chairs, wiping tables, flicking off the lights, until the cafe is silent and dark except for the glowing green exit sign. When they step outside, the street glistens under the lampposts. Wind rustles a stray piece of trash, sending it skittering along the sidewalk. Alex feels the chill against his skin, but it's a mild evening by New York standards. Kira rummages for her keys, the jingle echoing faintly in the urban hush. She locks the door, then turns to him. "You sure you don't want to stay with me? You look like you've got a lot on your mind," she says softly. "I'm fine," Alex insists. He wonders what time it is. Probably near midnight, maybe later. The quiet can be disorienting in a city that rarely sleeps. He runs a hand through his hair and offers Kira a small reassuring smile. "Thanks though, I'll see you in the morning." She nods and they part ways. He heads down the block, each step feeling heavier. He's turned 31, an age that feels like a tide change. No longer the bright-eyed dreamer of his 20s, but not old enough to shed that same dream. A musician in a constant state of almost discovered, almost recognised, almost loved. Can't resist one last glance at the folded newspaper under his arm. Hazel Warner's face is captured in a photograph that seems to ache with unsaid words. She doesn't know he exists as more than a faint memory from the past. And yet, for Alex Peterson, she's been the silent impetus behind every piece he's ever composed. He rounds the corner to his small walk-up apartment. The building stands tired but proud. Up the creaky stairs into the narrow hall, and finally he slips the key into his door. Inside, the living room is cluttered with the sheet music, some scribbled on loose-leaf pages, others meticulously noted in bound notebooks. His baby grand piano, a well-loved Steinway, is tucked in the corner. He flips on a small lamp, letting its warm glow caress the instrument. Setting the newspaper on the piano bench, he leans against a wall scrawled with half-finished compositions pinned up like puzzle pieces. He wonders if Hazel is reading about herself with the same sense of dread. He wonders if she's thinking back to the days before everything became complicated by fame and betrayal. In this moment, the past and the present collide in his heart. He wants to shut out the memories, but the notes of an old composition drift into his mind uninvited. Quietly, as if not to disturb the intangible ghosts lurking, he hums a melody he once wrote for Hazel. It settles into the silence like a final lullaby for the night. He knows Kira's warning is wise. He knows he should let the memory of Hazel fade. But love, or something akin to it, has a way of burrowing into the soul, deeper than logic can reach. And so, with a flick of the lamp switch, he surrenders to the darkness, that intangible chord still resonating in him. He doesn't know what tomorrow holds, only that the world has suddenly tilted with Hazel's return. The shadows of unspoken feelings dance on the wall, and somewhere in the city that never truly sleeps, Hazel Warner might be hearing an echo of a past she never knew existed. A crisp morning light slices through Alex's thin curtains, waking him earlier than usual. The city hums in the background, delivery trucks roaring, car horns honking, but Alex hears another sound in his mind. The slow, melancholic chords he half composed last night before sleep claimed him. They remain incomplete, like a question begging for an answer he's not yet ready to give. He dresses, pulling on a sweater and dark jeans, and cradles a travel mug of tea on his way back to the cafe. The dawn light paints the sidewalks golden. Despite the bustle, Alex feels a sense of quiet. He wonders if Hazel is awake right now, perhaps scanning the headlines that mock her fall from grace. It's a futile thought. She's a world away, even if technically only a few subway stops separate them in Manhattan. When he steps into Kira's cafe, the place smells of freshly ground espresso beans and pastries. Morning regulars line up, bleary-eyed but hopeful for caffeine. Kira, cheerful but firm, manages them all with the efficiency of a seasoned conductor overseeing an orchestra. "Good morning," she calls, sliding a latte across the counter to a waiting customer. Then she turns to Alex, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sleep well?" He shrugs. Sleep was a cagey beast that refused to linger. "I'm managing." Kira arches an eyebrow. "You know, if you want real rest, you could try not reading that newspaper article 20 times. He tries to deny it, but the small, knowing tilt of her head stops him. "I just needed to see how the media's spinning it," he says. "She's back in the city after all. Doesn't that feel surreal to you?" Kira's expression softens. "I guess," she concedes. "She was always so driven when we were all at the conservatory. The star of every show, the top of every class. It's strange to picture her now headlined as a pariah, but maybe," she pauses, measuring her words, "this is a chance for her to figure out who she is without that perfect veneer." A knock on the glass door distracts them. A harried supplier gestures at Kira, needing a signature for a delivery. She throws Alex a quick, sympathetic look and rushes off. Alone at the counter, Alex finds his thoughts drifting again to Hazel, the way her bow once glided across violin strings, each note luminous, filled with a rare fervour. People called her a prodigy, but Alex saw the toll of that label in the deep circles under her eyes. He'd admired her from the audience seat as much as from behind the piano stand, but she never noticed. Or if she did, she chose not to say a thing. Morning moves forward in a blur of coffee orders and pastries. Alex occasionally assists, clearing tables, refilling sugar canisters. A few hours later, just as the rush dies down, something almost fated happens. A figure slips through the door. She's shorter than he remembers, or perhaps it's the way her posture slopes inward, as if she's trying to vanish into her own coat. Her hair, once pinned in an elegant bun for performances, now falls loosely around her shoulders in unbrushed waves. Yet there's no mistaking that face. Hazel Warner stands in the doorway of Kira's cafe, scanning the room with uncertain eyes. Alex freezes. For an instant he contemplates ducking behind the counter to avoid being seen. His heart pounds, and a rush of old emotions flood him. Admiration, yearning, fear that she'll glance right through him as if he's invisible. But she doesn't. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of recognition sparks across her features. "Alex?" she says softly, her voice cracking as though she's unsure if she's allowed to speak his name. Time seems to stutter. Kira, returning from the back, practically leaps to intercept Hazel. "Hey," Kira says in polite but guarded tones. "Long time no see. Do you need something? Coffee? A place to sit?" Hazel's cheeks flush. She steps closer to the counter, ignoring the curious stares of a few remaining customers. I saw the sign. The name was familiar. I had no idea this was your place, Kira." Her gaze flickers to Alex. "Or that you'd be here too." The room feels charged, like the moment before a pivotal note in a musical composition. A part of Alex wants to unravel every memory he's stored away, tell Hazel how proud he was of her successes, how gutted he was when she fell from grace, how her face in that newspaper last night reignited every feeling he'd tried to bury. But he stands there, measured silence forming a barrier. Kira, stepping up, tries to dissolve the tension with a business-like tone. "Welcome. If you'd like something, the menu's on the board. We also have fresh pastries." Hazel glances at the blackboard, though she seems more focused on Alex's face. She opens her mouth, closes it, and then tries again. "Actually, Could we talk? All of us, maybe? I know a lot has happened since forever." She gives a half laugh that lacks humour. "I just wanted to see you both. Maybe apologise." Kira folds her arms. "Apologise for what exactly?" Hazel's gaze drops to the floor. "For never being around, for shutting people out, especially after everything. You probably heard about the scandal. Nate Caldwell accused me of stealing a concerto from him. It wasn't true." Her voice tightens. "But no one believed me. I lost everything, my reputation, my bookings, sponsors, everything." A silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine behind the counter. "I should have reached out sooner." Alex feels a pang of sympathy, then quickly reminds himself of Kira's warning. Hazel had always been too wrapped up in her own ambitions to notice the people who truly cared about her. But is it fair to blame her entirely? Or is this vulnerability genuine? Finally, he lets out a breath, and in a measured voice says, "It's been a while, Hazel. Let's grab a table." The three of them settle at a corner table by the window. Passers-by rush along the sidewalk outside, glimpsing the cafe's interior without understanding the emotional undercurrents swirling in that small space. Hazel fiddles with her fraying jacket sleeve as though searching for the right words. "I'm sorry to just barge in like this," she begins again. "I know I have no right to ask for help after everything that's happened, but the truth is, I don't know if I can play violin the way I used to. I can't trust my own instincts anymore. Everyone's eyes are on me, waiting for me to fail again." Kira's expression softens just a fraction. "What do you want from us?" Hazel looks directly at Alex, and he feels his heart skip. "Back in school, you wrote a piece for me once," she says, her voice tender. "You might not remember," he interrupts. "Of course I remember. I remember every piece I've ever composed." She nods, looking grateful for a moment of connection. It was unlike anything else. "I felt a sincerity in your notes that I never felt in any other composition. After what I've been through, I want to feel that again. I need to rediscover why I love Maldik. I was hoping maybe you could compose something new for me. It's the only way I know how to start over." A jolt of conflicting emotions grips Alex. Part of him bristles at the idea. Why should he cater to Hazel's request now, after years of quiet neglect? But another part of him, the composer who thrives on raw emotion, can't ignore the stirring of inspiration. The guard dog in his mind barks that this is dangerous, that he'll be hurt again. Yet the flicker of hope in Hazel's eyes is undeniable. "You're asking a lot," Alex manages to say. Hazel lowers her gaze. "I know, but I'm lost, Alex. And I thought, if anyone could help me find my way, it would be you." The sincerity in her voice mixed with desperation forms a chord that resonates too deeply to ignore. Kira catches Alex's eye, a silent caution passing between them. This is exactly what she was worried about. Alex stepping into the old role of caretaker, the silent composer who burns for a woman who barely registers his presence beyond his music. But now that Hazel is here, physically, tangibly broken, can he turn away? He leans back, crossing his arms. "Let me think about it," he says, trying to sound detached. Hazel nods, her shoulders slumping in what seems like relief that he hasn't outright refused. "Thank you," she whispers. They linger in an uneasy quiet. until a customer approaches the counter, drawing Kira away to take another order. Alex and Hazel remain at the table, separated by a gulf of unspoken history. For a fleeting moment, Alex wonders if this is fate or a twisted encore of heartbreak. Either way, the music that once bound them together might soon play again, and if it does, Alex senses it won't be the same gentle harmony. It might be a tempest, or something more complicated, something that could break them both. For the rest of that day, Alex is caught in a whirlwind of old melodies and new uncertainties. After Hazel's departure, he and Kira exchange few words about the encounter. She simply hands him a cloth to wipe down the counters, eyes narrowed in a stern, silent message. "I'm watching you. Don't get in over your head." That night, Alex heads home with a restless surge of creativity swirling within. The second he enters his apartment, he sits at his baby grand. His fingers hover over the keys. A phrase forms in his mind, soft, tentative. It's reminiscent of the compositions he wrote in his conservatory days for Hazel. But now there's an undercurrent of regret and longing that wasn't there before. He plays a few chords, testing the waters. An image flashes in his mind of Hazel in the cafe, her coat too big, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. He remembers how vibrant she used to be, standing tall on stage, commanding the spotlight with her violin's brilliance. Now, that bright energy seems dimmed by betrayal and scandal. The tabloids can be vicious, especially when a revered figure falls from grace. Accusations of plagiarism are a hard stain to remove, even when you're innocent. Alex shuts his eyes, letting the notes speak. When he was younger, he believed music was enough to convey his feelings. But he never found the courage to tell Hazel directly, "Hey, I love you. This composition is a testament to how you captivate my entire being." She never guessed, or if she did, she brushed it aside, too focused on her own ambitions. He wonders, is it masochistic to compose something new for her? Probably, but the thought of turning her away feels worse. He can't deny the electric thrill that runs through him at the notion of creating a piece worthy of resurrecting her spirit. Late into the night, he scrawls ideas onto staff paper. Half-formed melodies, eerie chord progressions, a shift to a major key that hints at hope. By the time he looks at the clock, it's nearly 2 a.m. He rubs his tired eyes and forces himself to bed, mind racing with chord structures and harmonic layers. Over the next several days, Hazel and Alex meet in his small Brooklyn apartment. They sit across from each other, a battered coffee table between them, strewn with his handwritten sheets. Hazel traces the notes with her fingertips, as though they're braille revealing secrets. "I don't know if I can do these justice," she confesses one afternoon, setting the pages aside. She glances around at the cluttered living space. Alex's apartment is modest, but the stacks of music carry a certain magic, as if each page for us vibrates with potential. "I haven't performed in months, and when I do try to play, I get in my own head. My technique is shaky, my confidence is shot." Alex finds her vulnerability unsettling. The Hazel he recalls was proud, sometimes to a fault, certain of her abilities. This Hazel seems humanized by pain. A small voice in his mind warns him that heartbreak often paves the way to manipulative apologies, but he can't help feeling sympathy. "You'll get it back," he says gently. "If you want to, that is. But it'll take practice and patience." She gives him a weary smile. "Thanks for not sugarcoating it." Then she shifts her gaze. "I'm curious, Alex. Why did you even agree to help me? You could have refused, told me to figure it out on my own." The question lingers, thickening the air. He could mention that maybe it's because he spent years tethered to her without her noticing, or that Kira's protective stance only half deters him from diving headlong into a new composition for the woman who once spurred his greatest pieces. Instead, he offers a careful truth. "Because I understand what it's like to love music to the point that you can't let it die, no matter how many times it betrays you." A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She nods, as though she senses the deeper layers in his words. But before either can elaborate, Kira strides in carrying a paper bag of groceries. She's been dropping by regularly, partly to keep them fed and partly, Alex suspects, to ensure he isn't blindly falling into old patterns. "I've got fresh vegetables and some pasta," Kira announces. "Thought I'd whip up lunch." She sets the bag on the kitchen counter, pausing to look at Hazel. "You look tired. Are you resting enough?" Hazel shrugs. "I've been trying to rebuild a routine. Mornings at the library, researching old compositions. Afternoons practicing. Evenings here with Alex." Kira raises an eyebrow at Alex. "Don't overwork her, composer boy." Alex holds up his hands in mock defense. "She sets the pace, not me." Hazel smiles faintly, sensing the playful, protective tone in Kira's voice. Then she helps unload the groceries. In the next few minutes, the apartment is filled with the aroma of simmering tomatoes, sizzling onions, and fresh basil. The domesticity of it all surprises Alex. It's been ages since he's had something resembling family or close friends gathered around for a meal. As they eat, talk meanders from music to old stories about the conservatory. Hazel recounts how she once got locked in a practice room for hours because Nate Caldwell forgot she was there and left with the only key. Kira scoffs at the mention of that name, setting her fork down a little too aggressively. "Of course he did," Kira mutters, eyes narrowing. "Nate never gave a damn about anyone but himself." Hazel glances at her plate. "I defended him for years. I even believed him at first when he said he was doing it for my own good, claiming that my compositions were overshadowing his. It's all so messed up." Alex stays quiet, letting Hazel's confession sink in. He recalls seeing Nate from afar during their conservatory days, a magnetic presence who drew a crowd wherever he went. Nate had an uncanny ability to charm people, a skill that masked his darker inclinations. That same charm, ironically, is what made the world believe his lies about Hazel's plagiarism. Eventually, plates empty, and the three of them clear the table. Hazel steps to the corner of the living room where her violin case rests. Carefully, she lifts the instrument out, running her fingers over the polished wood. It's still a magnificent violin, though now bearing the emotional weight of her scandal. Alex moves to the piano. "Let's try a few bars from that piece I showed you," he suggests, flipping open the pages on the stand. Hazel nods, positioning the violin under her chin. She draws in a breath and her bow meets the strings. The first note wavers. She stops, breath ragged. "It's okay," Alex says calmly. Again. A second attempt produces a slightly steadier sound, though far from her old brilliance. Her technique is rusty, but there's a tremor of emotion that travels from her bow into the air. It's not just skill that is missing, it's belief in herself. Alex begins to play the supporting piano line, a gentle ripple of chords meant to cradle the violin melody. It's a new composition with hints of an old longing. For a moment, Hazel meets his eyes. Something sparks, as if she recognizes that the music is built around her essence, her timid reawakening, her heartbreak, her hope. The notes intertwine, delicate but fraught with tension. It's imperfect but genuine. When they finish, Hazel lowers her violin, tears brimming. She blinks them away quickly, her voice shaking. It's like the music understands me better than I understand myself. Kira watches quietly, arms folded but not unkindly. "That's Alex for you," she finally says. "He hears what's unspoken." Hazel's eyes never leave Alex's face. "You once wrote for me, years ago, and I barely thanked you," she says. "But I want you to know now that it meant the world, even if I didn't say it. I just didn't realise how much I needed it." Alex's heart clenches with an odd mix of longing and frustration. He has waited so long for any kind of acknowledgement from Hazel, yet hearing it now stings. It reminds him of the lost time, the night spent pining, for a woman who was only a dream. Clearing his throat, he says, "Let's refine that second section tomorrow. The tempo shift might help you transition better." Hazel nods, cheeks flushed. Kira, sensing the emotionally charged atmosphere, speaks up. "I'm going to do the dishes. Hazel, why don't you pack up your violin for the day? We've done enough for now." Hazel lingers only a moment longer before setting her instrument down and heading to the kitchen to help Kira. Alone, Alex flips through the sheets of music on his piano stand. His eyes land on a line that reads, "Dedicated to HW." It's an echo of the secret dedications he made back in school, though he never had the courage to show them to her. In the kitchen, he hears the murmur of Hazel and Kira's voices. They're talking quietly, maybe about him or maybe about the scandal. He wonders if Hazel is telling Kira about the heartbreak she endured with Nate, or the raw guilt she carries for not noticing Alex's devotion all those years ago. He wonders if Kira is cautioning Hazel not to hurt him again. He closes the music folder, pressing down gently on the pages as though sealing them into his own heart. Despite his caution, he's already invested. Too much. His walls are crumbling and the music of her presence is slipping in once more. He can't help but think, if this collaboration heals Hazel, what will it do to him? Will he finally find closure? Or is he walking straight into heartbreak for a second time? As he sits there, the lingering resonance of their duet still vibrating through the apartment, one truth emerges. Though he spent years composing in the shadows, a flicker of light has found him. And as dangerous as it might be to step into that brightness again, he knows that sometimes music is worth the risk. Tension curls like a wary cat in the corners of Alex's apartment. Though Hazel is determined to rebuild her career, she struggles under the weight of public disapproval, which she experiences even in small ways, side glances from strangers on the subway, or hushed whispers when someone recognizes her on the street. Each new day at Alex's apartment, she tackles the violin with increasing rigor. Bit by bit, her confidence emerges, but so does a new emotion, a deepening awareness of Alex. One evening, after Kira has locked up the cafe and left Alex and Hazel alone to rehearse, Hazel notices an old spiral-bound notebook on the piano bench. Its edges are frayed, the cover faded. Without thinking, she picks it up and flips through the pages. Her breath catches. The dates go back nearly a decade, each composition titled with cryptic phrases: Moonlight Before Dawn, The Red Scarf Elegy, Her Heart's Allegro. The margins are filled with half-erased doodles, sometimes a single initial, H. The dedication lines read differently, for HW or simply for her. It's as if the entire notebook is an ode to a mysterious muse. She glances at Alex, who's busy in the small kitchenette, washing a couple of mugs. Music from a local jazz station filters through a tinny radio on the counter. She wonders if she should ask permission to read further, but the curiosity is too strong. She turns the page. The notes swirl off the staff lines, raw, unpolished, but brimming with a fervour she recognises from their earliest rehearsals at the conservatory. In each melody she senses a confession, like love letters etched in music. Her mind whirls back to fleeting memories. The way Alex would watch her from across the practice room, the flush on his face whenever she praised his compositions. Could it be? Hazel snaps the notebook shut when Alex walks in, concern etched on his features. "Where did you find that?" he asks, drying his hands on a dish towel. She holds it out, cheeks burning. "It was on the bench. Alex, these pieces, you wrote them for me, didn't you?" His silence is answer enough. Slowly he sets the towel aside, tension in his jaw. That was a long time ago. Her hands tremble. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Alex's gaze falls to the floor. "You never asked, and you never seemed interested in anything that wasn't about your own spotlight." She flinches as though struck. "That's not fair. I didn't know. I was focused," he finishes. "Driven. You were unstoppable, Hazel. I admired that, but you never looked back. For a moment neither speaks. The radio crackles out a lonely saxophone line, punctuating the silence. Finally, Hazel musters the courage to meet his eyes. I see that now. I was young and foolish. I was so consumed with being the best that I didn't stop to see who was right beside me. Alex exhales, running a hand over the piano's worn finish. Why are we talking about the past? It can't be changed. She clutches the notebook to her chest. Because it matters to me, she confesses, voice quavering. I thought nobody understood me or my passion, but all this time you were writing for me, fueling me, loving me through your music, and I never even thanked you. A storm brews in Alex's dark eyes, pain, longing, frustration. Don't read too much into it, he says, though his tone betrays him. I was just a naive composer in love with an idea. An idea, Hazel echoes, feeling her throat tighten. Or was it Mercy? He's silent for a long beat, then quietly responds, I don't know anymore. She sets the notebook down gently, returning it to him like something fragile. For what it's worth, those pieces are some of the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wish I could have heard them played. Maybe one day I still can. Alex avoids her gaze, gathering the notebook and tucking it away. We should call it a night. The next morning, Hazel confides in Kira. They meet at the cafe before opening, in that in-between time when the city is just waking. Hazel sits on a stool near the counter, arms resting on her violin case. She looks pensive, as if she hasn't slept. Kira pours them both a cup of strong coffee, ignoring Hazel's mention that she's more of a tea person these days. Trust me, you need the caffeine, Kira jokes softly. Now spill. What's going on in that head of yours? Hazel hesitates, then sighs. I found a notebook of Alex's compositions from years ago. All of them. They're dedicated to me. I had no clue he felt so strongly. My mind is reeling. Kira's expression is guarded, though not entirely surprised. I warned him not to get hurt again. He's been carrying this torch for so long. Hazel lets out a broken laugh. I never meant to be so blind. I was just so caught up in my career, in Nate, in everything. And now that I see the depth of Alex's devotion, I feel... She searches for the right word. Guilty. And more than that. Something else I can't quite put my finger on. Like I'm seeing Alex for the first time, but it's too late. Kira sets her coffee mug down. It's not too late if you're sincere, but you need to figure out if what you feel is truly for him, or for the music he creates. Hazel grips her mug, the warmth seeping into her hands. I wish I knew how to separate the two. I keep hearing his compositions in my head, and they fill me with this emotion I can't describe. Is it him I love, or the music? It's all so tangled. Untangle it, Kira says firmly. Or at least try. Because if you give Alex false hope and then realise you only wanted the music, he'll never recover. The gravity of Kira's words sinks in. Zil nods, her eyes clouded with worry. Thank you, she whispers. I know you're just trying to protect him. And maybe protect you too, Kira replies softly. She stands, finishing her coffee in one gulp, because heartbreak in any direction cuts deep. Across the city, rumblings of a major gala at Carnegie Hall start making their way through the classical music grapevine. It's an annual fundraiser featuring top-tier musicians, and rumour has it the organisers are desperate for a headlining performer with a fresh story. Hazel's scandal, ironically, makes her a compelling choice. A potential comeback could grab headlines and sell tickets. That afternoon, the call comes in. An invitation to Hazel Warner to perform at the prestigious event. She's startled by the sudden opportunity. They want me, she blurts into the phone. After everything that happened. We believe in second chances, the event coordinator says diplomatically. This could be a triumphant return, and frankly, It's good for publicity. That last line stings, but Hazel forces a grateful tone. I'll do it. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to make it a success. The moment she hangs up, her heart flutters with both excitement and dread. She calls Alex, voice trembling. They've asked me to play at Carnegie Hall next month. It's huge, but I don't feel ready to stand on that stage alone. You can do it, Alex says, though she detects uncertainty in his words. We'll work twice as hard. I'll compose something new, something bold. But you have to trust yourself. She bites her lip. Actually, I want it to be your piece, front and centre, if you're willing. Something you've been working on, something that means everything. She doesn't mention the old notebook, but the implication is there. I'll dedicate the performance to you. A pause. When he speaks again, Alex's voice sounds guardedly hopeful. I'll finish the composition. Meet me tomorrow at the apartment. The clock ticks relentlessly toward the gala date. Rehearsals intensify. Hazel pours every ounce of her being into the new composition Alex is finalising. The tension between them simmers, unspoken truths weaving into the notes. On the surface they're a formidable duo, a rising star seeking redemption and a composer stepping out of the shadows. But under the veneer of professional collaboration, the old heartbeat of love flickers. One night, after a grueling session, Hazel musters the courage to speak up. Alex, she begins, meeting his eyes. There's something I need to say. He lowers his hands from the piano keys. The expression on his face is caution mixed with yearning. What is it? She tries to form the words, but fear knots her stomach. I love you, she wants to say, but is it him or is it the music? In the end, she can't force the confession. Not yet. Thank you, she says instead, her voice trembling with intensity, for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself, for writing what you write, for everything. His gaze lingers on her, vulnerability flickering. That's enough for tonight. He stands to walk her out. The closeness between them as they walk down the hall is electric yet unclaimed. Outside, the city's neon haze bathes them in swirling colour. She longs to reach for him, to test if the connection she feels is real. But the swirl of confusion holds her back. They say goodnight at the curb. As Hazel steps into a waiting cab, she watches Alex disappear into the shadows of his building. She wonders if she'll ever find the words, or if she'll lose him just as she's finally beginning to see him. The gala day looms, a culminating crescendo, and neither Hazel nor Alex can predict whether the final chord will strike salvation or heartbreak. Carnegie Hall stands regal under the city lights, a beacon of artistry and ambition. The night of the gala arrives, and Hazel Warner slips in through the stage door, violin case in hand, nerves jumping like frantic creatures inside her. Stagehands bustle about, directing performers, checking lights. The roar of an anticipatory audience seeps through the walls, a distant thunder that rattles Hazel's heart. Backstage, Alex sits at a piano bench, running through the final bars of his new composition one last time. The piece is raw and unfiltered, a reflection of everything he's carried for years, unrequited love, quiet devotion, and the heartbreak of being unseen. He glances up as Hazel approaches, her eyes flickering with both anxiety and determination. You ready? He asks softly, a note of sincerity in his voice. She exhales. Ready as I'll ever be. I want to play your music perfectly, not just to prove something to the world, but to show you that I hear you. Finally. He nods, swallowing hard. No words come, but the moment is charged with a deeper understanding. They step onto the stage together. The hall's grand interior dazzles with chandeliers and plush red seats packed to capacity. Reporters, critics, and patrons crane their necks. The entire room crackles with the tension of this high-stakes performance. Hazel stands under the spotlight, violin at her chin. Alex takes his seat at the Steinway Grand. A hush settles, a collective inhale. Then, with a single nod, Hazel draws her bow across the strings, and the first note emerges, a trembling whisper that blossoms into a forceful lament. The composition sweeps from a plaintive melody to a fierce crescendo, each movement telling a story of regret, devotion, and redemption. As they play, Hazel feels the music flowing through her like a second heartbeat. She catches Alex's eye in fleeting moments, sensing that the lines between them, between composer and muse, between two hearts separated for too long, are dissolving. Midway through the performance, the emotion surges. The violin's cry echoes with raw intensity, and the audience leans in as though catching a confession. Hazel's vision blurs with tears she refuses to shed. She channels every ounce of feeling into the bow, her body trembling with the piece's climax. Alex's piano supports, guides, and complements every note, no longer just an accompaniment, but a duet of souls. When the final chord resolves, the silence is almost unbearable. Then thunderous applause erupts, sweeping the hall. Hazel lowers her violin, chest heaving. She searches for Alex amid the standing ovation, finds him gazing at her with a mix of awe and heartbreak. For a fleeting second she wants to run to him, to fling her arms around him and say everything she's kept locked inside, but the curtain call pulls them both into formal bows. They step forward and the applause crescendos, cameras flashing like frenzied fireflies. Backstage afterward, the chaos is immediate. Congratulations, interview requests, critics fawning. Hazel stumbles through it, her mind spinning. She wants to find Alex, but he's swallowed up by the crowd, ushered away by well-wishers. Someone thrusts a microphone at her, demanding a statement. Another tries to take her photograph. Over the din, she hears a familiar, contemptuous voice. "So you found a new composer to sponge off, have you?" The voice stops her cold. Nate Caldwell, her ex-fiancé, emerges from the throng. His tailored suit and polished shoes shine under the harsh backstage lights. His smile is razor-sharp. "Brilliant performance, Hazel. Almost had me convinced you wrote that piece yourself." Hazel's blood runs cold. "I never claimed to write it," she hisses, stepping closer to keep the conversation private. "Alex composed it, as anyone who bothered to read the program would know." Nate chuckles, low and menacing. "Ah, but they'll still talk. Word around is that your dear Alex has been inspired by your old ideas. Maybe you fed him your scraps, then let him do the grunt work. I wonder which story the tabloids will run with." She clenches her teeth. "You can't poison this Nate. Not this time." He raises an eyebrow. "Watch me." Before he can say more, Kira arrives, practically shoving him aside. "Move!" she snaps, her voice low. Then she turns to Hazel, ignoring Nate's predatory grin. "You okay?" Hazel's heart pounds. A swirl of anger and fear grips her. "I need to find Alex," she mutters. Kira nods, leading Hazel away from Nate's spiteful presence. They wind down a backstage corridor, where a few straggling stagehands and performers congratulate Hazel. She politely nods but keeps moving, scanning for Alex. She spots him near a side exit, slipping away from the throng. Adrenaline surging, she rushes to him, catching his arm before he can disappear outside. He turns, surprise flickering across his face. "Hazel," she breathes heavily. "What are you doing? Everyone's looking for you. There's a million congratulations to be had." The words tumble out breathless. "I needed air," he explains, glancing toward the exit. "It's overwhelming." Hazel studies him for a moment. Is this about me? Or the composition? Or everything we haven't said? Alex's shoulders sag. A weary vulnerability. Part of me never believed this would happen, he admits. You, on stage, playing my music, applauded by so many people who once overlooked me. It's surreal. She places her violin case on the floor and steps closer. Then let it be real. Let this be the moment you finally acknowledge how extraordinary you are. He lowers his gaze. I can't help feeling like you're in love with the music, not the man behind it. The corridor feels like a quiet echo chamber, the muffled claps and chatter of the gala drifting from afar. Hazel lifts a trembling hand, brushes it against Alex's cheek. I won't lie. The music is a part of you, and it's what first spoke to me, even before I had the sense to listen. But over these past weeks, she hesitates, tears brimming, I realised it's you I see when the music stops. It's you I ache for when I'm not holding my violin. I love what you create, but I love who you are more. Alex's breath catches. Doubt wars with longing in his eyes. Hazel? She silences him by resting her forehead against his. A wave of relief washes through her as he leans into the contact. Then, with delicate care, she steps back just enough to meet his gaze. I'm sorry it took me this long. He closes his eyes, exhaling as though letting go of years of pent-up emotion. I've wanted to hear those words for so long. His voice is unsteady. I was convinced it had never happened. Hazel smiles through her tears. If it's too late, tell me now. Instead of answering, Alex pulls her into a tentative hug. She melts against him, the shape of his arms around her feeling like the home she never knew she needed. The distant sound of applause continues behind them, but here, in this quiet hallway, they share a different symphony, a duet of hearts finally in tune. Kira appears at the end of the corridor, noticing their embrace. She steps back, a soft smile curving her lips. Quietly she slips away, letting them have their moment. Years later, Hazel Warner and Alex Peterson sit side by side in a high-ceilinged concert hall in Vienna. The stage is set for a performance, with spectators chatting excitedly in hushed tones. Hazel holds her violin, leaning into Alex with effortless intimacy. Their world tours have garnered both of them acclaim. Alex, once an overlooked pianist, is now recognised as a brilliant composer in his own right. Hazel, once disgraced, has risen from the ashes with the authenticity that only heartbreak and redemption can bring. A journalist from a European music magazine takes a seat beside them for a brief interview, flipping through her notes. She looks at Hazel. You're known worldwide for your electrifying performances, but in your own words, what inspires you the most? Hazel glances at Alex, a gentle laugh escaping her. I used to think I played music for the entire world's approval, but I realise now I was always playing for him. She squeezes Alex's hand. Once I understood that, everything changed. The journalist turns to Alex. And you, Mr. Peterson? What's it like to compose for such a celebrated violinist, and to share more than just a stage? He offers a thoughtful smile. It's like having your heart walking around outside your body, weaving your notes into magic. There's nothing quite like it. The journalist jots down a few more comments, then leaves them with a warm goodbye. As the audience begins to fill in, Hazel and Alex steal a final moment of quiet. She leans her head on his shoulder. They step onto the stage together, a married couple now, and an even stronger musical partnership. The lights dim and a hush falls over the audience. Alex takes his seat at the piano. Hazel positions the violin beneath her chin, meeting his eyes with a look that says, I hear you, always. The first note resonates through the hall, and it's clear to everyone listening that this music is born of two hearts that once ran parallel, never touching. Now, at last, they converge in perfect harmony, and somewhere in the quiet corners of their souls, they remember the years of distance, the heartbreak, the unspoken dedications. For them, the journey wasn't just about reclaiming a career or proving a tabloid wrong. It was about finally discovering that what they truly needed was to recognise the love that had been in front of them all along, patient, unwavering, ready to be embraced. They play on, each measure speaking of second chances and the beauty that comes from letting yourself be seen, not just in the glow of the stage lights, but in the silent dawn of everyday life. And as the music swells to its final chord, one truth stands above all else. Some compositions are written not just for the world, but for the one who finally hears your heart. Carleen Temple never expected her career would bring her to this. Sitting behind the wheel of her rust-dusted SUV, she peered out at the winding mountain road ahead. A swirl of wind carried flurries of snow across her windshield, creating a hypnotic dance of white that threatened to lead her astray. As she gripped the steering wheel, she thought about how just a week earlier she'd been elbow deep in the chaos of a city protest, capturing raw images of everyday people fighting an oppressive local ordinance. Now she was assigned to something that felt trivial in comparison, photographing the final days of Blackwood Outpost, a remote ranger station scheduled for permanent closure. Her editor had called it a soft story, but to Carleen, it felt like a forced vacation. Carleen was known for capturing images of war zones, natural disasters, and crisis situations, photographs that revealed the starkness of human endurance. The city magazine that employed her, Photoscope, insisted she needed a break from the front lines, but as Carleen navigated the precarious hairpin turns up the mountain, she couldn't help but feel cheated of the adrenaline rush she thrived on. The swirling wind seemed to mock her, as if the world itself was scolding her for her restlessness. Blackwood Outpost came into view after an arduous drive. The station wasn't much to look at from the outside, just a squat wooden cabin-like structure set against a towering pine forest. A tattered flag hung from a crooked pole, half buried in snowdrifts. The ground was thick with fresh powder that shimmered under the afternoon sun. There was an unnerving quiet here, the kind of hush that only deep wilderness could conjure. Carleen stepped out of her SUV, feet crunching in the snow, and surveyed the area with a detached eye. She was here for pictures, after all. She hauled her camera bag and a small duffel into the outpost's main office, brushing off snow from her parka as she stepped inside. The warmth and sudden darkness of the cabin interior made her eyes blink rapidly in adjustment. An old wood-burning stove in one corner crackled softly, and the worn wooden floors groaned under her boots. The air smelled of cedar logs and coffee grounds. She expected a friendly welcome, maybe some forced conversation. Instead, she was greeted by a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a face as stoic as a stone statue. Andrew Latham regarded her with a guarded expression, arms folded over his chest. He looked to be in his early 40s, though the lines on his face hinted at a deeper world weariness. His ranger uniform was slightly rumpled, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a testament to someone who'd spent more time climbing rocky inclines than pushing pencils. "I'm Andrew," he said, voice gruff but measured. "You must be Carleen Temple, the photographer." There was no handshake, no grin. Carleen nodded. "That's me. I'm here to capture the station's last days, apparently." Andrew's eyes flitted across the camera case and the duffel bag. "Been told. You'll want to take a quick look around before it gets dark. This place doesn't have much in the way of artificial light once the sun goes down." The tension was immediate, almost tangible. Carleen could tell he was reluctant to play the role of a helpful guide. She pressed her lips together, the dryness of the heated air chapping them more than she cared to admit. She could sense her own impatience flaring. She set aside her bag and began taking in the small details that often escape the casual observer. The station walls were lined with wildlife identification charts, old black and white photos of the outpost's earlier days, and a logbook that looked ancient enough to be a museum piece. Andrew hovered nearby, arms still folded. She tried to break the silence. "So, how long have you been up here on your own?" His gaze flickered to one of the older photographs on the wall, a group shot of park rangers from decades ago, all smiling confidently. "Few years, give or take." "That's quite a stint," Carleen remarked, trying for something like conversation. "You must really love the quiet." He let out a non-committal sound. "It has its advantages." The day dragged on. Carleen snapped a few preliminary shots, the outpost's exterior, the frozen trees, the battered sign that read Blackwood Outpost, Est 1912. The biting cold stung her cheeks, but she pushed on, determined to make the best of this assignment. She told herself she might even find a hidden gem of a story here. She just needed to be open to it. By late afternoon, her hands were shaking from the cold, and she found Andrew in the station office flipping through a pile of outdated inspection forms. She asked a few questions about the station's history, but received only clipped answers. He was neither hostile nor welcoming, just distant. With the sun dipping behind the mountains, Carleen decided she would head back down, find lodging at a nearby town, and return tomorrow. She was, after all, just passing through. Collect some atmospheric shots, do a short piece on the closure. What more was there? Fate had other plans. As she stepped outside to load her gear, the wind intensified. The world went from gently drifting snow to a violent swirl of frost and ice in minutes. Visibility plummeted. Carleen's SUV, barely visible under a coat of rapidly accumulating snow, refused to start. Each turn of the key resulted in a sickly sputter. She popped the hood, but the engine was beyond her ability to fix in sub-zero conditions, especially under a raging wind. She swore under her breath, cursing the suddenness of the blizzard and her own unpreparedness. Andrew appeared behind her, brow furrowed. "You're not getting anywhere in this storm. The roads close fast when it hits." "I have to get down," she insisted, more from frustration than reason. Her teeth chattered involuntarily. "I can't just—" "You can't just freeze out here," he cut in, voice raised to be heard over the howling wind. "You can stay the night in the outpost. There's a spare cot in the back room." Carleen hesitated, pride warring with common sense. It was a no-brainer, really. She nodded, hooking her camera bag over her shoulder, and trudged back inside. Andrew followed, shutting the door firmly behind them. Within moments, the storm's roar was muffled, replaced by the steady crackle of the wood stove. There they stood, two strangers forced by circumstance into sharing the cramped warmth of an old ranger station on a night when the world outside seemed intent on burying everything in a blanket of white. Carleen exhaled, a slow breath that felt thick with resignation. She had no idea how long the storm would last or what the night might bring, but she knew one thing for sure. She was stuck here with Andrew Latham, a man whose silence felt like its own kind of storm. For the first time, she wondered if there was more than just the station's closure to capture. Maybe, behind the stoic gaze of the ranger, lay a story as vast and unsettling as the wilderness itself. Morning arrived with a terrifying hush, the kind of hush that tells you the world outside is no friendlier than it was the night before. Through the frost-laced window, Carleen could see the unending expanse of white blanketing every surface. Trees stood like silent sentinels, burdened by the overnight snowfall. The wind had momentarily calmed, but the storm hadn't truly passed. Its presence loomed as a threat, ready to gather strength again at any moment. Inside the outpost's modest office-cum-living area, Carleen woke up on a narrow cot. Stiff-limbed and bleary-eyed, she wondered if she'd ever been this aware of her own breathing. She'd spent much of the night listening to the wind batter the walls, half expecting them to cave in. Surviving war zones had rarely shaken her confidence, but something about nature's unrelenting force humbled her in ways she hadn't anticipated. She smelled coffee, a faint but welcoming aroma. Andrew stood by the small kitchenette, pouring a dark brew into 2 mismatched mugs. He placed one on a makeshift table, then cleared his throat. It's not the fancy stuff, but it's hot. Carleen approached, hands outstretched towards the mug. That's all I need right now. Her voice was low, gravelly from lack of sleep. They sipped in silence, the only sound of the occasional crackling of logs in the stove. The radio set on a nearby shelf offered nothing but static. Andrew tried different frequencies, each resulting in the same harsh hiss. "So, the radio's not picking up any weather updates, Mrs., he said finally, as if she needed more confirmation that they were stuck. "No telling how long we'll be cut off." Carleen nodded. She was used to unpredictable conditions, but typically in crowded cities with flickering neon lights, not in the austere solitude of these mountains. She peered outside again. "How do you usually pass the time when you're snowed in like this?" Andrew shrugged. "Routine, mostly. Tending to the building, keeping the stove going, reading old wildlife reports." There was a pause. "I've never really had to pass the time with someone else here." Despite her reluctance, Carleen felt a surge of curiosity. "Never." He looked away. "Not in a few years." They left it at that. Daylight hours trickled by. Carleen busied herself by inventorying the station's artifacts, taking pictures of logbooks, old trail maps, and the well-worn paths just outside. She thought about the article she was supposed to write, how her editor wanted something rustic and warm. The magazine had asked her to depict the closure of Blackwood Outpost as a nostalgic moment, a piece of history fading into memory. But as she captured images of the battered station in the thick of a merciless winter, she struggled to spin it in a cosy, sentimental light. Meanwhile, Andrew busied himself checking the generator, clearing snow from the outpost's roof to prevent collapse, and making sure the stove stayed fed. He seemed restless with her presence, not hostile, just unaccustomed to sharing his space. At midday, they huddled over a simple meal of canned soup. Carleen tried to spark conversation. "Ever had to rescue anyone up here before? Hikers? Campers?" He gave her a pointed look. "A few. People get reckless when they underestimate the wilderness. They think a few warm layers and pour on their phone can save them from a storm." She caught the implied admonition. "Hey, I wasn't reckless. I just didn't know the storm would roll in so fast." Andrew offered a half shrug that bordered on an apology. "Came in quicker than usual. The mountains can have that effect, weather changes in the blink of an eye." Carleen sighed and stared at her soup. She couldn't help but feel judged, as if her presence disrupted something precious to him. Then again, she had judged him too, dismissing him as just some lonely mountain man, but people weren't that simple. Perhaps, she thought, there was more to Andrew than meets the eye. The afternoon blurred into a suffocating quiet. Carleen found herself pacing the cramped living space, the walls feeling closer every moment. Her frustration built like static electricity in the air. She was used to chaos, to movement, to the pulse of city life. Here, time slowed to a crawl, the hours marked only by stoking a fire or refilling a mug of coffee. By evening she felt her nerves fray. Andrew noticed. "You can't sit still, can you?" She frowned. "I guess not. I keep feeling like I should be out there, capturing something. Or maybe I should be editing my photos, just doing something." He set aside a book he'd been pretending to read. "Life moves differently here. There's no point fighting it." "Easy for you to say," she retorted. "You choose this life." He paused, and for a moment, a flicker of pain crossed his face. "Yes," he said quietly, "I do." Unsure how to respond, Carleen pulled out her laptop to sort through the photographs she'd already taken. The silence weighed heavy until Andrew spoke again, almost haltingly, as if he was forcing the words out. "Why do you take pictures of disasters?" She blinked, surprised by the question. I I guess I started because I believed it mattered, showing the world what's really happening, where the suffering is. I thought it would help people see beyond their own safe lives and spark some compassion. He nodded, eyes distant. And did it? Sometimes, she said, her voice softer now. But after so many war zones and riots and catastrophes, you start to wonder if you're making any real difference, or if you're just feeding a cycle of sensational news. Andrew leaned back in his chair. That's a heavy burden to carry. Carleen shrugged, but she felt a lump in her throat. She was used to going numb, but here, with nothing but the crackling of logs and Andrew's steady gaze, the emotional residue was harder to ignore. Night came swiftly, bringing with it an inky darkness that pressed against the small windows. Andrew offered her a lantern for the back room. She hesitated at the threshold, looking out into the pitch-black corridor. Her city instincts were useless here. There were no streetlights, no hum of distant traffic, just an all-consuming dark. She forced herself to step inside. The minimal light from the lantern threw dancing shadows on the timber walls. She didn't realise how much the emptiness unnerved her until she heard her own breath come shallow and quick. She placed the lantern on a small table, giving the space a warm glow, and made the emptiness feel a bit less intimidating. She lay down on the cot, heart thumping in her chest. The day had been physically unremarkable. A few steps in the snow, some photos, mostly waiting out the storm, but emotionally she felt exhausted. And she knew part of that exhaustion came from Andrew's presence. A calm presence, but one laden with locked-up memories, and she suspected sorrow. She sensed it in his posture, in his careful choice of words. Her phone had no reception, and she couldn't distract herself by scrolling or texting, with nothing but the distant crackle of the wood stove to keep her company. She let her mind wander. It drifted to the stories she'd covered, the heartbreak of families torn apart by conflict, the blank stares of people rendered homeless by disaster. She thought she'd grown a thick skin, but in the silence the images returned. At some point she must have dozed off because she jolted awake to the faint creak of the cabin walls. Soft footsteps approached the door. Andrew's voice came from the other side, quietly. "You all right in there?" She swallowed. "Yeah, just not used to this kind of darkness." His silence suggested understanding. "If you need anything, I'll be in the office." "Thanks." Came out more grateful than she intended. He walked away, and she was alone once again, except somehow she didn't feel entirely alone. The knowledge that someone else was under this roof, a man she barely knew but who seemed to carry his own weight of life's tragedies, offered a strange kind of solace. Her eyes fluttered shut and she fell back into an uneasy sleep, lulled by the flicker of the lantern and the relentless hush of the snowfall outside. When dawn broke the next day, there was a lull in the storm. A pale sun hovered above the ridge, illuminating the world in a cold silver glow. Outside the outpost, thick snowdrifts stretched in every direction, but at least the furious wind had stilled for the moment. Carleen bundled up and stepped out gingerly. She needed air, space, something to push back against the claustrophobia that had settled in her bones. Andrew stood by the outpost's small porch, already shoveling a path to the propane shed. She lifted her camera instinctively. The moment felt surreal. Him, standing there against the backdrop of winter wilderness, breath-forming small clouds in the frozen air. She snapped a photo. He looked over, and for a fleeting instant something softened in his expression. Not quite a smile, but a hint of acceptance. "I'm going to check the perimeter," he said, a note of his invitation in his tone. "I'll come with you," she replied, surprising even herself. It wasn't part of her plan, but she felt drawn to see what he saw in this place. Together they trudged through the snow-covered trails where trees lined the path like silent guardians. Andrew showed her the natural wonders often missed by the untrained eye. Tracks from a rabbit or fox, patches of hoarfrost that looked like delicate crystals on the bark of ancient pines. He pointed out a small half-frozen creek that still gurgled beneath a thin sheet of ice. "This is all going to be gone soon," he remarked quietly, gesturing to the outpost behind them. "They're decommissioning the station, and after that no ranger will maintain these trails." Carleen knelt to capture a shot of the creek, the lens reflecting the ephemeral beauty of water under ice. "Seems a shame. It's so untouched." He nodded. "That's why it's important. Places like this remind us that we're not the centre of everything." She heard the underlying reverence in his voice. He wasn't just a ranger doing a job. This was personal. Andrew cared deeply about preserving the wilderness. She found herself intrigued by the idea of a man who would choose the solitude of these mountains over the comfort of city life. They returned to the outpost by noon, rosy-cheeked and surprisingly content. The mutual antagonism had lessened. Something like camaraderie was taking its place. Carleen felt it in the easy silence they shared, the simple togetherness of preparing lunch, instant noodles in chip bowls, steam fogging the cold cabin air. That evening, Andrew retrieved a bottle of whiskey from a battered cabinet. "Emergency stash," he said with a small grin that barely reached his eyes. "Figure this qualifies as an emergency. You up for a drink?" They sat near the stove, flames dancing on the logs, the heat pushing back the chill. The whiskey burned Carleen's throat, but it also loosened the tension in her shoulders. She found herself talking more than she intended, about her life in the city, her earliest experiences as a photographer, the hopes she once had about making a real impact with her images. Andrew listened intently, occasionally nodding, his gaze fixed on the fire. She appreciated his quiet form of attention. It wasn't the polite, half-hearted interest she'd grown accustomed to from casual acquaintances. It felt genuine. She ventured a question she'd been holding back. "So you've been here alone for years. Don't you get lonely?" He shrugged. "Some days, but I guess I traded one kind of loneliness for another. The city never felt like home." He paused, looking into the amber liquid in his mug. "Sometimes, though, the silence can be deafening. What made you stay?" His grip tightened around the mug. "I lost someone," he admitted, eyes downcast. "The details don't matter much, but after that people felt too close, too chaotic. The mountains were quiet. I needed quiet." She felt her chest tighten. "I'm sorry," she managed, her voice almost a whisper. He nodded, the firelight throwing shadows across his face. They fell into silence, but it was a different kind of silence than before. A shared understanding lay beneath it, a fragile thread that connected their separate pains. She didn't push for more details. She understood that some memories were too raw to expose fully to a stranger. Later that night, as they shared another measure of whiskey, Andrew cracked a small, unexpected joke about how city folks freak out at the sight of a single raccoon rummaging through garbage. Carleen laughed, truly laughed, for the first time in what felt like ages. The tension that had hung between them seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious warmth. She studied his face in the flickering light. He had the rugged features she'd initially assumed were part of the typical mountain man persona, stubble shading a strong jaw, hair that needed a trim, calloused hands. But there was an understated grace in the way he moved, the way he listened. She wondered if in another life he might have been something else. An artist, perhaps, or a teacher. Someone who gave more of himself to the world. The warmth of the fire and the alcohol lulled them into a languid atmosphere. Carleen felt her eyelids grow heavy. She realised she was dangerously close to letting her guard down. Before the lines blurred too much, she stood up and murmured, "Good night." Andrew's gaze lingered on her as she retreated to the back room. She closed the door gently, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her stomach. It wasn't desire exactly, or maybe it was, but overshadowed by an intangible sense of shared vulnerability. She wondered if he felt it too. The next day brought a moment of unforeseen danger. Desperate to capture more scenic shots during a lull in the snowfall, Carleen wandered farther from the outpost than she should have. The terrain was deceptive, an endless white canvas where every drift looked like solid ground until you stepped into a hidden pocket. She found herself sinking knee-deep, then waist-deep in snow. Panic spiked as the wind picked up again, obliterating her footprints. She fumbled for her camera, not wanting to abandon it, but soon realised she had no sense of direction. Each attempt to climb out only buried her deeper. Fear twisted her stomach. She thought of shouting, but the wind devoured her voice. Then, through the haze of white, she saw Andrew approaching. His figure was resolute, wearing snowshoes, face flushed with either anger, relief, or both. In moments, he was at her side, helping her out of the drift, supporting her as she stumbled. Once she was free, he turned to her, eyes blazing. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, breath ragged. "If the wind had gotten worse, I might not have found you." Carleen gulped down a sob. I just wanted to get the shot." He silenced her with a glare. For a moment it looked like he might unload a fury of scolding. Instead, he grabbed her shoulders, his face a mere inch from hers. "Don't risk your life like that," he said hoarsely. "This place doesn't forgive mistakes." She felt adrenaline pulsing through her veins, mixing with relief and something else, some powerful emotional surge between them. His breath warmed her face, and for half a second she was certain he might kiss her. She even leaned forward, just a fraction, drawn by the tension in the air. But he turned away, jaw clenched. "Let's get back." His voice was tight, betraying more worry than anger. They trekked back in silence, both shaken. Once inside, Andrew lit the stove with a fierceness that betrayed how rattled he was. Carleen stood near the doorway, heart hammering. She didn't know whether to apologise or to confront him for the near-miss moment they'd just shared. In the end, she just murmured, "Thank you for saving me," and slipped into her room. She closed the door, leaning against it, eyes wide. She was shaking, but it wasn't just from the cold. A part of her regretted that the moment ended the way it did. Another part knew the tension was far from resolved. That evening the blizzard picked up force again, engulfing the station in howling winds and walls of snow. The outpost groaned under the assault, and both Andrew and Carleen did what they could to brace the windows and doors. The storm rattled their nerves, a stark reminder of how powerless they were against the colossal whims of nature. In the midst of the raging tempest, Carleen ventured a timid apology. "I shouldn't have gone out alone like that. I'm used to pushing limits for a photo. But here, it's different." Andrew exhaled. "Just don't do it again." His voice held an undercurrent of fear more than anger. He nodded, grateful for the minimal scolding. As night fell, the generator sputtered, leaving only the glow of lanterns and flashlights. The wind was so fierce it seemed to scream through the cracks in the wooden walls. Carleen's heart pounded at every gust. She found Andrew in the office, pacing restlessly, and realised she'd never seen him look so on edge. "This storm is bad," he muttered. "Worse than I've seen in years." He gestured toward the radio. "Still no signal. If something goes wrong..." Carleen understood the unspoken dread. They were utterly isolated. If a roof beam gave way, or if either of them needed medical help, they were at the mercy of the mountain. Amid this tension, something in Carleen snapped. She hated feeling helpless. Memories from her photo assignments flooded back, the terror of being pinned down in a war zone, the anguish of photographing wounded civilians when she couldn't help them. Emotions swirled like the storm outside until she broke down in front of Andrew, tears glistening in the lantern light. "I'm sorry," she said in a trembling whisper. I'm tired of watching disasters happen and feeling like all I do is document them. I thought I'd come here and find something gentle for once, but even nature can be brutal." Andrew looked torn, sympathy warring with his own internal guard. Slowly he placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," he said, voice quiet. "You're human, Carleen. You don't have to hold it all together every minute. She let out a shaky breath. The cabin's dim light cast elongated shadows on the walls, turning the moment into something more intimate than she expected. She looked up at him, noticing the flicker of his eyelashes, the tension in his jaw, the lines that sorrow had etched into his brow. Before she knew it, her arms slipped around him, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. He stiffened for a heartbeat, then relaxed, folding her into an embrace that felt both awkward and profoundly comforting. She wasn't sure who moved first, but their lips hovered close enough that she caught the faint smell of whiskey on his breath. A crack of thunder-like wind split the air outside, jolting them from the threshold of a kiss. They broke apart, each rattled not just by the storm, but by the intensity of the moment. In the ensuing silence, Andrew cleared his throat. "I need to check the roof," he mumbled, stepping away hastily. Carleen stood there, heart pounding, half dazed. She knew then that their fragile equilibrium was shattered. They'd crossed a boundary, though they hadn't followed through. The almost kiss lingered, electric and unresolved, like a cord left hanging in the air. Hours later, with the storm still raging, Andrew returned from his checks. Wet snow clung to his jacket and hair. Carleen handed him a towel. He murmured thanks and sat down on a battered wooden chair. His face was etched with fatigue. She watched him quietly, uncertain whether to speak of the near kiss or bury it. But that night had other revelations in store. As the storm rattled the door, Andrew began to talk, haltingly, as though dredging up words from a dark well. He spoke of his fiancée, Helen, who had shared his love of the outdoors. They'd been hiking in these very mountains when an unexpected avalanche swept through a pass. He was ahead and she was behind, out of sight. By the time he realised what had happened, it was too late. "I tried to dig her out," he said, voice thick with memory. "But you can't outrun an avalanche. It moves faster than you'd believe." He swallowed hard, eyes distant. "She died by the time search and rescue arrived. His voice cracked. "I couldn't save her." Carleen felt in tears she didn't know she had left. "Andrew," she began, words failing to encompass the enormity of his grief. He pushed on, as though needing to purge himself of the narrative. "After that, the city felt unbearable. People offered their condolences. They tried to empathise, but no one could reach me. I just wanted quiet, so I came here." She reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining. "I'm so sorry." The phrase felt inadequate, but it was all she had. They sat like that for a while, sharing a moment of raw vulnerability that eclipsed any differences they had. In that moment, the storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts, wild, relentless and destructive. And yet, within the chaotic swirl, they found the faintest glimmer of solace in each other's presence. Eventually Andrew withdrew his hand, gently but firmly. "We should get some rest," he said, voice laced with sorrow. "Who knows what tomorrow brings?" Carleen nodded. She stood, paused, then leaned down and pressed a light kiss to his temple. It was a tentative offering of comfort, not passion. Andrew closed his eyes, accepting the gesture. Then she moved away, leaving him alone with the storm and his memories. Morning dawned, cold and eerily still. The storm clouds had departed, leaving a pristine white world in their wake. Outside, the glistening snowdrifts were both beautiful and treacherous. Andrew managed to get the radio working well enough to hear a faint broadcast. Rescue crews were starting to clear the roads. They should be able to reach Blackwood Outpost within a day or two. Carleen found herself torn. Relief flickered. She could return to normal life soon. But a heavier emotion weighed in her chest. The realization that this strange interlude of forced closeness might be coming to an end. Would she go back to the city and pretend this connection never happened? Did Andrew even want her to stay? The day passed in an awkward dance around each other, both keenly aware of the unresolved tension. When the rescue crew finally radioed in, confirming they'd arrived the next morning, Carleen felt her stomach drop. Andrew's gaze flicked to her and then away, as though bracing himself for a goodbye. That night the air was thick with unspoken words. Over a meal of canned stew they avoided direct eye contact. Carleen tried to lighten the mood. "You know, if I ever use these photos, I'll have to title them Whiteout Haven or something equally dramatic." He huffed a soft laugh, but his eyes didn't smile. "It's fitting," he said. "This place can be a haven, or a prison, depending on what you bring with you." They washed up in silence, the domesticity of the task contrasting sharply with the emotional tide swirling between them. The moment they finished, Andrew announced he'd go check the perimeter once more. Carleen busied herself with packing her camera equipment, heart twisting. Painfully. When he returned, he paused in the doorway. "Tomorrow, when the crew comes," he began, forcing each word out, "you can head down. There's a town about an hour away, if the roads are clear, where you can catch a bus or stay at a motel." She bit her lip. "Right," she managed, trying to hide her disappointment. "Makes sense." A beat of silence stretched. She wanted to say something, anything that might change the trajectory of this farewell, but the words were tangled in her throat. Andrew offered a tight nod and disappeared into the back room, leaving Carleen alone in the flickering lamplight, wondering if she was about to walk away from something more profound than a fleeting attraction. Morning came with a flutter of helicopter blades overhead. The rescue team had cleared a narrow path along the main road, enough for an SUV to make it down the mountain. The men who arrived were efficient and brisk, their faces lined from the cold but relieved to find Andrew and Carleen uninjured. They offered hot coffee and a direct route back to civilization. Carleen stood outside the outpost, gear packed, heart heavy. Andrew helped her load her bags into the rescue vehicle. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken feelings hung between them. She wanted to reach for him, to say something that could shatter the distance forming again, but fear of rejection, of clinging to something that might not be real, held her back. The drive down the mountain felt surreal. As the outpost faded from view, Carleen pressed her forehead to the icy window, watching the trees blur past. She felt like she was leaving behind a piece of herself. By the time they reached the nearest town, her mind was already spinning with how quickly life had resumed its usual pace. Cars honked, store lights blinked, and the hum of human activity surrounded her. She spent 2 nights in a small hotel trying to finish her article about Blackwood Outpost. Her editor had called, excited to see the pictures and praising her for surviving the storm. Carleen listened, numb. She opened her laptop and scrolled through the images. There was the outpost's sign, half buried in snow, the aging logbooks, the view from a cliff on a rare clear day, and then the photographs of Andrew. In one shot he was turning away from the lens, a half frown on his lips. In another he was silhouetted against the cabin's porch, exhaling a plume of breath into the cold air. She lingered on a close-up where the golden afternoon sun caught the lines in his face, revealing a quiet, profound sadness. Looking at those photographs, she realized she had captured more than just a man or a place. She had captured the essence of an unspoken story, a wounded soul finding refuge in the wilderness. Her heart squeezed. It felt dishonest to write a fluffy piece about a nostalgic station closure without acknowledging the depth of what she'd experienced. That night she laid awake, the hotel's dim bedside lamp casting shadows on the walls. The city lights flickered through the window, and she realized she no longer found comfort in that neon glow. Instead, she craved the hush of snowfall, the crackle of a wood stove, the steady presence of a man who had let her glimpse his hidden sorrow. By dawn, her mind was made up. She packed her things, checked out, and ignored a half-dozen messages from her editor. She had a new plan. The road back to Blackwood Outpost was partially cleared, enough for her SUV to navigate slowly. Slush and ice made the drive treacherous, but determination fueled her. She arrived to find Andrew outside loading a truck with boxes from the station. He was packing up exactly as she'd feared, preparing to leave the place he'd called home. For a moment she watched him in silence. Her heart pounded as she forced herself out of the car. He looked up, startled. His expression cycled from shock to guarded concern. "What are you doing here?" She swallowed. "I couldn't leave it like that." He set down the box he was holding. "Carlene, I'm closing this place. There's nothing left here." She stepped closer, pulling a single photograph from her coat pocket. She offered it to him. It was a print she'd made in the hotel's business centre at dawn. A shot of him standing at the edge of the forest, lost in thought. He gazed at it, throat bobbing. She saw him fighting some internal tide of emotion. "Why did you come back?" he asked, voice thick with caution and hope. "I don't know what comes next," she said, echoing words that had circled in her mind for days. "But I know I don't want to leave you behind." Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. "These last few days, I've seen something here, something in you, that makes me believe there's more to life than just chasing the next big story." Andrew clenched the photo in his hands. "I'm no good at this," he admitted, voice raw. "Letting people in." He trailed off, but she stepped forward, closing the distance. "I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me in just enough so we can figure it out. Together." His eyes glistened, and for a long moment they stood on the snowy ground, the world around them utterly silent, waiting. Then in one swift movement he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It wasn't a timid, half-formed thing this time. It was urgent, fueled by days of tension and unspoken longing. Carlene clung to him, feeling the solid press of his body, the warmth of his breath against her cheek, the beating of his heart. When they finally broke apart, his forehead rested on hers. He exhaled, a shuddering breath that carried relief and acceptance. He whispered, voice cracking, "Well, let me go with you. Whatever you want. Just don't walk away again." Tears brimmed in Carlene's eyes, but they were tears of joy. "We'll figure it out." Months later, a different kind of hush envelops a small cabin, tucked away in a pocket of the same mountain range, but not so remote that it's inaccessible. Carlene perches on a simple wooden porch, camera in hand, capturing the gentle drift of snowflakes. Inside, Andrew is stacking logs in the fireplace. They share this cabin now, an arrangement that defies easy labels but feels deeply right. Sometimes they head to the city to deal with personal matters or for Carlene's photography exhibitions, but always they return to this wilderness sanctuary. Carlene has stepped away from the chaos of war zones, choosing instead to focus her lens on nature's beauty and humanity's quieter stories. She still cares about documenting truth and hardship, but she's learned there's a healing power in highlighting resilience and grace. Andrew, for his part, has learned to open his heart again, slowly allowing himself to imagine a future where love and loss coexist, but do not cancel each other out. On this particular afternoon, the sun sets behind a ridge, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. Carlene lifts her camera to capture Andrew stepping outside. He looks at her, that familiar warmth in his eyes. She snaps the shutter. In that single frame she sees their entire journey. The storm that first trapped them, the emotional barriers they broke through, the fragile bond that blossomed into something that feels like home. She lowers the camera and smiles at him. He returns the smile, small but certain. Somewhere in the distance the wind rustles through snow-laden pines. It's a soft, almost Olivia Hayes could swear she heard music, strange disjointed notes echoing in the distance. Then came the bright lights, too bright to be real, flashing in rhythmic bursts. She tried to open her eyes, yet everything seemed underwater, muffled and surreal. When reality sharpened, she was met by the sterile smell of disinfectant and the monotonous beeping of hospital machines. A doctor's gentle voice coaxed her from the fog. "Olivia, can you hear me?" She nodded slowly, head pounding. She became aware of how dry her throat felt, how parched her lips were. She asked for water, and the nurse at her bedside quickly obliged. Taking a sip, Olivia looked around, her gaze landing on a man standing in the corner. He had a mixture of relief and heartbreak etched across his handsome features. She recognised him, sort of. That was Nathan Carter, her writing partner of many years. Why did he look so devastated? In hushed tones, the doctor explained that Olivia had been in a car accident. A patch of black ice on a rain-soaked road had changed everything in a blink. Thankfully, nothing was permanently damaged in her brain or body, yet the trauma had caused temporary retrograde amnesia. The last few years of her life were hazy at best, erased at worst. Nodding along, Olivia tried to process the magnitude of it all. She recalled writing, book signings, and late-night brainstorming sessions with Nathan. Yet something was off. There were glimpses of deeper intimacy swirling in her thoughts. She dismissed them as confusion from the medication, or perhaps random images from the dreamlike state she'd been in. When the doctor left, Nathan approached, tears threatening to spill. "Olivia," he whispered, holding her hand. "I'm so glad you're awake." His gesture seemed more intimate than casual colleagues would share. He squeezed her hand as though she were everything he'd ever needed in this life. But she only remembered him as a trusted friend and collaborator, not someone she'd share such a significant bond with. She pulled her hand away gently, feeling her heart ache, without fully understanding why. "Thanks for being here," she replied softly. I guess we have a lot to talk about." He tried to smile. "We do." A few days later, the hospital discharged Olivia into Nathan's care. He was insistent she come back to the place they apparently shared. Yet the moment she set foot in that home, a charming craftsman filled with warm light and shelves overflowing with books, it felt foreign. The walls were adorned with photographs she didn't recall taking, images of Nathan and her laughing at the beach, celebrating a bestseller release, cutting a wedding cake. A wedding cake? They were married, husband and wife. The concept struck her like a jolt of lightning. The intangible closeness she had felt in the hospital room now glowed from every photo on the wall. Every corner of this house reminded her of a deep love she'd lived, one she currently couldn't feel. She'd lost 5 years, and in those 5 years she had apparently fallen in love, said "I do," and built a life with Nathan. She wasn't prepared to stay there. Overwhelmed and feeling almost like a trespasser in what should be her sanctuary, Olivia asked if she could stay elsewhere while she recuperated. Nathan's face fell, but he respected her decision, offering to arrange a short-term rental for her, or even a hotel if she preferred. She chose the safety of a hotel room, a neutral space that wouldn't barrage her with memories she couldn't quite grasp. Nathan helped her settle in, brought her groceries, made sure she had everything she needed, like a doting husband would. Yet every time she saw hope sparkle in his eyes, she felt like she was letting him down. She wanted to recall the past. She wanted to feel that rush of emotion, that bond that, according to everyone else, was so powerful. But it wasn't there, at least not in a way she could name. The entire situation weighed on her heart, and ironically, she felt guilty that she didn't return his obvious adoration. One evening, Nathan stopped by with dinner. Thai takeout from a little place Olivia once loved but no longer remembered. He handed her the noodles with a wistful smile, then set 2 cups of jasmine tea on the small table by the hotel window. Rain drizzled outside, painting the glass in tiny silver streaks. "Liv," he began, using the nickname that used to roll so naturally off his tongue. "I have an idea." She noticed the tension in his jaw. He clearly had rehearsed this moment, probably terrified she'd dismiss him. She sipped her tea, gave a curt nod for him to continue. "You and we're novelists. We've built our lives around writing romance stories." He paused, measuring her reaction. "What if we co-write a new story? A love story about a woman who forgets everything, including her love." She blinked, feeling a current of unspoken meaning. "That sounds interesting, but why now?" Nathan's gaze flickered to the window where the reflection of the two of them blurred in the rainy glass. "Because maybe telling a story that parallels what you're going through could help. You might not remember the details yet, but you still know how to create a narrative, how to fill in the blanks of a character's heart." Olivia found her curiosity piqued. She wasn't sure if this was some covert strategy for him to jog her memory, or truly just a creative exercise. Yet it was something to hold on to, something that made her feel useful again, rather than simply a patient living in a void of recollection. After all, writing had been her life's purpose long before she even knew Nathan. If there was one skill she trusted within herself, amnesia or not, it was storytelling. "All right, let's do it," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. She offered a small smile. "But if this is going to be a serious project, let's approach it like we always do. Outlines, character arcs, all of it." Relief flooded Nathan's features, and a genuine grin replaced the lines of worry. "Deal." He left shortly after, promising to return the next day with notebooks, sticky notes, and the outline they'd begin together. She said goodbye, not missing the longing in his eyes when she didn't invite him to stay. When the door closed, Olivia sank onto the bed, the soft hum of the air conditioner filling the space. Her gaze drifted to the half-eaten Thai food, suddenly unappetizing. Part of her felt excitement at the thought of writing again, while another part recognized that even if the story they wrote was fiction, it was probably truer to her life than she could imagine. She had no idea how far into her own past this project might take her, but in her heart, a tiny seed of hope took root. Maybe, just maybe, she could learn to love him again, or at least discover why she once did. The next morning, Olivia woke early in the hotel's crisp white sheets, an unfamiliar ceiling greeting her. She stared at the subtle pattern of the wallpaper, letting her mind wander. Though the doctor called her amnesia temporary, no one could predict how or when her memories might return. She had to live each day in uncertainty, straddling the line between the known and unknown. Still, if there was one thing she was sure of, it was her passion for writing. So when Nathan knocked on her door promptly at 9, she welcomed him in with a mix of caution and genuine anticipation. He had an almost boyish grin on his face, arms loaded with notebooks, pens, coloured markers, tools of their trade. His eyes lit up when she ushered him to a small coffee table and poured them each a cup of freshly brewed coffee. "What are we calling this new project?" she asked, flipping open a blank notebook. He cleared his throat, fiddling with the corner of a sticky note. "How about something abstract to start, like Memory's Echo or Pieces of Us?" Olivia jotted down the suggestions. Her creative gears began turning unencumbered by the gaps in her memory. "I like the theme of rewriting, maybe The Love We Rewrote?" Nathan's face brightened, an expression so hopeful it made her chest tighten. She had no idea that the title she casually tossed out was, in fact, an echo of his deepest dream, to rewrite their love story in real life. They started outlining. Nathan gently guided Olivia to scenes that were suspiciously detailed. How the female protagonist first locked eyes with the male lead in a dusty old bookstore. how he'd found a rare edition of her favourite novel and presented it to her, how they'd spent long nights writing side by side until they fell asleep with pages scattered around them. Olivia found herself drawn to these moments, curious as to why they felt so genuine, as if she could almost remember the smell of old paper and the warmth of a steaming mug in her hand. As they moved through the plot, Nathan would occasionally ask, "Does any of this ring a bell? Any sense of déjà vu?" She'd close her eyes, trying to summon something besides static, but it remained elusive, more sensation than solid recollection. And yet, paradoxically, her affection for the male lead they were crafting blossomed. She saw the character's unwavering devotion, his gentle humour, and the subtle gestures that spoke volumes. While Olivia told herself she was simply building a fictional hero, she couldn't deny she was weaving in more of Nathan's essence than she realised. By lunchtime, their table was strewn with coloured tabs and scribbled notes. Olivia's stomach growled, and Nathan, ever attuned to her needs, suggested they pick up sandwiches from the deli around the corner. Walking there under a mild sun, Olivia was struck by how effortlessly she and Nathan navigated conversation. It felt familiar. So many things about him felt easy. The way he matched her pace, the way he listened, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners whenever she made a wry comment. Despite the ocean of lost memories between them, the present moment felt like a gentle tide pulling them closer. They ate at a small park bench. Nathan kept glancing at her ring finger, bare because the hospital staff had removed her wedding band for safety. She noticed but stayed silent, unsure how to address the quiet sorrow in his eyes. He finally asked, voice quiet, "How are you coping with everything?" She took a sip of lemonade, pondering the question. "I feel adrift, like I'm supposed to love you, but I can't remember how, and it's not fair to you." "Hey," he said softly, "it's not your fault. None of it. I just want to be here for you." In that moment, beneath the leafy shade, she found herself wishing she had the memories that would make saying "I love you" second nature. But for now, all she could offer him was the uncertain present. Later that week, as they worked on their novel in Nathan's study, the same cosy office he insisted she use any time she felt comfortable, Olivia noticed a small wooden box tucked away on a higher shelf. It seemed unassuming, but something about the worn edges and the faint smell of old paper piqued her curiosity. When Nathan stepped away to answer a phone call, she reached for it. Inside, she discovered a stack of letters tied together with a blue ribbon. Each letter was addressed to Nathan Carter, and they were written in an elegant script she instinctively recognised as her own handwriting. Her heart thudded. These were love letters, some typed, some scrawled in pen. She flipped through them, glimpsing lines like, "You're the best part of my every day," and "Even if I forget everything, promise me you'll remind me of us." She stopped at that line, reading it again and again. "Even if I forget everything, promise me you'll remind me of us." Had she somehow predicted her own fate? Or maybe it was just a metaphorical expression. Regardless, the emotion behind the words was so raw, she felt a prickling behind her eyes. She quickly placed them back into the box just as she heard Nathan finishing his call. When he returned, she couldn't keep the tremor from her voice. "Nathan, I found these letters." His gaze flew to the box, and for a moment he looked almost guilty. "I didn't want to push them on you," he explained quietly. "I thought it might be too much." "Did I really write them? Looks like my handwriting, but I can't remember these lines. They're so personal." He took a deep breath. "Yes, you did. Back in college at first. Then throughout the years. You loved writing letters, even when we saw each other every day." She swallowed a lump in her throat. There was a longing in her chest, a phantom sensation like a missing puzzle piece. "They're beautiful," she whispered. "I just don't know how to process them." Nathan stepped closer, resting his hand atop the box. "Whenever you're ready to read them all, I'll be here." His voice caught. "Liv, if you never remember, that's okay. I just want you to know how it felt when you wrote them, that you always believed in us." She nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. So much love on these pages, so many hopes, and she was the author of it all, yet it felt like reading a diary of someone else's life. Overwhelmed, she closed the lid, promising herself she would dig deeper when her heart could handle it. They wrapped up their writing session soon after. Olivia left feeling both closer to and more distant from Nathan than ever. The knowledge of those letters warmed her soul, but it also highlighted the painful chasm between the woman she once was and the woman she was now. Driving back to her hotel, she thought about the line from one of those letters. "Even if I forget everything, promise me you'll remind me of us." She wondered if that version of herself had foreseen a day when love wouldn't feel so effortless, when memory would need to be rekindled like a dwindling flame. Perhaps she had always known that love can slip through the cracks of time, but it can also be rediscovered, if only one holds on to hope. The weekend arrived with a flurry of obligations surrounding their newly released novel, an event that Olivia had helped plan before the accident, though she had no memory of it. Nathan suggested she skip it if it felt too overwhelming, but she insisted on going. She might not remember writing this particular novel, but she still valued her career and readers. The bookstore hosting the event was a familiar haunt, or so she was told. It had polished hardwood floors and walls lined with shelves that reached the ceiling. A cosy reading nook featured plush chairs and a small stage at the back. Stepping inside felt like being in the presence of countless stories waiting to be shared, a place that had once been her second home. Nathan escorted her in, carefully guiding her through the small crowd of fans who recognised her immediately. She wore a polite smile, fielding praises about the book she couldn't quite recall writing. Nathan, ever attuned, tried to steer the conversations gently, knowing how disorienting this could be. Eventually the microphone was passed to them for a short Q&A. Nathan took the lead, explaining that Olivia had been through a personal challenge that might limit her engagement. One devoted reader raised her hand and asked a question that struck Olivia to the core. "Your characters' love stories always feel so authentic and deep. Can you tell us about the real-life inspiration for such emotional depth?" Nathan hesitated, staring at Olivia for a moment. She felt her chest tighten, aware that she was expected to say something but uncertain what. Before she could muster a reply, Nathan spoke, his voice softer than usual, but resonating with unmistakable sincerity. "Every love story we write is real," he began, "and I mean that in the sense that these stories come from moments lived, moments of pain, joy and resilience. Olivia and I, we've shared an incredible journey, both professionally and personally." He paused, his eyes searching hers as if seeking permission to reveal more. She gave a tiny nod, her pulse pounding. "I think the best way to answer," Nathan continued, "is to say that life has a way of weaving fiction and reality together until you can't see the seams. Sometimes you live a story so powerful it pours onto the page. Even when you're not sure you can hold on to it, it finds a way to be told." The small crowd listened intently, a hush descending in the space. Olivia felt a subtle trembling in her stomach. Then, to her horror, tears sprang to her eyes. She hurried off the small stage, ignoring sympathetic looks and hushed whispers. Nathan caught up with her near the store's back exit. "Olivia! I need air!" she choked out, pushing the door open and stepping onto the sidewalk. She drew in a deep breath, leaning against a brick wall. "I'm sorry, He shook his head. "Don't apologise." She glanced up at him, tears still clinging to her lashes. "All this time I thought maybe you were exaggerating our love, or that it was a typical romance I could read in any novel. But it's real. And I don't know how to handle that because I can't feel it the way I should." Nathan wrapped his arms around her, hesitating for a moment before he pulled her close. She didn't resist. She let the warmth of his body ground her. There in the back alley, amid the faint chatter of the bookstore and the hum of distant traffic, she realised something important. Love stories aren't always about what has been felt, but what could still be felt if given the chance. But that realisation also brought the panic. She gently pushed Nathan away, tears in her voice. "I just need time," she whispered, "to figure out what I'm supposed to do next." He nodded, his voice cracking. "Take all the time you need." The following week was a blur of silence for both of them. Olivia avoided calls from well-meaning friends and co-workers, retreating into her own thoughts. She reread the final chapters of their previously released novels, searching each word for clues about who Nathan truly was, about what made their bond so unbreakable. Her heart tightened with every heartfelt scene, every carefully crafted page, as if she was reading a prophecy about her own life. Eventually she called him. The conversation was brief but pointed. "Meet me at the park near my hotel?" she asked. "Of course, he said, voice brimming with cautious hope. They met at dusk. The sky was painted in lavender and rose hues. The lights in the park flickered on as the sun dipped below the horizon. Olivia wore a long coat, hugging it tightly around her, as though shielding herself from more than just the autumn chill. "I read our novels," she said, breaking the awkward silence. "All of them, front to back." Nathan swallowed, hands in his pockets. "Yeah?" "Yes. And I notice a pattern. The heroines are always so deeply loved, and they love in return fiercely. I used to think we just had a knack for capturing the romance people crave, but now I see it was our story. Yours and mine, wasn't it?" He nodded, a ghost of a smile on his face. "We never wrote a single scene that wasn't somehow grounded in reality. Even the heartbreaks had roots in our real arguments and misunderstandings. But the happy endings, those were ours too." Olivia glanced away, tears making the world glisten. "I wish I could remember all those moments, but so far nothing has clicked. I know how disappointed you must be, waiting for me to snap out of it." "I'm not disappointed. I'm just sad for what you lost." His eyes reflected a quiet torment. But sadness and disappointment aren't the same thing. I still have hope. She took a step closer, closing the distance. "What if I never remember? What if this is who I am now? A woman with half a life missing?" Nathan exhaled shakily. "Then I'll choose you in this new life. Even if you don't remember me, I'll learn who you are today. If it means I have to fall in love with you all over again, I'm ready to do that." His words burst something inside her, some final barrier. She let out a sob and he caught her in his arms. The two of them stood there under the dim glow of a street lamp, holding each other. It wasn't an immediate spark of old passion, nor did her memory flood back, but she felt a trembling undercurrent of possibility. Eventually, they sat on a park bench, the quiet hum of nighttime offering a gentle lullaby. She told him she needed a fresh start. She couldn't flip a switch and be the old Olivia, but maybe she didn't have to. Maybe a second chance romance doesn't require the same first love. It can grow from a new seed, nurtured by the memories he shares and the experiences they create anew. Nathan nodded, tears glistening in his own eyes. "Where do we start?" She thought of the boxes of letters, the half-finished chapters, the countless photos of a life shared. "We start with the story we're writing together. Let's keep writing it. But this time I want you to tell me more. Not just fictional scenes, but the real ones that inspired them. Show me the bookstore where we had our first date, the coffee shop we practically lived in during final edits, the spot where we said I do." His face lit with a combination of relief and ardour. "I'll do it. But remember what the doctor said. No forcing or pressuring. We do this at your pace." She placed her hand on his, a fragile smile forming. "Thank you for choosing me, even like this." Under the canopy of stars they made a pact. They would finish the novel that mirrored their lost love, but with one major tweak. It would end with the heroine choosing to love the hero again, memory or no memory, and forging a new beginning. Olivia didn't promise to magically recall the past, but she promised to be present and open to whatever seeds of emotion blossomed. In a sense, they were rewriting both a fictional story and the real one unfolding between them. As they walked away from the park that night, side by side, Olivia felt an unspoken warmth flicker inside her. Love isn't always about remembering every detail. Sometimes it's about standing at the edge of the unknown and trusting the hand you hold beside you. Over the next few weeks, Olivia and Nathan fell into a new rhythm, part memory hunt, part daily life. They met each morning to write. Pages upon pages came forth, detailing a heroine who had lost her past and a hero determined to guide her back to love. Yet this fictional couple's journey was intricately entwined with Olivia and Nathan's real struggles. In the evenings, they visited places steeped in their history. One night they ventured into the old bookstore where Nathan allegedly first asked her out. The place smelled of aged paper and faint vanilla from a candle behind the counter. Olivia wandered among the shelves, intrigued by the hidden alcoves, the books stacked haphazardly along wooden ladders. Nathan walked her to a particular section, an entire row of romance novels. He traced his fingers along the spines until he found the copy of her favourite classic, the one he claimed to have bought for her on that first date. Carefully, he pulled it out, a well-worn paperback with a doodled note on the inside cover. It read, "Property of Olivia Hayes." So she never forgets how this story started. She felt a tingle at those last words. She brushed a fingertip across the ink, half expecting her brain to spark with recognition. Instead, it stayed quiet, but her heart swelled. The trust and devotion behind that message echoed through her, reminding her that the past might be lost, but she was free to embrace the tenderness of the present. Afterward, they grabbed coffee at a nearby cafe. The barista recognised them and asked how they were doing, mentioning it had been a while since he'd seen Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Olivia felt a flutter in her chest at being addressed that way. She wasn't quite comfortable wearing the identity of Mrs. Carter yet, but there was a small sense of warmth in hearing it all the same. When they got back to her hotel, Nathan hesitated at the threshold. She caught his hand before he could leave. "Would you like to come in for a while?" she asked, voice soft. It was the first time she had invited him in since the accident. He looked genuinely surprised, then nodded with a tender smile. Inside, they sat on the small couch, sipping the last of their coffees. They didn't speak much. The silence was charged with unspoken feelings, a quiet, tentative longing. Eventually Nathan left, both of them knowing that progress could come in tiny steps, not leaps. Yet Olivia felt proud of herself, and the gentle sense of closeness they had shared. Days bled into weeks, and each new place Nathan revealed, whether it was the restaurant where they celebrated their first bestseller, or the park where they once fed ducks while brainstorming plot twists, became another piece in a jigsaw puzzle Olivia was struggling to solve. She might not have recognised the images forming, but she felt the emotional resonance. Amid this, she discovered an unfinished manuscript on Nathan's laptop. She accidentally opened it while searching for a file. It was titled Epilogue Unpublished, and curiosity made her read on. It was written from the perspective of a man who had once loved a woman with his entire being, only for her to lose every memory of him. The man confesses in heartbreak that he'd love her forever, even if she never found her way back to him. Because he writes, "Love isn't memory, it's a choice." She read that line again, tears blurring her vision. It was the heartbreak and devotion that mirrored precisely what Nathan had been living. The last line of the epilogue read, "Even if tomorrow never brings her memories back, today I choose to love her." And if she ever wonders why, I'll show her our story until she believes it's hers too." Shaken, Olivia quietly closed the file. That night, she barely slept. She could practically feel Nathan's heart beating through each word. She pictured him in the solitude of his study, typing those lines through tears, uncertain if she'd ever return to him. It tore her up inside because now she finally grasped the depth of his sacrifice, loving someone who might never reciprocate in the same way again. The next day, Nathan asked if she would join him for a walk in the place where they had exchanged their wedding vows. She agreed, even though her nerves danced in her stomach at the thought of standing in a spot so profoundly meaningful. She dressed in a simple sweater and jeans, not sure what to expect or if she'd be struck by a lightning bolt of memory. They drove a short distance out of the city, arriving at a quaint garden with a small gazebo in the centre. The surrounding trees were ablaze with autumn colour, leaves drifting like confetti in the breeze. Nathan led her to the gazebo's entrance and paused, his gaze flickering across the wooden floorboards as if searching for the ghosts of a memory. "This is where we got married," he said, voice reverent. It was a small ceremony, just family and a few close friends. She took a few tentative steps inside, her heart pounding. She tried to conjure a flash of recollection, her father walking her down the aisle, or the music that played, or the final exchange of vows, but she only felt emptiness. Then she noticed a small cluster of white roses on the bench, freshly placed. She picked one up, inhaling its soft scent. Nathan took a deep breath, bracing himself. "I wanted to bring you here because I thought maybe something would come back, but if it doesn't, that's okay." He swallowed hard. "We can make new memories here." Hair threatened to spill from her eyes. She stepped closer to him, gently placing the rose in his hand. "It might sound strange, but I feel something. It's not a memory, but it's like standing on the edge of a dream, and I'm about to fall in." He brushed a thumb across her cheek, wiping away a stray tear. "If you fall, I'll catch you." She gave him a trembling smile. "I know you will." It was then she realized that even if her brain refused to produce images of that day, her heart recognized its significance. She felt a stirring, an echo of devotion, a flutter, a possibility, the sense of home standing beside him. She understood that she might never recover every detail of their vows, but she could forge a new promise, one that respected the past but was forged in the present. Nathan knelt down on one knee, not with a ring, since she already had one, but with his heart bared. "Olivia Hayes-Sker," he said, voice trembling. "I promised you once that I'd love you in all seasons of life. This autumn, I'm asking you to let me love you again, even if you don't fully remember why you said yes the first time." Her breath caught, tears rolling freely now. She knelt beside him, taking his hands in hers. "I might not remember the past," she said softly, "but I know what I feel now, and I choose you, Nathan Carter." He pulled her into an embrace, and for a moment, time ceased to exist. There was no before or after, only the possibility of two hearts beating in unison. They left the garden that day feeling lighter, as though they'd taken a giant leap across a treacherous gap. For Olivia, it was a promise renewed. For Nathan, it was the grand gesture he'd been praying for, a second chance to hold the woman he loved, no matter which pieces of her memory remained lost. Emboldened by her decision, Olivia returned to Nathan's home that evening. This time, she came carrying a small suitcase. Nathan, hearing the front door, hurried to greet her. He wore an expression of cautious hope, as if he couldn't quite believe she was standing there. I'd like to come home," she said simply. Though her memory was incomplete, the word home felt right on her tongue. His eyes shone with a mix of joy and relief. He led her inside, and for the first time she allowed herself to truly look at the photos on the walls, the co-authored books on the shelves, the comfortable disarray of a home that had once been equally hers. She couldn't recall the stories behind each photograph, but she felt a sense of belonging, and that was enough for now. Later, after a shared dinner she barely tasted due to nerves, they sat together in the softly lit living room. Nathan turned on a quiet instrumental track. For a moment, they listened to the music fill the space, an ambient melody of strings and piano. Then he stood and held out his hand. "Dance with me?" She hesitated, her stomach fluttering. But she placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the open floor near the bookshelf. They swayed gently, bodies close yet careful, as if discovering each other anew. She rested her head on his shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, a scent that had accompanied so many nights of writing and dreaming. Memories or not, Olivia felt an unspoken connection. As the music flowed, she looked up at him. His warm brown eyes reflected the soft glow of the lamp, and she felt a pull she couldn't resist. "I want to kiss you," she whispered, surprising even herself. Nathan's breath caught. In one fluid motion, he bent down and pressed his lips to hers, gentle, exploring, patient. It wasn't a cinematic whirlwind of passion, but something more profound, a quiet promise that they were forging a new path. In that shared moment, Olivia felt a wave of sensations, a flicker of warmth in her chest, a sense of familiarity in the way his lips moved with hers, an overwhelming gratitude that love could exist even in fractured spaces. When they finally parted, he rested his forehead against hers. "I've missed that," he breathed. She closed her eyes, tears gathering again. "It felt like our first kiss." "In some ways, it was," he replied, cradling her face in his hands. "And I hope it's the first of many more." They continued to sway, letting the remnants of the music guide their footsteps. In that tender embrace, Olivia realized she had chosen him again, not out of obligation or memory, but out of genuine affection that was blossoming anew in her heart. 12 months can change many things. For Olivia, it was a year of rediscovery. Some memories returned in small fragments, fleeting images of old vacations, favourite songs played during long road trips, the sensation of running through the rain to catch a taxi with Nathan. Other memories remained elusive, but she no longer despaired over what was missing. She cherished what she was creating now. Their new novel, The Love We Rewrote, was finally complete. It was a story about a woman who forgets the love of her life and slowly rediscovers him through the very pages they write together. It ended on a note of hope. Sometimes you have to choose love not because you remember it, but because your heart recognizes what's true in the present. The official launch party was held at the same bookstore that had hosted their previous events. This time Olivia felt no dread. She had spent the past year walking the aisles, soaking in the smell of books, forging new and deeper connections with Nathan. Their relationship had evolved, not exactly returning to its old self, but becoming something that blended the best of the past with the promise of the future. They stood side by side at the podium, facing a crowd of excited readers. Questions poured in. How much of this new novel is based on real events? Do you believe in second chances at love? Where do you find your inspiration? Olivia answered with genuine honesty. This book is deeply personal. It explores the idea that love isn't defined solely by what we remember, but by the choices we make day after day. Our inspiration comes from life itself, its unexpected detours, its heartbreaks, and its redemptions. Nathan chimed in, eyes shining. Sometimes the greatest love stories are the ones we have to rewrite for ourselves. Their audience applauded, perhaps unaware of just how literal that statement was. When the Q&A ended, fans lined up for signed copies. Olivia and Nathan scrawled their names and short personal notes on each title page, exchanging grateful smiles with every reader. This was more than just a promotional event. It was a testament to the journey they'd undertaken together, both on and off the page. Eventually the crowd thinned. A woman with kind eyes approached last, her copy of the novel clutched to her chest. She leaned in conspiratorially. "I followed your work for years, and I have to say this one really spoke to me. It reminded me that no matter what life throws at us, love can always find a way. Thank you." Olivia felt a lump in her throat. "Thank you for reading," she managed, her voice thick with emotion. Nathan squeezed her hand under the table, a silent affirmation that he felt it too. That night, back at their shared home, no longer an uncertain place but a cherished sanctuary, they curled up in the living room. Boxes of fan letters and unsent manuscripts surrounded them, a testament to their creative passion and the lives they touched. They reflected on how far they'd come. Though Olivia never fully regained every lost memory, she realised that love can't be measured by how many moments one can recall. It flourishes in the here and now, shaped by every choice to nurture it. Nathan pulled out the old wooden box of letters, the ones Olivia had once found so overwhelming. She no longer feared the weight of those words. Piece by piece they read them together, smiling at her old jokes, tearing up at her heartfelt confessions. Each letter was a time capsule of devotion, and even if she couldn't recall writing them, she felt them resonate in her heart. Finally, she handed the last letter to Nathan. "Read it out loud," she requested. "Please," he obliged, clearing his throat. "Even if I forget everything, promise me you'll remind me of us." He paused, voice thick with emotion. "And I will. Every day, for the rest of our lives." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "I'm glad you did," she whispered. In the quiet hush of their living room, they sat surrounded by their written words, proof that stories can bridge the gap between past and present. Their journey had been unconventional, fraught with heartache and uncertainty. Yet in the end, the amnesia couldn't erase the truth of what they shared. They discovered that love, at its core, is both a memory and a choice. Where memory faded, choice stepped in, forging a new path forward. Paris in '44. The night Paris fell silent wasn't marked by an absence of sound, but rather by the hollow echo that remained when true music died. Margot Duval knew this distinction intimately as she stepped onto the small stage at Le Papillon Noir. The club's air hung heavy with cigarette smoke and cologne that couldn't quite mask the scent of fear. German officers occupied the front tables, their uniforms stark against the dimly lit backdrop, while Parisians huddled in shadows, drinking not for pleasure but for momentary escape. "Sing something light, Madame Duval," a German Hauptmann called, his French impeccable, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Something to make us forget this dreary rain." Margot nodded, her face a practiced mask of accommodation. At 28, she had perfected the art of being simultaneously visible and invisible, captivating enough to perform without drawing dangerous attention. Her dark hair was swept up, revealing the elegant curve of her neck and the small birthmark below her ear that Henri used to kiss each morning. Henri, her husband, her heart, currently moving through the occupied city with coded messages sewn into the lining of his coat. She began singing La Vie en Rose, transforming her fear into something that sounded remarkably like longing. What the Germans didn't realise, what they could never understand, was that each song was a message. The selections, the subtle changes in tempo, even the colour of the flower in her hair, communicated vital information to resistance members scattered throughout the club. Tonight, The white gardenia tucked above her ear warned, "Raid expected, safe houses compromised, move quickly." As she reached the chorus, her eyes caught a flicker of movement near the back entrance. Marcel, the elderly bartender and their most reliable lookout, had knocked over a glass, the signal something was wrong. 3 German soldiers entered, their posture different from the officers enjoying the show, more alert, more purposeful. Behind them came a Frenchman whose face Margot recognised with a chill that reached her bones. Etienne Rousseau, their neighbour, the one Henri had trusted. Her voice never faltered, though her heart hammered against her ribs. She transitioned seamlessly into Sous le ciel de Paris, buying precious seconds for those who needed to slip away. But her eyes remained fixed on Etienne, who now leaned toward a Gestapo officer, whispering, pointing, not at her, but at the table where Pierre Girard, their radio operator, sat nursing a cognac. What happened next unfolded like a nightmare in slow motion. Pierre attempted to flee. A shot rang out. Women screamed. The music stopped. And in that moment, Margot knew 2 things with absolute certainty. Pierre would never transmit another message, and Henri was in grave danger. She was not permitted to leave the club that night. The Germans, suddenly suspicious of everyone, demanded the performance continue. So she sang hour after hour, her voice growing raw, her spirit fracturing with each passing moment, knowing that somewhere in the rain-slicked streets of Paris, the man she loved was being hunted. Dawn brought news that shattered whatever remained of Margot's world. Henri had been captured, interrogated, and executed before sunrise. His final act was one of defiance, revealing nothing despite unspeakable methods used against him. The occupation continued for months afterward. Margot survived, though she would never call what she did living. She performed nightly at Le Papillon Noir, her songs now devoid of secret messages, but filled with a grief so profound that even the German officers sometimes found themselves moved to uncomfortable silence. When Paris was finally liberated in August 1944, Margot stood among the crowds as American tanks rolled down the Champs-Élysées. People wept, embraced, and celebrated around her. She remained still, a solitary island in an ocean of joy, wondering how freedom could taste so bitter. 4 years later, Le Papillon Noir had survived the war relatively intact, unlike many of its patrons. The club had shed its wartime shadows, replacing them with richer fabrics and better liquor, yet something essential remained unchanged, a lingering melancholy that no amount of renovation could erase. Margot still sang there, now as part honneur alongside Marcel, who had aged a decade in the 4 years since liberation. Her reputation had grown, tourists and locals alike came to hear La Veuve de la Résistance, the resistance widow, whose voice carried the authentic pain of occupation that postcards and guidebooks could never capture. "Americans in tonight," Marcel muttered, as he polished glasses behind the bar. "Officers, I think." Margot nodded, adjusting the pins in her hair. Still dark, though she'd stopped dyeing it with the same attention. Silver threads now appeared at her temples, which she wore like battle scars. At 32, she was neither young nor old, but suspended in the amber of grief that had preserved her exactly as she'd been the day Henri died. "They tip well," she replied, her voice neither bitter nor welcoming. Americans, Brits, French, they were all just faces now, blurring together in the nightly audience, seeking authentic Parisian tragedy alongside their overpriced champagne. The club filled as evening deepened. Margot waited in the small dressing room that doubled as an office, reviewing the night's song list, the same selection she'd performed hundreds of times since the war's end. Songs of loss, songs of memory, songs for ghosts. At precisely 9 o'clock she emerged. The conversations hushed as she took her place beneath the single spotlight, its glow catching the silver necklace she always wore, a thin chain bearing Henri's wedding ring. Margot never spoke before she sang. Her silence was as much a part of the performance as the music itself. She began with Les Feuilles Mortes, her voice curling around the melancholy lyrics like autumn mist. By the second verse, she allowed herself to scan the audience, the French couples who came to remember, the Americans who came to glimpse a pain they'd been fortunate enough to only witness from afar. And that's when she saw him, seated alone at a corner table, watching her with an intensity that stood out among the usual reverent expressions. An American, certainly. His tailored suit couldn't disguise the military bearing, but there was something different in his gaze. Not pity, not morbid fascination, something else. Recognition, perhaps? Margot looked away, disturbed by the connection she'd felt in that brief moment. She didn't want connections. Connections meant vulnerability, and she'd armoured herself too carefully against that particular danger. She continued through her first set, never again looking directly at the American's table, though she remained acutely aware of his presence. When she finished and the applause faded, she nodded curtly and retreated backstage, where Marcel waited with her usual glass of water. "The American in the corner asked about you," he said without preamble. "Not the usual questions." Margot raised an eyebrow. "What then?" "He asked if you ever perform La Complainte de la Butte. Said he heard you sing it during the liberation celebrations." She stiffened. "I haven't sung that since." "I know." Marcel's eyes, roomy with age but still sharp with perception, studied her face. "He wasn't here for the liberation." "Then how would he know?" Marcel shrugged. "Perhaps you should ask him yourself. He's requested a moment of your time." "I don't speak with patrons, Marcel. You know this." "He's not just any patron, Margot." The old man hesitated. "He says he knew Henri." Captain James Stone had not planned to linger in Paris. His assignment with the occupation forces had ended months ago, yet something kept him from boarding the ship that would carry his fellow officers home to New York. He'd cited administrative delays, additional paperwork, excuses that grew thinner with each passing week. The truth, which he acknowledged only in private moments, was that America had become as foreign to him as France had once been. "Your last night in Paris deserves better than hotel whiskey," his French liaison Francois had insisted earlier that evening. "There's a club, not one of those tourist traps, somewhere real." James had agreed without enthusiasm. After 4 years of war and 3 of aftermath, his capacity for entertainment had withered. Still, politeness compelled him to follow Francois through narrow streets still bearing scars of conflict, to a modest entrance with peeling gold lettering, Le Papillon Noir. "The singer," Francois had whispered as they were seated. "She lost her husband to the Gestapo. Henri Duval, one of our bravest. They were both in the resistance." Ames had nodded, accustomed to these stories, these ghosts that haunted every corner of Europe. He'd stopped counting how many widows, orphans and broken survivors he'd encountered since landing at Normandy. Then Margot Duval had stepped onto the stage, and James forgot about his departure, his fatigue, and the persistent North Atlantic chill that seemed lodged in his bones. Her voice, rich, wounded, defiant, cut through his practiced detachment like a blade through gauze. Francois leaned over. "They say she never smiles, never speaks except to sing." But James wasn't listening anymore. His mind had travelled back to August 26, 1944, the day Paris was liberated. He'd been among the American forces entering the city, overwhelmed by the delirious crowds. Amid the chaos, he'd found himself separated from his unit near Montmartre. Disoriented and struggling with his rudimentary French, he'd followed the sound of singing to a small square where a dark-haired woman stood on the steps of Sacré-Cœur, leading a crowd in La Complainte de la Butte. Her voice, though raw with emotion, had soared above the square. For those few minutes, James had forgotten the war, the dead he'd left behind on beaches and fields across Europe. He'd forgotten Lieutenant Michael Hayes, his closest friend whose body lay buried in Belgian soil. He'd forgotten the farmhouse outside Bastogne where he had held a dying boy no older than 18 who had cried for his mother in German-accented English. That woman had been Margot Duval. He was certain of it. When her set ended and she disappeared backstage, James excused himself from Francois and approached the wizened bartender. "Does Madame Duval ever perform La Complainte de la Butte?" he asked, his French careful but clear. The old man's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "No, not for many years." "I heard her once," James continued, "during the liberation. At Sacré-Cœur, something shifted in the bartender's expression. You were there?" 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, James confirmed. "I was separated from my unit. Found myself in Montmartre." The bartender studied him for a long moment before nodding slightly. "I'll tell her you asked for her, but don't expect much, Captain. Margot doesn't dwell in memories of that day." James returned to his table to find Francois gone, leaving a hastily scribbled note about an early meeting. Relieved to be alone with his thoughts, James nursed his whiskey, uncertain why it mattered so much that Margot Duval remember that day, remember her own voice rising above a newly liberated Paris. He was startled from his reverie by her sudden appearance at his table. "Marcel says you claim to have heard me sing at Sacré-Cœur." No greeting, no preamble. Her voice, speaking rather than singing, carried the slight rasp of smoke and grief. James stood, military courtesy ingrained despite his surprise. "Yes, Madame Duval. August 26th, 1844. Many people were singing that day." "Not like you." The words escaped before he could temper them with diplomacy. "I mean, your voice stood out." She regarded him coldly. "And you also claim to have known my husband." James hesitated. "Not personally, no. But I knew of him. I worked with intelligence after the liberation. Henri Duval's name appeared in several reports. His resistance network saved many lives, including those of downed Allied airmen." Something flickered in her eyes. Not softening, but a momentary crack in the perfect facade of indifference. "Then you know more than most who come here seeking the famous widow's performance." The bitterness in her tone made him wince. "I'm not here as a tourist, Madame Duval." "Why are you here then, Captain?" "Stone. James Stone." He met her gaze directly. "I don't know exactly. I'm leaving Paris tomorrow. Perhaps I wanted to hear the voice that made me believe, even briefly, that something beautiful had survived." Margot's expression remained impassive, but she didn't immediately walk away. After a long moment, she spoke again, her tone slightly less frigid. "Did something beautiful survive for you, Captain Stone?" The question struck him with unexpected force. Had anything beautiful survived? His parents' farm in Connecticut still stood. His younger sister still wrote letters filled with news of hometown weddings and births. The world continued its relentless forward motion, but beauty, that had become as foreign as peace. "I'm still looking," he admitted. She nodded once, as if his answer confirmed something she'd already suspected. "Enjoy your last night in Paris, Captain." She turned to leave, then paused. "The song you mentioned, it speaks of love found and lost on the hill of Montmartre. It doesn't belong in this club anymore." "Because it speaks of love?" Her eyes met his again, darker now with something like warning. "'Cause it speaks of hope. And hope, Captain Stone, is the cruelest ghost of all." She walked away then, straight-backed and elegant, leaving James with the distinct impression that he'd just experienced something rare and precious, a genuine moment in a city that had begun selling manufactured authenticity to guilt-ridden visitors and victory-drunk victors alike. He had no intention of seeking her out again. His ticket for the SS America was in his breast pocket, departure scheduled for noon the following day. Their brief exchange would become just another fragment of memory, filed alongside countless others from a war that had consumed a quarter of his life. Yet the next evening found him once again at Le Papillon Noir, his luggage still at the hotel, his ticket exchanged for a later sailing. Marcel recognised him immediately. "You missed your ship, Captain?" James offered a rueful smile. "Administrative delay." The old bartender didn't bother hiding his scepticism. "She won't be pleased to see you." "I'm not here to disturb Madame Duval," James assured him. "Just for a drink and, if I'm fortunate, some music." Marcel studied him for a moment longer than comfort allowed, then nodded toward a different table than the previous night's, closer to the stage but partially concealed by a decorative screen. "Sit there, less conspicuous." James took the suggested seat, ordered whiskey, and waited. The club filled gradually around him, the patrons a mix of well-heeled Parisians and carefully dressed foreigners. By now he could distinguish between those who came for Margot's voice and those who came for her legend. The former sat quietly, expectantly. The latter spoke too loudly about the war, their roles in it, their profound understanding of French suffering. When she appeared, the familiar hush descended. She wore black again, though a different dress, simpler, with a high neckline and long sleeves despite the warm June evening. Her hair was arranged differently too, swept to one side and cascading over her right shoulder. She looked, James thought, like a woman dressed for a private mourning rather than a public performance. She began without announcement, her first song unfamiliar to James, something slow and melancholy in French that made several older patrons dab discreetly at their eyes. Her gaze swept the room as she sang, and when it passed over his table, James saw the brief narrowing of her eyes, the almost imperceptible tightening of her jaw. She'd noticed him. What happened next would later seem to James like a moment of madness on her part. Midway through her set, without warning or explanation, Margot Duval began singing La Complainte de la Butte. The reaction was immediate. Marcel dropped a glass. An elderly French couple gasped audibly. A woman at a nearby table began to weep silently. But it was Margot herself who commanded James's complete attention. As she sang about the windmills of memories and the steep paths of love, her voice took on a quality he hadn't heard before, something raw and almost violent in its vulnerability. She stared directly at him throughout the song, her eyes both challenge and confession. When the final note faded, the club remained utterly silent for 3 heartbeats before erupting in applause more emotional than polite. Margot acknowledged it with the barest incline of her head, then walked, not backstage as usual, but directly to James's table. "You didn't leave," she said, the accusation clear in her tone. "No." He didn't offer an explanation. "That song was not an invitation, Captain Stone." "I didn't take it as one." She studied him with narrowed eyes. "What do you want from me?" The directness of the question deserved equal honesty. "Conversation, perhaps, nothing more." "I don't converse with patrons." "Then I won't be a patron." He placed enough francs on the table to cover his drink and stood. "Good evening, Madame Duval." He was halfway to the door when her voice stopped him. "Jardin du Luxembourg. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock." James turned, but she was already walking away, her back straight, her head high, leaving him to wonder if he'd imagined the invitation, and what exactly he'd set in motion by coming back to Le Papillon Noir. The next morning dawned clear and unseasonably warm. James arrived at the Luxembourg Gardens 20 minutes early, choosing a bench near the grand fountain where children pushed miniature sailboats across the water with long sticks. He'd slept poorly, his mind churning with questions about Margot Duval's unexpected invitation and his own inexplicable decision to delay his return home. At precisely 10 o'clock she appeared on the path as punctual as a military operation. She wore a simple navy dress and carried a small parasol against the June sun, her dark hair secured at the nape of her neck. Without the dramatic lighting of Le Papillon Noir, James could see the fine lines around her eyes, the slight hollowness in her cheeks that spoke of years of grief. She sat beside him without greeting, her gaze fixed on the children and their boats. "My husband proposed to me here," she said after a long silence. "January 39. There was snow on the ground and Henri convinced the guard to let us in even though the gardens were closed. He said he couldn't wait until spring." James remained quiet, understanding that she wasn't seeking a response. "We had 8 months before the war began," she continued. 8 months of marriage before everything changed. "A lifetime in war years," James offered quietly. She glanced at him, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "Yes, exactly that." They sat in silence again, watching as a small boy wailed when his red sailboat capsized. His mother quickly righted it, soothing him with soft words. "Why did you come back to the club last night, Captain Stone?" Margot finally asked. James considered several possible answers before settling on the truth. "Your voice reminded me of something I thought I'd lost." "And what was that?" "The capacity to feel deeply without fear." She turned to study him fully then, her dark eyes assessing. "You speak like a poet for an American soldier." A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Yale English literature, before the war. My father called it an impractical indulgence. And now? Now I know it was the only practical education for what followed. Poetry makes sense of senselessness, Madame Duval." She looked away again. "Margot, if we're to have this conversation, you should use my name." "James, then. Tell me, James of Yale literature, what brought you to Paris after the war ended? Most Americans rushed home." He watched a pair of elderly men playing chess at a nearby table, their concentration absolute. "I was assigned to the occupation forces, intelligence work, primarily." "And when that ended?" James hesitated. How to explain the paralysis that had gripped him when faced with returning to a homeland that felt increasingly foreign? How to articulate the dread he felt at the prospect of Christmas dinners where no one mentioned Michael Hayes or the fact that the Anderson boy down the road had stepped on a mine outside Carentan? "I found reasons to stay," he said simply. Margot nodded, seeming to understand the weight of what remained unsaid. "And now, what compels you to remain when your ship has sailed?" "Honestly, I don't know." He met her gaze directly. "Perhaps the same thing that compelled you to sing that particular song last night." A shadow crossed her face. "That was a momentary madness." "It was beautiful. It was a betrayal." The words escaped her with unexpected force. She stood abruptly. "This was a mistake." "Excuse me, Captain." James remained seated, recognizing the precipice on which they stood. Pushed too hard and she would retreat permanently, say nothing, and this moment of connection, however fraught, would dissolve like morning mist. "My best friend died at Bastogne," he said quietly. "Michael Hayes. We enlisted together in 42. He was going to be an architect after the war, had the whole future planned. Fiancé waiting in Hartford. House design already sketched." James stared at his hands. "The last thing he said to me was, 'Don't let me be nothing.' I've been trying to figure out what that means ever since." Margot had paused, her back still to him, but her head slightly inclined in his direction. After a long moment, she returned to the bench, sitting further away than before. "Henri never had a grave," she said, her voice so low James had to lean slightly to hear her. "They never returned his body. I don't even know where he—" She stopped, composed herself. "For the first year, I visited different cemeteries each Sunday, leaving flowers at the graves of strangers, pretending. And now? Now I sing for him instead, every night." James nodded, understanding all too well how grief could calcify into ritual. The song last night was weakness, she interrupted sharply. A moment of forgetting. Or remembering, he countered gently. Her eyes flashed. You know nothing of what I remember, Captain Stone. No, he agreed. I don't, but I recognise the look of someone haunted by ghosts that demand loyalty. Margot's posture stiffened, but something in his words seemed to reach her. She exhaled slowly, the rigid line of her shoulders softening slightly. Henri loved Paris with a passion I never fully understood until he was gone. He fought not just against the Germans, but for every cobblestone, every cafe, every ridiculous argument over philosophy in smoke-filled rooms. Her voice grew distant. He died for the Paris of his imagination, romantic, defiant, eternal. Now you guard that vision for him. Wouldn't you? For your Michael? James considered this. Would Michael want him lingering in Paris, orchestrating administrative delays to avoid returning to a life he no longer knew how to live? Or would he want James to build that house he'd designed, to embrace the future they'd fought to secure? I think, James said carefully, Michael would want me to live in the world we helped save, not just remember the one we lost. Margot's expression hardened. That's a luxury afforded to the victors, Captain. Some of us are still counting our losses. Aren't we all? The question emerged more sharply than he'd intended. She stood again, this time with finality. Thank you for your honesty, Captain Stone. I wish you a safe journey home, whenever you choose to make it. James watched her walk away, her back straight, her pace measured. Only when she was almost out of sight did he notice the small white handkerchief clutched in her left hand, pressed tightly against her side. He didn't return to Le Papillon Noir that night. Instead, he walked the streets of Paris until his feet ached, following the Seine as it curved through the ancient city. Near midnight, he found himself at the Pont Neuf, staring into the dark water below. A pair of young lovers passed, arm in arm, speaking rapid French punctuated by laughter. James watched them disappear into the night and felt an acute awareness of his own solitude. The next morning he sent a brief note to Le Papillon Noir, addressed to Madame Duval. It contained only his temporary address in Montmartre and a line from T.S. Eliot. These fragments I have shored against my ruins. He expected no response. Yet 3 days later a small envelope arrived, containing a ticket to that evening's performance in a single line of elegant handwriting. Perhaps ruins can be foundations too. James arrived early, finding the club quieter than on his previous visits. A handwritten sign at the entrance announced a private event, some sort of reception for a visiting American diplomat. He presented his ticket to Marcel, who nodded with something approaching approval. "She's in a mood tonight," the old bartender warned, gesturing toward the back room. The Americans requested patriotic songs. She refused. James winced. "Will there be trouble?" Marcel shrugged. "The diplomat's wife is French, she understands. The others—" He made a dismissive gesture. "They came for a performance. Margot will give them one, but on her terms." James took a different table this time, closer to the small stage but partially shadowed. The club filled with well-dressed diplomats and their wives, their voices loud with the artificial confidence of those navigating unfamiliar territory. Several spoke about Margot as if she were an exotic exhibit, the widow of a resistance hero, and tragically authentic, phrases that made James's jaw tighten. When she appeared, the usual hush descended, though briefer and less complete than normal. She wore deep burgundy tonight, the colour of aged wine or dried blood, her only jewellery the silver chain bearing Henri's ring. Her gaze swept across the room, acknowledging James with the barest flicker of recognition, before focusing on a middle-aged couple at the centre table, clearly the diplomat and his French wife. "Bonsoir," she said, breaking her customary silence before singing. The single word silenced the remaining murmurs. "Tonight, I have been asked to sing of victory. I will instead sing of survival, which is a different kind of triumph. She began with Le Ciel de Paris, her voice carrying the melancholy dignity that had first captivated James. As she sang about the sky that had witnessed both the city's suffering and resilience, the diplomat's wife dabbed at her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Several of the Americans shifted uncomfortably, their expectations of a celebratory evening clearly unmet. Margot continued through her set, each song a chronicle of loss transmuted into endurance. She avoided the most overtly mournful pieces from her repertoire, James noticed. But neither did she offer the romanticised Paris that the tourists had come to consume. This was Margot at her most defiant, refusing both complete despair and false comfort. When she concluded with "Non, je ne regrette rien," the applause was genuine if somewhat subdued. The diplomat rose to his feet, leading a standing ovation that seemed to surprise Margot herself. She acknowledged it with a deeper bow than usual, then disappeared backstage. James remained seated as the crowd dispersed, some heading to other nightclubs, others returning to their hotels. Marcel approached his table with a glass of cognac. "She asks if you would wait," the bartender said, placing the drink before James. "She must speak with the Americans first. Protocol." He pronounced the final word with the special disdain the French reserved for social obligations. James nodded, settling in for the wait. Through the thinning crowd he caught glimpses of Margot engaged in conversation with the diplomat and his wife, her expression polite but remote. The American gestured expansively as he spoke, while his French wife stood slightly apart, studying Margot with eyes that held not curiosity but recognition, one survivor acknowledging another. Nearly 40 minutes passed before the diplomat's party finally departed. Margot remained at the bar, accepting a glass of wine from Marcel, her posture suggesting exhaustion. James hesitated, uncertain whether to approach or wait for her invitation. The decision was made for him when she turned and beckoned him over with a slight tilt of her head. "Captain," she greeted him as he took the stool beside her. "Thank you for coming." "Thank you for the invitation," he replied. "Your performance was—" "Political," she interrupted with a wry smile that startled him. It was the first time he had seen her smile, and it transformed her face, revealing a glimpse of the woman she might have been in another life. The Americans wanted La Marseillaise and drinking songs. Their wives wanted tragic romance. I gave them neither. You gave them truth. She considered this, swirling the wine in her glass. A version of it, perhaps. There are many truths about Paris during the war, Captain Stone. Mine is just one. Marcel placed a fresh cognac before James and retreated to the far end of the bar, giving them privacy while remaining within sight. A chaperone from a respectful distance. "Your note," Margot said after a comfortable silence. "Eliot, The Wasteland." James nodded, pleased that she had recognised the reference. "You've read it?" "Henri was the literary one, not me." But after she paused, recalibrating. "During the occupation, books became precious, ways to escape, even briefly. I found a copy of Eliot's poems in Henri's things. I didn't understand most of it, but that line," she trailed off, her gaze distant. "It stayed with you," James finished for her. "Yes," she met his eyes directly. "Why that particular fragment, Captain?" He considered the question carefully. "Because it acknowledges both destruction and the attempt to create meaning from it, neither denying the ruins nor surrendering to them completely." Something shifted in her expression, a softening, perhaps, or simple recognition. "Henri would have liked you, I think." The statement, offered casually but freighted with meaning, hung between them. James understood its significance, the first time she'd imagined her husband in relation to her present, rather than as a figure sealed hermetically in the past. "I would have liked to know him," James said quietly. Margot nodded, then changed course. "Marcel tells me you've extended your stay again." "Another 2 weeks, State Department paperwork." The excuse sounded hollow even to his own ears. Paris has a way of keeping people longer than they intend, she observed, no judgment in her tone. For some, it's the beauty. For others, the memory of who they were here. And for you? She traced the rim of her wineglass with one slender finger. I stay because leaving would mean acknowledging that life continues elsewhere. That Paris is just a city, not the repository of everything I've lost. The honesty of her answer caught James off guard. And does it continue elsewhere? So I'm told. She finished her wine and set the glass down with deliberate care. There's to be a concert at Sacre-Cœur tomorrow, a memorial for those lost in the occupation. Will you attend, Captain Stone? The invitation, oblique but unmistakable, quickened his pulse. If I would be welcome. As welcome as any American in Paris, she replied, her tone lighter than he'd yet heard it. Which is to say, tolerated with good grace if you arrive on time and remain suitably impressed. James laughed, surprising himself. I believe I can manage both. Margot stood smoothing her dress with practised elegance. 3 o'clock then, I'll meet you at the funicular. As she turned to leave, James spoke again. Margot. Her name felt significant on his tongue, a threshold crossed. Thank you for the invitation. She paused, regarding him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Don't thank me yet, Captain. I'm not entirely certain why I extended it. With that, she departed, leaving James to finish his cognac in a club that felt suddenly larger and emptier without her presence. Marcel approached, collecting the empty glasses. She was married at Sacre-Cœur, the old bartender said without preamble. November 1938. I was there. James absorbed this information, understanding its significance. I won't cause her pain, Marcel. The older man fixed him with a penetrating stare. That is not within your power to promise, Captain. Pain finds her without assistance. He sighed, his expression softening. But perhaps it is time for other things to find her as well. The next day dawned bright and clear. James spent the morning walking through Montmartre, familiarizing himself with the steep, winding streets that led to the great white basilica dominating the Parisian skyline. By the time he reached the funicular station, he knew his way around well enough to appear at ease, if not precisely local. Margot arrived precisely at 3, wearing a dove-grey dress and carrying a small bouquet of white lilies. She seemed surprised to find him already waiting. You're punctual, she observed. Unusual for an American. Military habit, he replied, falling into step beside her as they boarded the funicular that would carry them up the steep hill. Difficult to break. They rode in comfortable silence, standing slightly apart in the crowded car. James noticed how the other passengers gave Margot subtle, respectful nods of recognition. Not the kind offered to a nightclub singer, but to someone whose suffering had somehow become part of the collective memory of the city. At the top they emerged into bright sunshine. The panoramic view of Paris spread before them like a living map. The dome of Sacre-Cœur gleamed brilliantly white against the blue sky, its Byzantine architecture incongruous yet perfectly at home atop the artistic heart of Paris. A modest crowd had gathered on the steps, mostly older Parisians, many wearing small resistance pins or other subtle markers of their wartime allegiances. Margot moved among them with quiet familiarity, exchanging brief embraces and murmured greetings. James remained slightly apart, conscious of being an outsider at what was clearly a gathering of shared memory. Margot, an elderly woman called, approaching with outstretched hands. You've brought the lilies again. Of course, Madame Fournier, Margot replied, surrendering half her bouquet. For Pierre, as well as Henri. The old woman's eyes welled with tears. 4 years, and it still feels like yesterday. Some days more than others, Margot agreed softly. James watched this exchange from a respectful distance. understanding that he was witnessing a ritual of grief that had been enacted many times before. What struck him was not the sorrow, he had seen plenty of that across Europe, but the quiet solidarity among these survivors. They carried their losses not as isolated burdens, but as shared touchstones, each grief recognised and held by the collective. Margot returned to his side as a small choir assembled on the steps, their voices rising in a hymn that echoed off the stone walls of the basilica. "They'll read the names soon," she said quietly. "All of them from this arrondissement who didn't return. It takes nearly an hour." "Would you prefer to be alone?" James asked, sensing the weight of the moment. She considered the question seriously before answering. "No, strange as it may seem, I would not." The simplicity of her response moved him more than any elaborate explanation could have. They stood side by side as the names began, an alphabetical recitation of lives cut short. When Henri Duval was called, Margot's hand found James's, gripping it tightly. He returned the pressure, offering the only comfort possible: presence. As the last name echoed across the square and faded into a respectful silence, Margot released his hand. "There's something I want to show you," she said, her voice steady, despite the tears that had silently tracked down her cheeks during the reading. She led him away from the crowd around the side of the basilica to a small garden tucked between the church and an adjacent building. A simple stone bench sat beneath a flowering tree, offering a view of the city below that was somehow more intimate than the grand panorama from the front steps. "Henri proposed to me here," Margot said, sitting on the bench and indicating James should join her. "Not in the Luxembourg Gardens, as I told you before." James sat, surprised by the confession. "Why did you—" "Because the truth is mine," she interrupted gently, "to be shared when and if I choose. The Luxembourg Garden story is what I tell visitors who want a piece of my tragedy to take home with them." "And now?" She turned to face him fully. "Now I find myself wanting you to know the real story, not the curated version. I don't entirely understand why." The honesty of this admission created a space between them that felt both vulnerable and oddly solemn. James recognised it as a rare gift in a world where most people, himself included, had learned to guard their authentic selves behind carefully constructed facades. "I would be honoured to hear it," he said simply. Margot nodded, her gaze shifting to the sprawling city below them. "Henri was a law student when we met. I was singing in much less respectable clubs than Le Papillon Noir." A small smile touched her lips at the memory. "He came every Thursday for a month before he finally spoke to me. Not smooth or confident like you might expect, but nervous, earnest." James could picture it. The serious young student and the dark-haired singer, their future still unwritten, the war still unimaginable. "We had 18 months before we married," she continued. "Not 8, as I told you. And we argued terribly during that time. Henri was already involved in politics, anti-fascist groups, protests against appeasement. I wanted him to focus on his studies, his career." The irony of this coloured her voice. "When he brought me here to propose, I almost said no." "What changed your mind?" "He didn't speak of love, as I expected. Instead, he said, 'Margot, the world is changing and I don't know what's coming, but I know I want to face it with you.'" She paused, her fingers unconsciously touching the ring she wore on her necklace. Somehow that was more powerful than any declaration of eternal devotion. It was real, honest. James understood. In a world increasingly divided between idealized romance and cynical pragmatism, Henri Duval had offered something more authentic: partnership in uncertainty. "You were married here at Sacré-Cœur," James said, recalling Marcel's information. Margot raised an eyebrow. "Marcel has been talking, I see. He's protective of you." "Of my memory of Henri, perhaps," she sighed, leaning back against the bench. Yes, we married here. November 12th, 1938. The last normal day of our lives, though we didn't know it then. 3 months later, Hitler took Czechoslovakia. 6 months after that, Poland. Her voice had taken on the distant quality of someone reciting a familiar litany. By June in 40, the Germans were in Paris, and Henri was already working with the early resistance. Our apartment became a meeting place, then a document forgery site, then a safe house for those escaping to the unoccupied zone. "And you?" James asked gently. "Were you involved from the beginning?" "Not as Henri was. I continued singing. Clubs still operated during the occupation, especially those frequented by German officers. It provided perfect cover for gathering information." A shadow crossed her face. "And forced me to smile at men who were hunting my husband." The quiet courage this had required humbled James. That must have been unbearable. "One bears what one must," she replied with Gallic pragmatism. "We all found ways to resist. Some took up arms, others, like me, weaponized our ordinary lives." She turned to look at him directly. "What about you, James? What did you leave behind when you came to war?" The question, unexpected but fair, made him realize how little of himself he had revealed. "Nothing as compelling as your story. A small town in Connecticut. Parents who still farm the same land my grandfather worked. A teaching position at a boys' school that probably won't be held much longer. No wife, fiancé. There was someone before the war." He shrugged, the memory distant now. "Elizabeth. We'd known each other since childhood. Everyone expected us to marry eventually. And now she's married to my cousin David, who stayed home with flat feet and a heart murmur." He was surprised to find the fact no longer stung. "They have a son. They named him James, which I found either touching or horrifying depending on the day." Margot's laugh was unexpected and wonderful. A brief, bright sound, quickly contained but genuine. The war made ghosts of the living as well as the dead. "Yes," James agreed, grateful for her perfect understanding. "Exactly that." They sat in companionable silence, watching as the afternoon light softened over Paris. The memorial crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few tourists wandering the basilica grounds. "I should get back," Margot said eventually. "I'm singing tonight." "Of course." James stood, offering his hand to help her up. She accepted it briefly, then released it as they began walking toward the funicular station. "Will you come to the club?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. James hesitated. "Would you like me to?" She stopped walking, regarding him with a directness that had become characteristic of their strange, evolving connection. "I find, Captain Stone, that I no longer know what I would like. For 4 years I have lived a life defined by what I have lost. I have singing, I have memories, I have rituals of grief that have become comfortable in their familiarity." She gestured vaguely toward the basilica behind them. "Today, showing you this place, telling you the truth rather than the story I've perfected, it felt different." "Different how?" "Like opening a window in a room that has been closed for too long." She resumed walking, her pace brisker now. "I don't know if that's good or terrible." James matched her stride, understanding the fear beneath her words. Perhaps it doesn't need to be either yet. Perhaps it can just be different. Margot considered this as they descended the hill. A practical philosophy for a literature student. War has a way of making pragmatists of us all. At the bottom of the hill, they paused on the crowded sidewalk, the moment of parting awkward, in a way their previous interactions had not been. "I should walk you home," James offered. "That won't be necessary." Margot's formal tone had returned, the brief vulnerability of the garden bench receding. "Thank you for accompanying me today, Captain." "James," he reminded her gently. "James," she amended, with the ghost of a smile. "Yes, come to the club tonight, if you wish." With that, she turned and walked away, blending seamlessly into the flow of Parisians navigating the narrow streets of Montmartre. James watched until she disappeared around a corner, aware of an unfamiliar feeling growing in his chest. Not quite hope, but perhaps its precursor. Possibility. That evening at Le Papillon Noir, something had shifted. The club was busier than usual, the crowd more French than foreign. Marcel nodded to James as he entered, directing him to what he now thought of as his regular table with a familiarity that suggested acceptance, if not quite friendship. "She's different tonight," the bartender murmured as he delivered James's whiskey. "I haven't seen her like this since before..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. Before the war. Before Henri's death. Before grief became Margot's defining characteristic rather than simply one element of a complex woman. When she appeared, James understood Marcel's comment immediately. Margot wore deep blue, not the black or dark burgundy of previous performances, and had arranged her hair differently, with soft waves framing her face rather than the severe styles she'd favoured before. But it was her expression that marked the most significant change. The mask of distant sorrow had softened into something more nuanced, more present. She began with her usual repertoire, but even familiar songs emerged transformed. Les Feuilles Mortes, which had previously sounded like a dirge for lost love, now carried hints of bittersweet acceptance. When she transitioned to La Vie en Rose, the club fell completely silent. She hadn't performed this song, indelibly associated with the occupation, when she'd used it to signal resistance members, since the liberation. James watched, transfixed as Margot reclaimed the music from memory, transforming it from a tool of war back into a song of cautious hope. When her gaze found his during the chorus, he felt the connection between them solidify into something both fragile and profound. After her performance, instead of retreating backstage as usual, Margot made her way to James's table. Several patrons watched this departure from routine with undisguised interest, whispering behind their hands. "Walk with me," she said without preamble. "I can't breathe in here tonight." Outside, the summer evening wrapped around them like silk, warm and gentle. They walked in comfortable silence toward the Seine, the sidewalk still bustling despite the late hour. Paris in June refused to sleep, celebrating its hard-won freedom with light and music spilling from cafes and open windows. "You sang differently tonight," James observed, as they paused on Pont Neuf, looking out over the dark water reflecting the city lights. "Yes," Margot leaned against the stone parapet. "I've been singing to ghosts for so long, I'd forgotten how to sing to the living." What changed? She considered the question carefully. This afternoon, at Sacré-Cœur, hearing Henri's name among so many others, something shifted, not disappeared, but realigned. She turned to face him directly. "I've been keeping him alive through grief, as if joy would somehow erase him. Today I realize that he exists in memory regardless of how I choose to live now." The profundity of this realization hung between them. James understood its significance, not a rejection of the past, but a reclaiming of the future. "It would have been Henri's birthday next week," Margot continued. "July 2nd. He would have been 37. She smiled faintly. "He always joked that he'd be bald by 35, like his father. I wonder if he would have been." The simple human speculation, so ordinary yet so poignant, made James's chest tighten. "What will you do to mark the day?" "Usually I visit different churches, lighting candles." She shrugged slightly. "This year, perhaps something different. He loved the Jardin des Plantes. Maybe I'll spend the afternoon there instead." "Would you like company?" James offered, then immediately added, "Or perhaps that's too personal a ritual to share." Margot studied him for a long moment. A week ago I would have said yes, it's too personal. Now, she hesitated. I find I'm tired of solitude, James. Even sacred solitude loses its meaning eventually. Then I would be honoured to accompany you. They continued walking, crossing to the left bank where cafes still buzzed with late-night conversations. At a small table outside a literary haunt, they spotted a group of animated young Americans engaged in passionate debate. Hemingway's disciples, Margot observed with dry amusement. They all come to Paris thinking they'll write the next great novel. And some of them might, James replied, watching the earnest young men gesturing with cigarettes and coffee cups. The war gave them plenty to write about, if little time to develop the craft. Were you going to write before, with your Yale literature degree? James considered the abandoned ambitions of his pre-war self, distant dreams that now felt like artifacts from another life. I had notions of becoming a poet, if you can believe it. Published a few things in college literary magazines. Nothing remarkable. And now I understand I never had anything worth saying. He smiled to soften the bleakness of the statement. Perhaps someday. They continued along the riverbank, their conversation flowing more easily now, touching on books they'd read, music beyond what Margot performed, the gradual healing of Paris itself as rationing eased and colour returned to the once grey city. Will you go back to America? Margot asked as they turned back toward Montmartre. Eventually, I mean. The question hung between them, weighted with implications neither was ready to articulate. I should, James replied carefully. My parents aren't young. The farm needs attention. But I'm not the same man who left Connecticut in U42. He searched for words to explain the disconnection he felt from his former life. I'm not sure I belong there anymore. Do any of us belong anywhere after what's happened? Margot's question wasn't rhetorical but genuinely searching. Sometimes I walk through Paris and feel like a tourist in my own city. The streets are the same, but the meaning has changed. Yes, James agreed, relieved by her perfect understanding. Exactly that. They had reached the corner where they would need to part. Margot to her apartment near Place du Tertre, James to his rented room several streets away. When do you leave? She asked, her tone deliberately casual. Your latest extension must expire eventually. 10 days, James admitted. July 3rd. The paperwork can't be delayed any further without raising questions. The day after Henri's birthday. The significance wasn't lost on either of them. Then we have time, Margot said, meeting his eyes with quiet determination, for whatever this is becoming. She extended her hand, which James took, feeling the delicate strength in her fingers. Instead of shaking it formally, he raised it to his lips in the continental manner, a gesture that felt both old-fashioned and perfectly appropriate. Good night, Margot. Good night, James. The next week passed in a series of shared moments that gradually formed a new pattern in both their lives. Each afternoon, James would meet Margot for walks through different quarters of Paris, Montmartre, Saint-Germain, the ancient islands at the city's heart. In the evenings, he would sit at his now customary table at Le Papillon Noir, watching as Margot's performances evolved from memorials into celebrations, her audience responding with increasing warmth to the transformation. They spoke of everything and nothing, their childhoods, books they'd loved, foods they missed during rationing. They carefully avoided discussing James's imminent departure, treating it like a horizon that would never actually be reached. On July 2nd, Henri's birthday, they met at the entrance to the Jardin des Plantes. Margot carried a small package wrapped in brown paper and a single white rose. She wore a simple summer dress patterned with tiny blue flowers, and for the first time since James had known her, she had left Henri's ring at home. They walked through the botanical gardens in companionable silence, Margot occasionally stopping to identify a plant or recall a memory. Henri always stopped here to smell the lavender, or we argued about politics beneath that tree. Eventually, they reached a secluded bench beside a small ornamental pond. Margot sat and carefully unwrapped her package, revealing a well-worn copy of Baudelaire's Les Fleurs du Mal. This was Henri's, she explained, opening to a bookmark page. He carried it constantly. It was one of the few possessions returned to me after... She paused, composing herself. After he was taken. James sat beside her, close enough to offer support, but not so close as to intrude on the sanctity of the moment. He loved this poem especially, Margot continued, indicating the marked page. L'invitation au voyage. He used to read it aloud when we walked here. She traced the printed words with gentle fingers. It speaks of an ideal place where all is order and beauty, luxury, calm and pleasure. Would you read it? James asked softly. Margot hesitated, then nodded. In a voice that started unsteady but gained strength with each line, she read the poem aloud, Baudelaire's vision of perfect serenity, rendered in her melodious French. When she finished, she closed the book and placed the white rose between its pages. I used to bring this here every year and read to him, as if he could hear me, she said. This year, I wanted to read it to someone who could. The simple statement contained multitudes, acknowledgement of loss, acceptance of change, recognition of connection. James understood its significance without need for elaboration. Thank you, he said simply, for sharing this with me. Margot nodded, her gaze direct and clear. Henri would have understood this. Us, whatever this is becoming. She gestured vaguely between them. He wasn't a man who believed love was finite or jealously guarded. He loved Paris enough to die for it. He would have wanted me to live for it. And is that what you're doing now? Living for Paris? She considered this, her expression thoughtful. Not just for Paris, for myself. For the possibility that grief isn't the only authentic response to having survived. They sat in silence for a while longer, watching dappled sunlight play across the water. When Margot finally spoke again, her voice carried a new resolution. You leave tomorrow. Yes, James confirmed, the reality he'd been avoiding suddenly immediate and unavoidable. The SS America, noon departure. Will you come back to Paris? The question was direct, without artifice or coyness. James had asked himself the same thing repeatedly over the past week, weighing practical realities against newfound connection. I would like to, he answered honestly, but I don't know when or how. Margot nodded, accepting the uncertainty without visible disappointment. I've lived 4 years at a time, James, since the war began. It's how we all survived, focusing on the present moment because the future was too precarious to contemplate. She placed her hand over his on the bench between them. I can continue that way if needed. The implication was clear. She would wait, without promise or expectation, to see what might develop between them. That evening, at Le Papillon Noir, Margot's performance transcended even her recent evolution. She sang with a passion and presence that transformed the small club into an intimate confession. Each song offered, as both a farewell to James and a declaration of her own emergence from the chrysalis of grief. When she concluded with La Complainte de la Butte, the song that had first connected them, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Marcel stood at the bar, openly weeping into a handkerchief. Even the hardened American tourists who had come seeking exotic sorrow found themselves moved by authentic emotion instead. Afterward, James waited as Margot spoke with regular patrons and accepted the congratulations of newcomers who had never before witnessed such a performance at Le Papillon Noir. When she finally made her way to his table, her eyes shone with a mixture of triumph and vulnerability. "Walk me home?" she asked simply. The streets of Montmartre were quiet as they climbed the winding paths toward Place du Tertre. They walked arm in arm now, physical contact no longer fraught with significance but comfortable, natural. "Will you write?" Margot asked as they approached her building. "When you return to America?" "If you'd like me to." "I would." She turned to face him fully, her expression serious. "Not promises or declarations, James. Just connection. Something to remind me that the world extends beyond Paris, beyond memory." "I can offer that," he agreed, understanding her need for both honesty and hope, a balance as delicate as everything between them had been. They stood before her door, the moment of farewell upon them. James had rehearsed this in his mind throughout the day, what he would say, how he would leave things between them. But standing there in the gentle Paris night, words seemed suddenly inadequate. Margot solved the dilemma by rising on tiptoes and kissing him lightly on the cheek. "Au revoir, James Stone of Yale literature," she said softly. "Until we meet again." He caught her hand as she began to turn away. "Margot." Her name was both question and answer. "May I call on you if I return to Paris?" She smiled then, a genuine smile that reached her eyes and illuminated her entire face. "I would be disappointed if you didn't." With that, she disappeared into her building, leaving James alone on the cobblestone street, filled with a curious mixture of regret and anticipation. The next morning dawned oppressively hot, the July sun beating down on Paris with unusual intensity. James completed his packing methodically, his ticket to New York secured in his breast pocket, his affairs in order. He had decided against asking Margot to see him off at the station. Such farewells were either trivial or devastating, with little middle ground. As he settled his hotel bill and arranged for a taxi to Gare du Nord, a messenger arrived with a small package addressed to him in familiar handwriting. Inside he found a book, not Henri's Baudelaire, but a slim volume of T.S. Eliot's poetry. A bookmark had been placed at the wasteland, and a single line underlined. "These fragments I have shored against my ruins." Below it, Margot had written in a graceful hand, "Foundations, not ruins." There was no note, no message beyond this perfect echo of their first real connection. James placed the book carefully in his inside pocket, close to his heart, and proceeded to the waiting taxi. Gare du Nord bustled with the usual chaos of a major transit hub. Travellers rushing to make connections, families saying farewells, porters manoeuvring unwieldy luggage through the crowds. James navigated it all with the mechanical efficiency of a man trying not to think too deeply about his action. He checked his trunk, confirmed his reservation, and made his way to the designated platform where the train to Cherbourg awaited. From there, he would board the ship that would carry him across the Atlantic, back to the life he had left behind, a life that now seemed both distant and constraining. As he stood on the platform watching other passengers board, James was struck by the symmetry of it all. He had come to Europe to help liberate Paris, among other objectives. In the process, he had found himself equally imprisoned and liberated by the experience. Now, returning home, he wondered which would prove more lasting, the damage or the healing, the ruins or the foundations. A whistle blew, indicating 5 minutes until departure. James picked up his small valise and moved toward the train, his mind already adjusting to the reality of leaving Paris behind. "Captain Stone!" The voice, familiar, urgent, cut through the station noise like a blade. James turned to see Marcel pushing through the crowd, his elderly frame moving with surprising speed. "Marcel? What? She's coming!" The old bartender gasped, out of breath from his evident rush to the station. "She changed her mind, asked me to tell you to wait." James felt a surge of something like electricity through his chest. "Where is she?" Marcel gestured vaguely toward the station entrance. "Taxi, traffic. She sent me ahead to make sure." He broke off, wheezing slightly. The final boarding whistle sounded. The conductor began checking tickets as passengers made their last-minute entries into the carriages. "Your ticket, monsieur." A uniformed man approached James expectantly. James hesitated, looking from the waiting train to the crowded concourse. There was no sign of Margot. "Monsieur, we are departing." Marcel clutched James's arm. "She is coming, Captain, I swear it." The decision crystallized in an instant. James handed his ticket to the conductor. "I'll be right back," he said firmly. "Please hold the train." "Impossible, monsieur. We run on schedule." "1 minute," James insisted, already backing away. "Just 1 minute." He turned and pushed against the flow of travellers, Marcel following behind as quickly as his aged legs would permit. They reached the main concourse, scanning the crowds for Margot's familiar figure. And then he saw her, running through the station, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, wearing the blue flowered dress from the previous day, clearly having rushed out without concern for her appearance. Their eyes met across the crowded space, and for a moment, everything else faded into insignificance. Then Margot was moving again, weaving through surprised travellers with single-minded determination. When she reached him, she was breathing hard. Her composure, that careful mask she had maintained through years of occupation and grief, completely abandoned. "I couldn't let you go," she said simply. "Not without..." The rest of her explanation was lost as James pulled her into his arms, finally giving in to the emotion that had been building between them for weeks. When their lips met, it was neither desperate nor tentative but sure, a promise rather than a farewell. The final whistle pierced the moment. Over Margot's shoulder, James could see his train beginning to move, slowly pulling away from the platform. "Your ship," Margot murmured, drawing back slightly. "Your ticket. There will be other ships," James replied, surprising himself with the certainty he felt. "Other tickets? But your family, your responsibilities, will still be there next month." He smiled, feeling lighter than he had in years. "Or the month after." Margot's expression shifted from concern to dawning hope. "You're staying?" "If you'll have me," James said simply. "Not forever, perhaps, but for now, until we figure out what this is becoming." Her answer was another kiss, this one witnessed by an amused Marcel and a dozen curious strangers in the bustling station. When they finally separated, Margot was smiling with an unreserved joy that transformed her face entirely. "What now?" she asked, laughter in her voice for perhaps the first time since the war. James took her hand, intertwining their fingers with deliberate care. "Now, I believe you have a performance tonight, and I have a ticket to exchange." As they walked hand in hand from Gare du Nord into the sunlit streets of Paris, James felt the weight of memory, both hers and his, shifting into something new, not erased or forgotten, but integrated into a present that suddenly held promise beyond mere survival. "I once sang for ghosts," Margot said softly, as they paused on a bridge overlooking the Seine. "Now, I think I'm ready to sing for the living." "Starting with me?" James asked, his voice light but his meaning profound. Margot smiled up at him,